Hello, good morning. It is 8:30 on Thursday, November 17th. Thank you for joining us for this, the first day of the Land Conservation and Development's November Commission meeting. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, invited guests, members of the public, and staff. My name is Casaria Taylor. I will review a few things, notes of best practice before we get started. Recordings of the meeting are available on YouTube. For those attending in person, you'll notice at the back of the room, there's a table with materials. There should also be some green cards there available for you to fill out if you want to provide any sort of public testimony on any items allowing public testimony today. If you do complete one of those cards, please hand it to Amanda McNabb. For individuals on Zoom, if you intend to testify, please sign up using our public sign-up form on the website. Zoom participants, please rename yourself so we can clearly identify you when it's time for you to participate. And Zoom participants, you will remain in listen-only mode until it is time for you to speak. Chair Halova, the meeting is yours.
Very complete. There we go.
Okay. So I was going to call this meeting to order. There we go. Casaria, please do the roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Lazo.
Live and in person, present.
Commissioner Boyer.
She has an excused absence. She'll be here maybe during agenda item 3 is what we're thinking, around 10 o'clock.
Commissioner Warren.
Here.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Here.
I believe Commissioner Jacobson is not there today.
Yeah, she has an excused absence. She'll be here tomorrow.
Vice Chair Lilac.
Here.
And Chair Halova.
Here. Okay. Welcome to the Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. I think I'm going to cover some housekeeping items first. Commissioners, please remember to complete your agenda scorecard before leaving the meeting tomorrow. I think we'll have time at the end. I think there's also some information in our packet around travel expenses and reimbursement. And so with that, I will move to the land acknowledgement. Vice Chair Lilac and Commissioner Warren are going to help us read that.
Thank you, Chair Halova. Indigenous tribes and bands have been with the lands that we inhabit today throughout Oregon and the Northwest since time immemorial and continue to be a vibrant part of Oregon today. We would like to express our respect to the first peoples of this land, the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon: Burns Paiute Tribe, Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua and Siuslaw Indians, Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation, Coquel Indian Tribe, Cow Creek Band of the Umpqua Tribe of Indians, and the Klamath Tribes. It is important that we recognize, I think this is where Commissioner.
You can continue.
I'll just continue this slide and then we'll transition. It is important that we recognize and honor the ongoing legal and spiritual relationship between the lands, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon.
The interconnectedness of the people, the land, and the natural environment cannot be overstated. The health of one is necessary for the health of all. We recognize that the pre-existing and continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place, and thank them for continuing to share their traditional ecological knowledge and perspective on how we might care for one another and the land so it can take care of us. We commit to engaging in a respectful and successful partnership as stewards of these lands. And as we are obliged by the state law and policy, obligated, we will uphold government to government relations to advance strong governance outcomes supportive of tribal self-determination and sovereignty.
Thank you. And I think for the audience that's been participating all along, our land acknowledgement has changed in consultation with tribal communities. And so we will be reading the new land acknowledgement from now on, unless we have further conversation and it changes. And I thought it was a very great change that's been made. And I think that's part of our learning is listening, respecting, and adapting. So I was happy to see that. Thank you, commissioners. We're going to continue with the approval of the agenda. There's one change to this month's agenda, item 15 on Friday. The Marion County appeal will not be happening. And I wanted to see if anybody had any other modifications to the agenda, including Director Bateman, if you had anything.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department. I don't have changes, but I did have a couple of highlights I wanted to point out to folks, just because some of these items or components are new or special. And so I just wanted to make sure folks were aware of that. As part of commission business today, we are going to include brief update reports from each of the commissioners. And so that's new to us on this commission and in this room, but it's something that other agencies and boards have been doing all along. I think is a nice way to connect with our commissioners and through them connect to their communities. Other things to note is that we have 4 action items today with regard to approving things on the agenda, and that is for the policy agenda, the housing needs report, farm and forest report, and considering a petition for enforcement late in the afternoon. At the end of the day, you can look forward to some strategic planning discussions, which we've been talking about and planning for a while. And then tomorrow morning, we have an executive session. So just so folks are aware of the ebb and flow throughout the day.
Thank you. And anyone else with items to the agenda? If not, Casaria, please take the roll call to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova,
Aye.
and Commissioners Boyer and Jacobson have an excused absence.
So with that, the agenda is approved. And I would like to welcome Mayor of Lincoln City, Mayor Susan Waukee. A little introduction. Susan is a Pacific Northwesterner, first living in the Puget Sound area, then moving to Oregon in the 5th grade. After high school and college in Oregon, she moved to Germany, where she worked for the Department of Defense Schools. After returning to Oregon, she started working as a legal secretary. One position she has held was with the Catslip County Planning Department. She spent many years working for land use attorneys before retiring. Susan has lived in North Lincoln County for over 30 years, raised her 2 daughters here. She has 3 grandchildren and is happy that one grandson lives here in Lincoln County. Susan served for 4 years on the Lincoln City Council, and she was elected as mayor a year and a half ago to fill an unexpired term and has enjoyed it so much that she decided to run again. She was recently reelected to serve a full 4-year term as Lincoln City's mayor. And I understand you have a few words you'd like to say. Please be welcome.
Yes, I wrote that introduction prior to the election. So luckily that didn't jinx the election. Good morning and welcome to the Lincoln City area. I'm the mayor of Lincoln City, one of 2 incorporated cities at the north end of Lincoln County. This beautiful city, this beautiful facility here, Benai Birth Camp, is located in Lincoln City's UGB across the lake from most of the city. I want to share a little bit of Lincoln City history with you. While most cities can point to where their history began, Lincoln City has many beginnings because as communities on the Central Oregon coast became organized as cities, there were 7 communities along the 7 miles of coastline where Lincoln City is now. If we could place a plaque where Lincoln City started, it would be on a sewer pipe. First, Waukoma became part of Ocean Lake. Then the 5 communities of Ocean Lake, D Lake, Nelscott, Taft, and Cutler City realized that they needed a sewer system to serve the entire area. Each of these communities were proud of their historic independence, yet desperately in need of sewage treatment. It took 3 votes for the citizens to finally allow the creation of the new city. But what to name this new city? None of the cities wanted to adopt the name of one of the other cities. Local school children submitted entries to the local paper. The local Chamber of Commerce used the tagline 20 Miracle Miles. So 2 of the suggested names were Miracle Beach and Miracle City. Other choices were Surfland and Holiday Beach. Since we are located in Lincoln County, another choice was Lincoln City. Not Lincoln, as in Nebraska, but Lincoln City. The name that was chosen in the newspaper ballot was Surfland, but the leaders of the communities decided that that wasn't sophisticated enough. And Lincoln City was formed on March 3rd, 1965. About 20 years ago, we annexed the community of Rhodes End at the north end of Lincoln City. So now we are a city of over 10,000 permanent residents, located on the 45th parallel, halfway between the North Pole and the equator. So welcome. I hope you will enjoy your time here. And of course, we hope you will return again and again to discover all we have to offer. And I hope you have a good day, and I will see you tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for joining us. I just try to think, well, how different would it be if it was called Surfland? I'm from Florida, South Florida, so that appeals to me. Yeah. Sorry, I was enjoying that. So a reminder that agenda item number 11 is public comment is scheduled for Friday at 9:30 a.m. for comments on topics not scheduled elsewhere in the agenda. And while we can take comments remotely, the public will not see the comments live streamed given our limitations here. They will see the recorded version when it gets posted online. So this will be different than our typical meeting. And with that, we're going to do introductions of the commissioners. This intro is just stating your name and what region you represent. Later on in, I think, the next agenda, we're actually say a few more words about our regions. And then after we introduce ourselves, we want to follow and ask the DLCD staff and invited guests to introduce themselves. And the idea is that we all kind of get to know everybody in the room. So maybe we'll start at the end.
Okay, hi. So Commissioner Sandoval, Gerard Sandoval, professor in the Department of Planning, Public Policy and Management at the University of Oregon. I'm also the Vice President of the U.S. Senate, and I represent the Willamette Valley.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stuart Warren. I'm representing Southern Oregon and also from Southern Oregon. And yeah.
Thanks, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner Alan Lazo. I'm the Executive Director at the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, and I represent the Portland metropolitan area.
Good morning. My name is Nick Lelak. I'm the County Administrator for Deschutes County. I live in Bend and I represent Eastern Oregon. And I always like to point out that that's 18 counties on the other sides of the Cascades.
My name is Aniele Halova, and I represent the Portland area. I'm a real estate developer. My company is called Adre, and I'm also on the U.S. Green Building Council.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
Good morning. Here's the live mic. Good morning. I'm Steve Shipsey. I'm from the Department of Justice, and counsel to the commission and the department, and not to outdo Commissioner Lilac, but I represent 36 counties.
So maybe we'll start this here, and then maybe each row, we'll go row by row, starting from this side to that side.
Hi there, David Michael, IT support for the commission meetings.
Howard, Community Services Division Manager.
Katie Carney, Communications Manager and Policy. And staff liaison to the CIA. Jan Guerrero, I am the Executive Assistant to the Director of the Commission. Amanda McNabb, and I am support for administrative support for the Oregon Coastal Management Program and assistant. Here for Oregon 3 HR Manager for the LCD.
Good morning, I'm Brett Estes, and I am the North Coast Regional Representative.
Alexis Biddle, 4 days into being legislative and policy.
Can't turn back now. Matt Crawl, Planning Services Division Manager, which includes our transportation and land use group, our natural hazards mitigation planning group, and then our property rights planning.
Yeah, Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor, DLCD.
Claire Domsky, South Colino Rep. Night Grade, the Coastal Policy Specialist for DLCD.
Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon, and so far the only person here. Thank goodness that COVID is hopefully mostly over, so I can continue to come back and watch this commission do its work.
Good morning, Maddie Bunyan saying that housing fund. Hi, Kate Roman, housing policy analyst. And
Ethan Stuckmeyer, Senior Planner of Housing Programs.
Exciting. I didn't realize like most everybody was in the audience because we have some new people. Nice. Thank you. Now we want to turn over to the next agenda item, number 2, Director's Report. Director Bateman will provide an update on recent matters concerning the department.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department. I would like to point out that we also have staff on the screen. And so while many of them we will introduce as part of our new staff roster here in just a moment. I see, and at least for us on the top right, Brady Bunch Square there, we had our Deputy Director, Kirsten Green, who will be joining us remotely for the duration of the meeting, as well as some speakers who will be joining us for each agenda item. So let's see, we've got, I'm hoping, I can't actually see who's on the screen right at the moment, but we've got a number of promotions and news folks that are joining us. You may have noticed just from introductions in the crowd that we are bringing on quite a few talented new staff that we're very excited about to round out the work that we do here at the department. We've got a lot of expertise that we are infusing into our work. And I'm so excited to gather and introduce some of those folks this morning. So let's see, the first person that I wanted to point to, if she would be willing to turn on her camera, is Rochelle Corbo. And we had introduced her to you in our last meeting, taking on the role of interim CFO for us, our Administrative Services Division Manager. And Rochelle has agreed to actually stay on in that role at least through legislative session, which is a great favor to us. And then we'll revisit and take it from there. But I just wanted to point out at this point, I already haven't given you her bio in the previous meeting, that Rochelle is already doing great work in this role. She held a briefing, a budget 101 for all staff at our all staff meeting. I think it was last week. I've lost track now. I've never seen such a clear, funny, engaging budget presentation in my whole life. She had people rolling in the aisles and super engaged. And we're just so excited to have her in this role. She's already been picking out things that could be, improved or more efficient or more clear for staff and leadership. So I wanted to thank Rochelle for doing that, and particularly for sharing that gift and that message with all staff. I've never seen a CFO do that before with the entire staff. So it was well received, and we're very proud of her. Thank you, Rochelle, for joining us. Would you, if you would like to debate any of those points that I just made, you are feel free to come off mute and say a few words.
I just think the funniest budget presentation is low bar, so. Appreciate that one. Thank you.
And you can see the humor I'm talking about there. We're so happy to have her. Thank you, Rochelle. The other person we wanted to specifically note here that has joined our staff and gave us just brief intro a few moments ago is Jan Guerrero, who's here in the room with us and observing for today, but in future meetings, she'll be rushing around and really handling many of the logistics. But she's just joined us here in the last couple of weeks, and she comes to us from Oregon Employment Department, where she most recently served as a human resources assistant, and then prior to that served as a business and employment specialist, bilingual business and employment specialist with Employment Department. So Jan, I don't know if you want to take the microphone and say a few words of hello, or what your preference and style is. We can go either way.
Hi, I'm really happy to be here. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to give me a phone call, whatever works for you. I really don't have a preference, but it is incredible to be in this room with such brilliant minds. So I am honored to be here.
Very good. Thank you, Jan. Welcome. The other person who is in the room with us is Alexis Biddle, who also just introduced himself a moment ago. He's our new legislative and policy coordinator, now 4 days on the job, if I've got that correct. And Alexis was with me yesterday at the AOC annual conference and already representing the department quite well. He comes to us from Thousand Friends, where he served as the community program director and staff attorney, and has also served in roles at DKS Associates, at Department of Transportation, City of Eugene, and the Sustainable Cities Institute. He graduated from U of O with a master's in community and regional planning, and also a law degree. You want to say a few words for us, Alexis?
Sure. Thank you. And good day, Commission. I just want to say I'm thrilled to be here. I'm excited to be the eyes, ears, and sometimes voice at the legislature for the Commission. I'll say that land use is my calling. I really find it's part of like who I am, and I'm excited to take in all the input and be as good of a listener as I possibly can be. And I'm always welcoming feedback and looking forward to working together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexis. Alexis has a lot of experience and also networks already in this area, and we look forward to working with him. In our coastal division, I'm looking at you, Meg. I'm going to have you come up as well. Promoting to coastal policy specialist is Meg Reed, who has been our coastal shores specialist since 2016. She's advised local governments and state agencies when it comes to coastal development in relation to hazards, climate change, and the requirements of goals 7, 17, and 18. And you will probably remember from our last meeting, she led a goal 18 rulemaking all the way through to adoption. We're so excited to have her in this new position.
Thank you, Director Bateman, and good to see you all again, commissioners. Yeah, I'm just really excited for this new opportunity, excited to work across all of Oregon's coastal zone and to work more broadly across the department and with more stakeholders in this new position. So thank you very much. I'll look forward to working with you more.
We're going to have you stay there and introduce, because you have a Sea Grant fellow, don't you?
Yes.
And I think she's on the line.
Yes.
Alyssa.
Yeah, so Alyssa Connolly Randazzo is our current Oregon Sea Grant Natural Resource Policy Fellow. She joined us in the beginning of October and will be here for a year. And she's just a recent grad of Portland State University with a master's. And she did a project on invasive green crabs, and she's working with us on a project on Oregon's beaches and dunes to sort of highlight their unique ecology, history, and future across the landscape, and try to get more of that into the vocabulary of our residents and tourists. So I'll let her say a little bit more if she wants.
Yes, thank you very much. At the moment, I'm helping to manage all the platforms in which the King Tides project is being advocated for the community. So I'll be making sure that those platforms become more inclusive and user-friendly for people, as well as working on projects to help different community members to better understand Oregon's unique beaches and dunes and how they may be able to interact or assist them to continue to be sustainable. And I look forward to this next year working along with DLCD.
Thank you. Welcome. And let's see, last in our lineup. And so somebody feel free to send me a text or let me know if I've missed anyone, but I have in our community services division, Thea Croman, who's also here in the room with us and said a few words of welcome this morning. Feel free to come on up. Thea started November 1st as a department's housing and policy analyst and comes to us from the University of Oregon, where she's been a consultant for the Institute for Policy Research and Engagement for the last 9 months. Prior to that, she was the assistant director for the Wayne Morse Center for Law and Politics. She has a bachelor's degree in sociology from Mills College and a master's degree in mass communication from the University of Oregon. And she's also part of U of O's community and regional planning program. Welcome, Thea. You want to say a few words?
Thank you. And hi, Chair Halova and commissioners. It's really a pleasure to be here. Just want to say I've been circling these planning issues and policy issues, particularly around housing, for a long time. And I'm really delighted to be in a position to help make change at this sort of critical moment. So thanks for the warm welcome.
Welcome. Have I missed anyone? I'll invite folks who are on the screen to just chime in, pipe up at this point if I've missed a welcome. I don't think so. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Well, I wanted to update commissioners just a little bit on my continued being out and about. And I've seen many of you as I've been out on the landscape. And so I think you can confirm some of the things that I have on my list, but just wanted to let you know, since the commission last met, many of our staff members attended the annual Tribal Summit in Florence. Our delegation was led by Deputy Director Green, and she had several folks who were there with her in the room, including Way Radomski and I think Kyle Byers. And maybe there might have been one more person as well. But we were well represented in a day-long conversation with the state's 9 federally recognized tribes. I had to miss it, unfortunately, for jury duty. But we were well represented. And we've also had a chance to connect with various groups along the way. The department hosted its annual student planning day for the first time in a couple of years, several weeks ago, featuring students from both U of O and PSU that got to come together, meet each other, and also meet staff in a day-long series of briefings and conversations, and just to kind of get to dabble a little bit in what the day-to-day life looks like at the department. It was, I have to say, so energizing to be in the room with the students who were asking great questions, who were very creative, and who were very engaged and already informed about the things that are going on. I was greatly energized and have to say walked away quite optimistic for the future to be in a room with all those students. So those programs are alive and well. We managed to reconnect with them along the way. I was also at the Oregon Infrastructure Summit in Bend, where I got to share the stage with Ben Duncan from Kearns and West and talk a little bit about equity and what it means to lift up some voices that have traditionally not been at the table when it comes to not only planning, but engineering, some of the hard sciences, and some of the fundamental assumptions that we can go back and revisit in those industries when it comes to who we've been talking with, who's had a voice and who should have a voice in the future. So that was a really fun session, and we actually got to do some hands-on work with the audience as part of that as well. From there, I went to the Oregon APA annual conference in Pendleton, where I had a chance to keynote the event along with Lauren Driscoll, who was in town from National APA and brought some national perspectives with her to the stage. There was an incredible series of field trips and workshops and panels where our staff was well represented. You would have been very proud of them, the expertise that they brought to that conference, and it was time well spent. And then just yesterday, several of us were at the AOC Association of Oregon Counties conference in Eugene, which also brought together, I think, some folks for the first time in a long time. Lots of agencies were represented, as well as the counties, both the electeds and the staff. And I had some incredible conversations as part of that event. So just wanted to let you know that the meet and greets continue, the learning continues, it will never stop. And while I was cornered and got an earful a couple of times from some dear friends, it was nothing personal, and it was information that I needed to hear. So it was good. Coming up, just so you know, what we're planning, we actually are trying to instate, maybe reinstate or establish for the first time, I'm not sure what the tradition is, an orientation, a bit of an orientation for our new staff. We have so many new staff. And so we're trying to do something at the director and executive team level where we encourage folks to get involved in some of our committees and goings on at the agency, but also give them a little bit of a grounding in terms of welcome to this agency, welcome to public service, welcome to the executive branch. Here's what that means. And so we'll be doing that in December with our newest employees and hope to continue that quarterly moving forward. So we can just get folks a little bit better onboarded to the broader context of who we are and how we operate. And then I'll have a series of meet and greets on the South Coast in December that Wade Radomski is putting together, and Lisa Phipps and the coastal team. And then finally, I just wanted to point out for you that the annual Oregon Leadership Summit is taking place at the Portland Convention Center on December 12th. Several members of the executive team will be going to that, and chair and vice chair. I'm not sure if that's something that you have traditionally gone to, if you're interested in going to, but I think we can probably sponsor, one or two more slots for that if that's something that you'd like to do. It's a who's who of electeds and senior staff at all levels of government that will be at that event. Let's see. We've got a commission schedule, although I think we take that up during commission business, so I will skip over that for now. And then I suppose it is worth commenting on the lay of the land post-election. Should I probably say a little something about that? And just to say, I think the vote counts are generally in, at least at the senior most levels. I know there are still several races that are yet to be decided, but at the governor's level, we have certainty of our governor-elect. And so I think what that means, at least for this commission, is that I think you are all well positioned, in my view anyway, to keep your seats, particularly with regard to the housing work that this commission has been doing. I think there's some alignment there, and I believe you're well positioned, which means I am well positioned moving forward, which means my staff is well positioned moving forward. So that's about the level of certainty that we think we have. And there are many transition details still to be put in place in terms of who and what priorities and how that will be reflected ultimately in the governor's budget. But I think the direction we've been going and some of the big outlines and framework that we have put in place will continue to hold in my prediction. So I will pause there, see if there's any question or thought at this point. Commissioners. Okay. Very good. And so just a couple more updates. One is on the fiscal piece, and we've already introduced Rochelle to you, Rochelle Corbo, as our interim CFO. She and Palmer Mason and I went over to Department of Administrative Services not too long ago to defend our agency request budget in front of our analyst. It's called a DAS analyst, and all of the fiscal folks over there in that shop, and governors, policy advisors, and a couple of IT and HR people were in the room too. And so it was basically a very short amount of time in which we got a chance to tell our story, who we are, what we do, what our priorities and values are, why we constructed our proposed budget the way we did, and gave them updates on recent rulemakings that you've had, the need to pass through monies to our local partners, the need to keep some of our high profile programs going, if not grow them. And so it was a really good conversation, pretty open and flowing. And they absorbed all of that, and we'll turn around and hand that to Governor-elect to feed into a governor's budget that should come out on February 1st. So it was they took it easy on me as a newbie. It was a good conversation, and it was time well spent. In terms of legislative updates, you'll hear about many of the components that we are sending over to the legislature today and tomorrow in your meetings, but we did submit the wildfire recommendations to the legislature on time by the October 1 due date. And then after this meeting, based on your approvals and your action items, the plan is to send in our housing, the ONA, Oregon Housing Needs Assessment recommendations, and the farm forest reports over to the legislature as well and meet those deadlines. In terms of the legislative calendar, there are legislative days coming up early December 7, 8, and 9. We assume that we'll be on tap to present at least the housing or maybe the CFEC rules and history before the House Committee on Agriculture, Land and Water. And then the legislative session, the formal session itself will begin on January 17th. And they have a constitutional sine die of June 25th. So that's the biggest range that we know we'll see, January 17 to June 25. And as usual, we can expect that we'll be in front of the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Natural Resources presenting our budget probably early. We usually go very early in the cycle. Last time we were actually presenting on President's Day. So we'll see when in February they call us forward to provide our budget briefing. Let's see a couple of other things that I just wanted to point out, and these are noted in your report, so I won't dwell too long on them, but we have finished distributing or finished awarding the TGM awards with our partners over at Department of Transportation, and recently awarded $2.5 million to 11 cities and counties out of 21 total applications. That was a nice, strong showing. We were very pleased with that. And then I just wanted to point out to you in the director's report, if you haven't already seen it, there's a nice litany of bullets in there and in terms of recent urban growth boundary expansion updates that we've undertaken, that Gordon wrote that piece for us, and just wanted to demonstrate several examples of the adjustments that we've made, of all of the activity going on in this space, that this is actually a live breathing program that works, that people are using, that we are very heavily engaged in, and that, let's see, we ran some statistics on our post-acknowledgement plan amendments database and found almost 28,000 PAPAs or amendments that we've undertaken and approved and processed in the last, that we've processed in the last 35 years since 1987, averaging about 800 of those per year for the last 35 years. So we wanted to point this out as we're working on statistics like this for our Ways and Means presentation, to be able to demonstrate to legislators, decision makers, and the public how live and real this program is and how active we all are in this space. This is not something out of history. This is something that we have in place that is working today. And on that note, we've been doing a lot of talking about the 50th anniversary with our stakeholders and our partners. The survey that we've discussed before remains open on our website front page, just under our opening banner there. And we've only received about 25 responses so far, but we have not placed it on GovDelivery and really advertised it yet. We were just kind of doing a soft launch and making sure it worked. So we've gotten some responses already, but we'll be doing a bigger push this fall and into next year. And as a reminder, this is a survey that asks folks, anyone in the public can participate, and it asks them, what things should we be celebrating at 50 years and what challenges remain that we should be emphasizing or focused on going forward. We are working on our Save the Date postcard for our big celebration event, which will be May 24th in Salem. We have a preliminary reservation on the Capitol Mall in front of the Capitol building. If you've seen the Capitol recently, you'll know it's under construction. I'm not sure it'll be the prettiest backdrop, but hopefully they'll have everything done by legislative session, definitely by later in the spring. And we hope to be on that green space that's in front of the Capitol for our celebrations. So you'll be getting that notice here before the end of the calendar year. Some partners have asked for smaller regional events as well. So we're looking into that. And then we have a variety of products that staff is working on, including a little history of the land use planning system. We're working on a storyboard and some things that just go back and document what we've done, who we are, where we hope to head. And we're building out our oral history project as well. So with that, I think the big piece that remains on my list are some updates with regard to the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. We committed to coming back to you on a regular basis with updates to share what we're hearing, to provide recommendations for next steps in implementation and that might involve you. So we just wanted to provide some of those updates today. Staff is continuing to develop guidance documents for communities. They're continuing to hold office hours, which folks are attending and making use of, asking questions, getting advice, some back and forth there. Continuing to hold staff level meetings. Just wanted to note for you that the governor's office continues to hear about concerns from local communities, particularly a handful of cities. And recently got some questions about four or five cases in cities that had very specific questions with regard to ADA related parking, some of the parking rules that are in there, parking near transit, a lot of parking questions actually. And of course, continued calls for home rule and local control. So there are several cases for which we have some specific technical responses. And so we're putting together a letter for the governor's office to respond to that. We've got some ideas there. And we're also putting together for your purposes a list of things that probably need to be either clarified or modified to make things a little better. And it's interesting because the solutions that we're coming up with or thinking of will land in a number of different venues. So it's not just adjusting rules. Some of them may be statutory fixes. Some of them may be best relayed through guidance documents. So just to provide some clarity or some ideas to local governments about how to implement. So there will be a raft of different venues in which we may want to make adjustments, and we'll bring you that list and our recommendations early in 2023 as we continue talking to our partners in local jurisdictions. So we've got some ideas there. And at the same time, we're also hearing good feedback. When we were at Oregon APA in Pendleton a couple of weeks ago, we heard a couple of case studies and had a couple of hallway conversations from implementing jurisdictions that are actually very excited about this and are doing great and have really put their creativity to work and had good things to say. So I wanted to relay that to you as well. I think we're on a good roll, and we'll have some thoughts for you early next year. And then late breaking news, just this week, we actually signed two letters that I think are pretty important. One was a 6-month extension for the city of Eugene related to parking. So they did ask for an extension with regard to some of those rules. You know, we'd put that option out there. In fact, they're taking advantage of it, and we processed and approved that for them just this week. And then we also signed an exemption. Actually, it's not a permanent exemption. It's a 10-year exemption for city of Rogue River, and also related to parking. And this one was for parking near transit. So we've gotten some requests for relief, and we've processed and approved those. I just wanted to let you know that thank you for having that option in there because folks are making use of it. Let's see. And I think I'm going to leave that there. We've got folks on the line that can take any questions that you might have of a technical nature, but just wanted to see what you're hearing and if you have any questions for us with regard to the CFEC implementation. Commissioners?
Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair Harlova, and thanks, Director Bateman, for that update. On CFEC, I'm wondering if you could characterize for us kind of how you all, what speed you all are proceeding on implementation of CFEC. Obviously there's a need for speed, but there are also challenges out there and other pieces that might be barriers at some point. And so is there any reason for us to think that we need to operate at a different speed based on what's out there, including the conversations with the governor-elect and their position on the rules? So anything that is of concern to you all that might relate to things that might come back to us or the speed at which we're operating?
A couple thoughts on that. One is that, of course, the timelines that we're talking about are set in the rules. And so without further action from the commission, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room for us, although folks can come back in many of these cases, not all of them, but for many of these components, they can come back and ask for extensions, or the smaller cities can ask for exemptions altogether. And so that's kind of a pressure valve, or, you know, a way to respond to some of that. I did want to note as well and give kudos to Kevin, because I'm seeing him on the screen here. Kevin Young actually represented the department on Think Out Loud a week ago on OPB. I don't know if you had a chance to catch it or not. He did a really nice job of summarizing very succinctly what these rules are, what they aren't, the sort of deregulatory nature of them when it comes to the city's relationship with developers, and did a nice job of kind of laying out with more clarity in layman's terms what these are. So I just wanted to give him kudos for being on the radio. That's a brave thing to do. Thank you, Kevin. But Kevin and our other folks that are on the line, if you have further response to Commissioner Lazo's question about timing and how we're feeling about the pace, feel free to jump in on that as well.
Director Bateman, I think you covered it well. I mean, we do have some firm timelines in the rules, but there is quite a bit of flexibility, and we are continuing to engage with local governments and work through that with the time extension requests or the limited duration exemption process. So thank you for putting that flexibility into the rules. I think that's appreciated.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you. Can you provide us with an example of some of the positive feedback, related to the rules? We hear so much about and I'm actually hearing directly from constituents about the issues with it. I just want to hear a little bit more about the positive feedback we've been getting.
We've heard in a couple of cases, and staff, feel free to jump in here as well, about folks who were really waiting for permission to do some of this work, and where, for instance, with some of the parking or releasing of the parking mandates, where some folks have said this really provides some of the basis that we needed or that we were waiting for, and have jumped in wholeheartedly. And instead of removing those mandates, in some places, or they've just wholeheartedly removed it across the city, across the entire geography. And so, yeah, we've got a couple of folks who have said, thank you. This has been a long time coming, because we actually needed this as our sort of launch pad or our anchor to get this work done. But I think staff has been more in contact at the staff level with other jurisdictions. If you've got success stories or benefits that you've heard about that you want to share, feel free to come off mute.
Sure, I'd be happy to give a couple of examples. Really, I think as Director Bateman noted, the recent Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association conference in Pendleton, we had a number of sessions on the climate-friendly and equitable communities rules, which were really, really positive. I was really pleasantly surprised, to be quite honest. I was on one panel with staff from City of Bend and City of Salem talking about climate-friendly areas, and it was really wonderful to hear how that work is kind of consistent with some of the work both communities have been doing, and how they're thinking about sort of integrating those requirements into the bigger picture of GHG reduction, as well as just doing good planning. So that was encouraging. Another panel I sat in on was actually a group of urban designers who were looking at wow, these new rules enable us to do really different things and to use land more efficiently in certain contexts. So a couple exciting examples. Looks like maybe Evan has some other things to share.
The other large set of groups who've been pretty excited have been builders of housing and affordable housing developers. I've gotten several calls from people who are very excited about the potential to actually get things built, desperately needed housing, especially for on the affordability side. So that's another constituency that's been thrilled. more or less, in the phone calls I've had with them.
Others? I did also want to note that one of the questions we've gotten that's really interesting was sort of how does all of the parking, how do the parking mandates fit with or accommodate ADA requirements, and how does that work? And so we've been trying to remind folks that, you know, the developers themselves, if they know their market and they know what some of the local needs might be, they're certainly always welcome to provide ADA parking, even if no other. And if they do provide parking, there's a percentage that must be dedicated to ADA. So that piece is always in there. And actually those formulas in terms of what percentage of the parking must be ADA, those live in the building code statutes. And so that's why I was talking a little bit earlier about some of these things, if we want to clarify or pursue them at all, may actually reside in statute, and it may actually reside in other agency statutes. So we may have some additional work and outreach to do along the way. We can't get to some of this stuff just by this commission's rulemaking, but we're collecting those stories and questions, and we're looking forward to partnering with our sister agencies and see what pieces we can clarify or pursue in the future.
And I was going to say, a lot of people don't know that you can take street parking and write some sort of application in the city and make that into ADA parking in front of your building also. So I've done that before.
Okay.
So there's another option.
Good. I believe that's all I have.
Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you, Chair. And I would just offer that the city of Bend, consistent with what Kevin just stated, the city of Bend is taking the entire climate-friendly and equitable communities framework and determining how they can incorporate it throughout all of their city council goals for this year and going forward. They've really embraced the entire concept from certainly the greenhouse gas reduction, climate, housing, equity, everything. So they're really taking the program and incorporating it into a lot of city rules and policies going forward.
And I was going to say, I think the staff did an amazing job. A lot of it doing with the community outreach with regard to thinking about ahead of time, all the things that might come up and all the details. But I think you have to go through a process, right, to find out actually what are the things. And what I like from what I've heard is that we have the flexibility in there to address those. And it's almost like a mystery which ones will come up versus the ones that people might have predicted would come up. And I feel like we saw that in the housing rules. And I was pleasantly surprised there, and also not surprised, actually. It was baked into the system. And in this case also, I mean, it's nice to see that work itself out. So that sounds good so far.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank staff who I know have been at this table for a very long time. And, you know, when the rules were adopted, folks might have said, whoo, glad that's over. No, that was just the beginning. And staff has stayed at the table in these conversations with their creativity and their expertise, moving us forward into implementation. I just wanted to thank them for ongoing persistence and patience with all of this. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Bateman.
Chair, can I make just a quick comment?
Commissioner Warren.
It's great to hear the things that, you know, Kevin brought up, that people are actually embracing these rules and actually seeing how well they are working. And I just want to point out a couple of things that I heard that I think we really should be driving home is this concept of efficient use of land. And really, you know, a lot of the arguments we're hearing against our urban growth boundary restrictions, if you want to call them that, is that it drives up the cost of land. But if we can efficiently use our land more than we have been in the past, we can really help to introduce more affordable housing and increase our densities in our cities to make them function more properly. And also, I really want to drive home the parking mandates. The removing of a parking mandate does not mean we're not going to be building parking at all. In fact, it allows people to build whatever they want to build, whether that's 0 or 100 spaces. They're still allowed to do that. And I really would just love to see us continue to drive that point home, because I don't think it's being necessarily captured by most of our audience. They hear, you know, removing a parking mandates and they think, oh, no more parking. And that's just really not what we're going to see. I mean, affordable housing developers are still going to be building parking. They're just not going to have to build absorbent amount of it anymore. So, thank you. And also just big thanks to staff. I mean, I'm hearing from folks down in Southern Oregon that how great staff has been to work through these issues. And they're just really thankful for the technical assistance, especially.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Warren. So next, we have agenda item number 3, commission business, and we were going to begin that with commissioners sharing observations from their represented regions. So I think when we share, remind us what region you're from, and tell us about some of your observations from this time period in 2022. I'm going to go with Vice Chair first.
Thank you, Chair. To recap, I represent Eastern Oregon, including Central Oregon. And so the issues that I've heard, and so we're just going to start with the big picture topics for a couple of minutes, as I recall. I reached out to planning directors, county planning directors across our region, and the number one issue by far is housing supply, the shortage, and then there's some interest in more rural housing opportunities in some counties. And so housing being by far the number one topic. Homelessness, houselessness, and what the impacts are. We're seeing a lot of people living in RVs, either in permitted situations, or many are unpermitted, which then become code enforcement issues, et cetera. And a lot of local governments are taking a light touch on code enforcement if wastewater is being treated, it's not in a sensitive area, things of that nature. So homelessness, houselessness, big. Wildfire and the uncertainty over the state's implementation of Senate Bill 762, just still not knowing what the map's going to be, what the standards are going to be, and how or when do they staff up for that? What does it mean for rural property owners? Water quality and quantity issues, and particularly in Morrow County, as we've heard, that's been featured quite a bit. The county I represent, but it's a big issue with one of the fastest growing counties in the country. Our county is updating the comprehensive plan, the 2040 comprehensive plan. Another big land use issue in the county I represent, and I relied on my staff for these, their perspectives. I'm of course aware of them, is that Deschutes County is attempting just at the very beginning of the process to site a new landfill. Well, it'll be the first time in 25 years that any local government in Oregon has attempted to site a new landfill, and that's going to be a very, very large undertaking. The drought and just the associated impacts from failing wells, landowners wanting to allow or aiming to allow different types of uses of their property, but having limitations that they experience with a lack or limited water quality. Traffic safety on Highway 97, of course, the parallel for those that aren't familiar with our region, it's the parallel to I-5. Just traffic safety. There's a lot of issues with that. And then there's a question, is there a potential moratorium on new travel lanes on that corridor? So a very big one. Increasing solar projects and issues with that, fiber optics, and then inadequate access to rural subdivisions. So that's a snapshot of some of the issues that I heard from planning directors across our region. Anything else?
I think that covers the state. No, that's great. That's great. Commissioner Lazo, it gave me a lot to think about. I'm thinking about a lot of stuff now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Alan Lazo. I represent the Portland metropolitan region, and I think that the notes I wrote down are really similar, I think, to what you said, Vice Chair, and as you said, Chair Holova, I think it really represents the state. Without a doubt, the housing affordability crisis across our state, and particularly in a place like Portland, is really exacerbated, and especially in places where demand so greatly outstrips supply. The other thing I would recognize in representing the Portland metropolitan region is that we know that the Portland metropolitan region has both its unique challenges and unique perspectives on the work that we do, but also has many shared opportunities that we share with the state. And I think that you just pointed out, not only are our challenges the same, but a lot of the areas are the same. I think even when we talk about housing and folks experiencing houselessness, they might look very different in Portland versus other in Eastern Oregon. But I think we share the same values about wanting to make sure we're creating that access to opportunity for every single person in our state. And the work that we do here can really help drive that. And I think, again, that doesn't, I don't think that that part of our shared values shifts whether or not we represent 13 counties or 2 million people, if we want to go by population by share. So it really, again, I think the issues tend to be very similar. The way we come to them and what they look like on the ground in our regions are very different. And I think this is a place where, with the assistance of staff, we continue to work out those issues and I appreciate that those opportunities to do that and recognize that that's the work that we have in front of us. Again, I think the issues are very much the same. I think we share values, but our perspectives and the way the solutions we need can vary and vary by scale. So,
Thank you. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, so same thing in Southern Oregon as Bend and metropolitan area. It's ironic. I wrote down what I was going to say, but you captured it perfectly for the most part. Southern Oregon still continues to work on wildfire recovery. Last I heard, there's still close to 140 households sheltering in temporary shelters. City Phoenix just broke ground. Well, they demolished their old building, but now is starting to build a new shared city hall, police station, and fire station. It's kind of this awesome partnership with the Jackson County Fire and Rescue down there. We're really looking forward to that. It's going to help, I think, move Phoenix into a new era of development. Speaking of development, Medford continues both mixed use, single family, and capital A affordable housing development. They are seeing the actual applications slow down now, though, mostly because of interest rates. Developers just aren't willing to put the money out there right now. On the wildfire mitigation front, which is a huge part of what's happening in Jackson County, especially, and Josephine County for that matter right now, the Ashland Forest Resiliency Project continues to set, I would say, a very high bar for how we adapt to a wildfire landscape, our changing wildfire landscape. They're really working on and reintroducing prescribed fire to the landscape. And as part of that effort, Jackson County's creating their first community response plan. Community response plans are fairly new to Oregon. They came out of the Oregon Smoke Management Plan. What those plans really seek to do is help the community adapt to the increased amount of wildfire smoke and hopefully the additional smoke from prescribed fire operations. There's a big project planned right now for just south of Jacksonville. It's called the West Bear Project. It's about 1,000 acres of prescribed burning operations, which is a really interesting thing to see because this project will be fairly close to communities. And so there's going to be a lot of concern from the public. So them creating this new plan right now has really been a great opportunity for them to, especially Jackson County, to engage with the prescribed fire managers and get kind of a plan put in place for how do we communicate with the communities about expected smoke intrusions in the valley and how do we protect ourselves from that. Yeah, I talked a little bit with the City of Medford planning director, and they are doing well, he said, with the implementation of CFEC, climate friendly equitable communities right now. They have some concerns around the parking issues, especially along their primary their public transportation corridors, but I think they'll be able to find a way forward through that.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, so I represent the Willamette Valley. So I'll focus my comments on what my constituents have called to my attention directly. And so, yeah, a lot of anxieties around climate friendly and equitable communities implementation. Particular city is really pushing hard against that in the Willamette Valley. But something that really kind of called my attention was I received some good feedback from a rural town that is pretty isolated, and so the issue there was really about kind of multi-mode infrastructure, because they felt that they're an isolated city, and that isolation kind of breeds auto dependency, and so they were really concerned about the efforts that we're trying to do around that, but also concerned about advisory committees. Felt that we weren't really representing the voices in their community. And yeah, so that was that's about it.
Thank you. And so Aniela Halova, and I represent the Portland area. And most of the comments I wrote down are not land use comments, but people, they're affected by land use. People think that they're land use, that they're in the mix. How about that? And so one of them is the speed of permits and permitting, slowing down development, specifically housing. Another one it is related to land use, but and not is housing, affordable housing, specifically for those experiencing homelessness. And then the next one, which later on, maybe in the commission business, I'll talk about, because I went to 2 conferences, the ULI conference in Greenbelt, and it was really nice to be kind of in the national setting and then see what everybody else is talking about. And it's very similar to everything that we're talking about. So this is one that was talked a lot about in ULI. And also then immediately there was like an article in the paper in Portland about the same topic, which was about office conversion to residential and the role of a city zoning, whatever it is, building codes to promote that potentially, or like what's the future of the kind of vacant office space. So I think that's another topic. And then I think just kind of floating out there in different forms is how to leverage federal dollars. Like there's a lot of money coming in and kind of in the climate change area. And we're getting a lot of mass timber money, and so I think a lot of folks locally in the foundation world and otherwise are trying to be like, how do we, the federal government a lot of times is really hard to interact with regard to like small business, and even given where we are in Oregon, and how can certain institutions help kind of be the filter for that funding down to the local level. So that's one thing I've been promoting too in our relationship, is how do we maximize all of our efforts, specifically in relation to the federal government funding. So I think that's it for ours. So I want to welcome, thank you, commissioners, for sharing these different ideas and thoughts from our different regions. I want to welcome Rochelle Corbo with the Budget and Management Report as a part of our commission business. And then after that, we're going to have a report on the Citizen Involvement Committee from Sadie Carney. And then after that, the Local Officials Advisory Committee report from Deputy Director Green. So first, Rochelle Corbo. I think she's on the.
Hi, yeah, sorry. I had to get my connection reset, I guess. So thank you, Chair Halova and Vice Chair Lilac. I got to meet with him a couple weeks ago. And it's just a brief update. It's spelled out in the report, but we are in the process of looking at potential general fund savings for the biennium and applying those to other projects we can take on. So that has been going on for quite a few months now with the management group, and we're in a good position to not fully utilize every cent of general fund we get, but trying to get close to that. Dr. Bateman mentioned earlier we had our analyst recommendation meeting, and that went well. And usually the next step is the governor's recommended budget. Usually that comes out in December, but with a new governor, they're given to February 1st. So we're hoping that with Governor-elect Kotek, since she was so involved in recent legislative work, that maybe we'll get that a little bit before February 1st, as session starts January 17th this year. And the team is working pretty well. We're getting used to having a little bit less of the staffing with our manager gone, and I'm filling in for the interim. And we have our new lead accountant, Layla Kostovic, who is being trained and learning really fast. And I think she's going to be a fantastic addition to the team. So I don't think there's any other real big highlights to report on, but thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, we'll have Sadie with the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee report.
Thank you. For the record, Sadie Carney, Communications Manager, and oh, I got to come over here. Okay. think I see what's going on now. Where's the camera coming from? Anyway, okay. Join audio. Do not join audio. Don't join audio. Okay. For the record, Sadie Carney, Communications Manager and Policy Analyst with DLCD. I'm also the staff liaison to the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee. So Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commissioners. I'm going to start at the bottom of the CIAC section that's in your commission packet to talk about our recruitment. So last year, or maybe a little bit more than a year ago, we changed the CIAC bylaws to increase the membership to 10 people in hopes that we would get a more fully representative group and have kind of a larger body to work with. And I have to say that has been a thrilling success. We have a really great and very diverse group, and we are about to impanel our 10th member. And the reason we haven't had that member yet is because each congressional district is represented by one CIAC member, and then we have 4 at-large seats. So in January 2023, the new congressional district map will become effective in the state of Oregon. So we're recruiting for that seat right now. And then hopefully at your January meeting, you will take our Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee's recommendation and appoint a 10th member to that seat. And then we will have a fully impaneled CIAC. So that recruitment started this week. It's going to go on through, I want to say December 12th. And then we'll close it, give staff a little bit of time to process the applications. And then we'll have a special meeting of the CIAC on the 6th of January to review those applications, make their recommendations on a new member, and then we'll advance that to commissioners at the January meeting. So that is very exciting. And then kind of working backward through time, we had a special meeting on October 20th of this year to talk about our strategic planning efforts, and specifically strategic pillar 5. And you'll hear about that later in the meeting. I think it's at the end of the day tomorrow. But really great work. And strategic pillar 5 is focused on equitable community engagement, among other things. And so I think the CIAC offered us some really helpful and useful feedback. In specific, Vice Chair Jennifer Isola, who is indigenous to the Shoshone Paiute tribe on our tribal coordination. So really, really helpful inputs from that group. And they want to continue to be involved in our strategic planning effort and the feedback moving forward. And then finally, we had a regular meeting on November 4th, and I won't discuss the comments that they provided on our policy agenda in this item because I will be discussing them in the next item. But they did offer some fairly substantial comments. So if you saw that, I think it was provided to you in the supplemental. It's I think some good and inclusive comments on the policy agenda, but they're grateful for that opportunity. It sort of helps us meet our obligations to the public participation guidelines that the commission adopted and need to be revised, and we discussed at our last meeting. But they're a very thoughtful group, and so yeah, we'll have a special meeting on the 6th of January. That'll be our next meeting. And then hopefully we will have a joint meeting with LCDC and CIAC at your regular January meeting, where you'll have the opportunity to meet them in person should they choose to travel to the meeting. But we'll all be in Salem together for that one. So I'm hopeful it can work out. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Sadie. Next, we are going to have, I think we have on the line the LOAC, which is the Local Officials Advisory Committee Chair Rory Bielaski on the line, and Kristen may be speaking first.
Thank you, Chair Holova. We could take Vice Chair Bielaski is actually at a conference, so if we could take his comments on the policy agenda kind of right away, that'd be great. Then he could get back to his conference. But just a few updates generally on LOAC. We've been busy since reconstituting the group. Chair Nancy Wise, Commissioner with Benton County, and Councillor Bielaseski of City of West Lynn are the chair and vice chair now, respectively. So just thrilled about them stepping into leadership there. Like Sadie, we've been busy. The group met on September 12th, where they met on a number of policy issues, ONA, the housing, the wildfire, the policy option packages, a little bit on climate friendly and equitable communities. So much interest in climate friendly and equitable communities that we did actually have a special briefing at members' request on October 18th. I neglected to put that in my report. Sorry, everybody. And that was really informative. The CFEC team presented and just gave CIC members, LOAC members and leadership and kind of an overview of those rules and their implementation. Then we held a special meeting on November 7th for LOAC members to cohere their comments on the policy agenda, which if it is okay, we could just hear about that next. And next coming up, we have recruitments. We already had one vacancy due to a health issue of one of our city councilors. And then you might recall that LCDC approved a bylaw change here too to increase from 6 to 8 members. So we'll have filled the vacancy, 2 new members, and we're also watching the election results to because it does appear that LOAC needs to be constituted by sitting elected officials. So we're checking on all that and looking forward to having better communications with elected officials around the state is a priority of LOAC, which you'll hear. And then also looking toward a joint meeting with this body in 2023. So thank you. Wonderful group.
Thank you. I think we were going to hear from
Vice Chair.
Charlie.
Yes. First of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I can't be there in person. And thank you, Kirsten, for the introduction. Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the DLCD policy agenda. I'm traveling. I wish I could be at your meeting in person, and it's very cool. It's at the beach. Love Lincoln City. In our advisory capacity, LOAC members and the group wish to communicate the following recommendations on the policy agenda. These were established at a meeting that we had. We dedicated an hour to talk about it, and then we had to follow up to kind of cohere our comments. There's a memo in your packet, I think, that has these as well, in case you want to refer back to them down the line. So I'll just get started. And I'm Rory Bielostowski. I'm the council president for the City of West Lynn, and here in my capacity as the LOAC member. So priority 1 for us is please respect and uphold a healthy balance of local and state government and relationship in implementing the statewide land use planning program and policy agenda. And we ask that in your decisions, you present multiple pathways for local governments to implement new policy. We feel that local governments know how to best engage their communities. So we ask that you please refrain from being too prescriptive when you're making rule changes and implementing new policy. 2, please direct staff to research needs and advocate for additional comprehensive plan update funding for us. This stems really from the fact that many of our comprehensive plans, which are like the governing documents for our city land use policy, are out of date because of modernization of, ours from West Lynn is from, some of it dates back to the 90s. And especially with changes in state policy like middle housing and climate friendly rules that have come into place, we're really trying to catch up. And if the state would like us to implement major changes as local governments, we need to have the resources to update our plans, like especially our comprehensive plans accordingly. 3, ensure funding and time for local governments to implement new rules. Local governments have a lot of existing, more localized priorities in addition to processing new state rules. So please be mindful of those important local projects and priorities when establishing compliance timelines and issuing new policies. As an example, my city, West Lynn, had to put a lot of local planning priorities on hold for about 18 months when House Bill 2001 came along. Our planning director was always saying, we'll have to get to that in a year or next year. So just be mindful of that and ensure we have the resources to outsource to consultants, which has been helpful for us and for others. I've heard that on LOAC as well during our discussions. 4, LOAC members should review the draft charge and rules advisory committee draft list of interests for new rulemaking initiatives. To make comments. 5, please recognize the need for additional resources for local government staff, technical assistance and education, and advocate for these when you're creating budget requests or new policy agenda topics and existing ones. And 6, which we've talked about a lot on LOAC, work with the League of Oregon Cities and Association of Counties to develop ways to better connect and communicate with LOAC in its advisory capacity with elected officials and other folks across the state and cities and counties. We're kind of feeling like the 5 of us or 6 of us that are on there now, soon to be 8, I think. We're trying to figure out how we can better represent everybody and all the interests of the 100+ cities and I think 36 counties. So how we communicate and get feedback is something we're trying to figure out, and we want to work with League of Oregon Cities and Association of Counties to try to do that, and we'd love your support in that work. So for additional details, staff included several LOAC members' specific comments from our July meeting in your packet, and we are available to discuss any of these recommendations with you. And I'd also invite Kirsten Green to comment at all too, because she's been at all of our meetings. She's been a great support for us. I don't think we could be doing it without her and the other staff that are been so helpful as we learned. It's quite an onboarding process for us on LOAC to all of a sudden familiarize ourselves with all these policies. So anyway, thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I will yield the floor back.
Vice Chair, Chair Harlova, do you mind if I just clarify where this handout is for commissioners?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this is in your electronic packet from Casaria as supplemental. It came on Monday because we just finalized our comments, sorry. And then it's in your hard copy colored folders with your sort of key documents and expense reports and things like that. Mandy will be giving that to you if she has not already. Vice Chair, I think did a brilliant job. I noticed that Councillor Bisco was also here, so we promoted her to panel. She's been super helpful on LOAC as well, representing the city of Paloma, the city councilor there. So thank you, Chair. Thanks, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for your comments.
Thank you.
I think normally I'd ask for questions, but I think we're about 10 minutes behind on our policy, but we just did talk about the policy agenda, so maybe that's helpful. Yes, did any commissioners have any questions? Okay, thank you. And so the next agenda item is 4 DLCD policy agenda update with Sadie Kearney, policy analyst, and Palmer Mason, senior policy analyst. And this is on our policy agenda update, which we just started talking about a little bit. Yep.
Hi, Palmer. I'm kind of hogging up the table here. I know, I didn't know. Good morning again, Chair Harlova, Vice Chair Lilac. For the record, Sadie Kearney, Communications Manager and Policy Analyst. And this is a 15-minute presentation. So I'm going to start my stopwatch because I can go on about the policy agenda, but I will let my colleague Palmer introduce himself.
Yeah, thanks, Sadie. Good morning, Chair Harlova and Commissioners. Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor at DLCD.
Thank you. And do you run the PowerPoint or I do? Okay. How can you help me with that?
Yes.
Just exit this view. I don't know how to get to it without leaving the meeting. Thank you very much, David Michael, as always, coming to my rescue. And now I need to share. Yeah. I just don't know. How are you doing that? That's my time. Oh, there. I couldn't even see that.
Screen.
Okay. Oh. Okay. To run. Okay. Whew. All right. So I'm going to be presenting on the update to our 2021-23 policy agenda. We talked about the policy items and their substance at our last meeting in John Day. And between now and then, we have had an opportunity for public comment. So really the intention of my presentation today and really why and how it can be as brief as it is I'm really just addressing the public comments that we received. So in your packet, you may have noticed that 4 public comments were received prior to the October 23rd deadline. After that, we received 3 more public comments. One was from the CIAC, one was from the LOAC, the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee and the Local Officials Advisory Committee, and a third was from the Urban Green Space Institute. I think I have the name right. And so attachment B has a summary of the comments that were received prior to the close of the public comment period. And then you have a few other items that are either attachments or exhibits from the supplemental or additional information that came in after, also in your packet, but not included in that attachment B. Okay, don't join the audio. So let's move. So summary of the changes, really, I think this is a good thing. So the summary of the changes, really, there was nothing of substance in our policy items that staff, when we reviewed the comments, thought was necessary to change. That said, we have, and Palmer will, I think, agree wholeheartedly, kind of a record number, like a record-setting number of POPs this year. And correspondingly, we did kind of like a record-setting public engagement on our POPs. And I think that's great, right? From a goal 1 perspective, from from a transparency perspective. That said, I think it did start to create a little confusion between our budget development process and our policy agenda development process. And so a lot of the comments that came in were really sort of talking about the budget development process. And so in our public facing document, which is on our website, sort of after you say, you got it, Sadie, you nailed it, put it and, face it public. When you say all of that, the document takes, goes to measures to explain the difference between our budget development process and our policy agenda development process. They are related, right? Our budget is sort of an indication of our agency priorities moving forward, as is our policy agenda. But the policy agenda is a little bit more sure because we're saying we're going to do it. And the budget is sort of like aspirational to some degree. So we did clarify, or I clarified that difference in the policy agenda documents. Also, there was a little bit of, I think, curiosity or a desire from some of our commenters to add things to the policy agenda. And this isn't really the time that we can do that. We need to do that when we know what our budget for the next 2 years will be. We know what our staff capacity for the next 2 years will be. And that's not going to happen until after the long legislative session, when we have the legislatively approved budget adopted. So once that happens at the end of the long session in 2023, that's when we'll do kind of a wholesale revision. And so I made clear when and how that opportunity arises for folks to add things to our policy agenda, because there is a desire from folks that are taking the time to comment to see their issues and concerns represented on our policy agenda. I also clarified that department work is not fully captured in our policy agenda. This is really just our policy development work. It does not represent, the entirety of work through the agency. We have programmatic work that takes place in a lot of different places that aren't represented on the policy agenda. But the policy agenda is the place of kind of movement and shift and change. And that's what we want to make sure people have the opportunity to know about, to participate in, et cetera. But I did want to clarify for our commenters that, yes, there is a lot of work. And in this particular comments, what I was responding to was CFAC, right? So we have CFAC on our policy agenda. It says we're going to come back and talk to commissioners when we need to make rule changes and updates. And this commenter said, but surely there is more work to be done with CFAC. And I said, yes, no, surely we will be doing much more work. And I indicated that in the policy agenda. And then finally, I admit that in the previous version of the policy agenda, I wasn't entirely clear when a policy development outcome was internal facing versus external facing. So 2 examples. One is our strategic plan, right? Internal facing document that doesn't have statewide implications. I guess it kind of does if you kind of roll it down, but it's an internal facing document. Likewise, our climate action plan. The climate action plan that DLCD will be developing following our climate change vulnerability assessment is really focused on how our programs and our policy development work can change in response to what we identify in our climate change vulnerability assessment and the climate change adaptation framework. So that was a clarification that I made in the policy agenda document that's going to be forward facing and available to the public following this meeting. Were there any changes to policy items? No, nothing substantive, really just clarifications. And then finally, this slide may look familiar. Some of you have seen it before. Some of you are fond of it, maybe others less. So
I was like, where's the slide?
Right, it's a
Where's the
calmer.
stars?
Yeah, right. Yes, the stars. Well, I mean, they're in our mind and they're in this room, but they are not on the slide. So we sort of, as we are moving to a quarterly schedule, I think we're still kind of figuring out how we're going to use this slide or a tool similar to it to indicate to the public when exactly we're having public hearings and adoptions and things like that. Because we are kind of in a point of transition, we don't have the certainty indicated on this slide because I don't think we are certain ourselves, and we'll certainly take commission guidance on how we might make this more useful and effective. But usually this is a 2-slide pair up, but we are so close to 2023 that there really wasn't any need to include the retrospective of 2022. So this is just a forward-looking slide. You can see the legislative long session coming up in 2023, and then we've got placeholders for rulemaking. The different policy items are indicated with the arrows, and you know, it's a little less busy. I have to say, it makes me less anxious to look at this slide without the stars. But if we want to see the stars, we can get them back. Anyway, so this
interrupt, but is the lack of stars have to do with after the long session, one could put in these milestones, or I'm curious, just.
No, I think that's a very good question. So we had 3 symbols that dropped off. One was a commission presentation, one was a public hearing, and the star was a rules adoption. Right. And so the star is also a public hearing, right? Because that would be an opportunity for the public to provide comment. And that was sort of the purpose of the different demarcations on the slide originally, was to sort of telescope or make available, okay, when am I going to need to be going to one of these commission meetings? When am I going to need to have my comments in? And so I think there is some utility to it. Could it come back after the long session? Potentially. I mean, I think, you know, I'm happy to take direction and comment from commissioners, because this really is a tool that we want to be useful to you. So if something like that, if that type of indicator on this slide or something similar is useful, I'm happy to restore them, but I would need to obviously work with my colleagues and staff. I can't do it alone. I'm kind of the bottom of a big thought funnel when it comes to this slide. So let's see, I've got 4 minutes left for my presentation. And I just wanted to call your attention as the staff liaison to the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee to the comments that they submitted. We didn't have a chair, vice chair, or member of the CIAC that was able to be present in person today. But I thought that they submitted a very thoughtful letter of comment, really focused on raising the standard of equity in land use planning, and creating cultural competency within the agency. And I just want to hit on some highlights in their comments in the few minutes that I have left. First, in regard to CFEC, they urged the commission to proceed with caution when it comes to rules updates. Now that we no longer have a RAC and paneled or engaged in the process of developing, what does that process look like? So that was a question that they had. Again, and I think this is a theme, and it's something that I'm spending a lot of time thinking about. They asked of our climate change vulnerability assessment, really what is the relationship between that and the climate action plan and the climate change adaptation framework and the Oregon Natural Hazards Mitigation Plan. So we have a lot of plans and documents that are interconnected. And I don't know that the policy agenda is the right place to make the distinction between those. But clearly they are things that are creating questions for people. And so I'm spending some time thinking about how we can provide clarity on
can I
the
interrupt?
relationship between them.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, please.
I really liked, and I don't know if it's related, that circle diagram that talked about climate mitigation versus adaptation versus, it had different ways, because I didn't understand that either. And that graphic to me, you're talking about plans that exist within those areas, but that chart at least showed the areas in a way that people could, I think understand better. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I do. I think I do. And that's a very helpful comment, because now I can kind of envision how I might illustrate the relationship. We're so fond of words.
Yeah.
At DLC.
I'll remember the visual.
Right. No, yes.
And then if I say, like, I don't remember how those things are related, if I can find that visual, then I'll remind myself.
Right.
I thought it was very helpful.
No, and that's very helpful. Thank you, Chair Holova. And then finally, 2 high points I thought of their letter of comment was one on our Goal 5 work coming up. We have a work group that is being engaged through the end of this year, and then rulemaking hopefully to begin after the long legislative session. Our Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee Vice Chair, Jennifer Isola, who is indigenous to the Shoshone-Paiute tribe of the Duck Valley Indian Reservation, has volunteered to be a CIAC member who is involved in that work group and RAC moving forward. So very, very grateful to her volunteering and her participation in those efforts. And then finally, obviously, or maybe not obviously, but they had a lot to say about POP 201, our equitable community engagement effort that is included in our policy agenda. And one thing that I'll just call to your attention is, as I was discussing the policy agenda with the CIAC, they said, well, it seems like there could be a nexus between these state agency coordination programs and equitable community engagement, because shouldn't these state agency coordination programs respond to Goal 1 as well? So if a land use agent, or if a state agency that is involved in making, land use related decisions, shouldn't they also be beholden to some of these engagement standards that are embodied in your goals? And I thought that was a very thoughtful comment. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, because it wasn't kind of called out separately in their letter of comment. It's embedded there in the equitable community engagement piece. And I am 1 minute and 6 seconds over time, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions? Commissioner Sandoval?
Yeah, so their comment on a public engagement on the rules update for the climate friendly and equitable communities implementation. I think that's really important to think about. And I'm wondering, like in the past, like what are there advisory committees that have been set up to guide that process, or how has it done in the past? It's a good point.
I thank you for the questioner, Chair Holova, Commissioner Sandoval. Appreciate the question. I will have to defer to any of my colleagues on answering that question. But if we can't answer it for you today, I think it's worthy of a follow-up, an internal discussion, and we can get back to you with that, because I think our climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, I mean, it's pretty precedent setting. It's not in response to a piece of legislation, that has a date by which it must be enacted. It's a little bit of a different animal. So I don't know if you have thoughts on it.
Yeah, I see that maybe the director has
comments.
Director Bateman. And now. Oh, I was just going to say, commissioners, I think this is part of the conversation that we'll have with you at the beginning of the next calendar year as we bring forth some recommendations of adjustments that might need to be made in different venues. If indeed one of those venues ends up being a rulemaking or rule modification, then we would want to activate that group again and put some of those formal structures back in place.
And if I may make the observation, I haven't been in as many meetings with the local governments as our CPAC team, but I've been in a few. And I have to say one thing for the local governments. I think one reason they're asking for more time, and we've granted some of these extensions, is they want to do deep community engagement on the issues. I'm not coming through that. Thanks, Commissioner. So that better? Oh, that is better. Yeah. Okay. So anyways, I haven't been in all the meetings with local governments and the discussion around CPAC, but I think a lot of the reason that local governments have asked for more time and we've granted some of the extensions that we have been for more community engagement. So credit to the local governments about trying to, involve the public and the neighborhoods in the decisions.
Commissioners, any other questions? I mean, I like the clarity you said around what's internal versus external, because I find that confusing myself. So I don't know it not to add more work in the future, maybe that draft policy agenda update, maybe to separate, pull out the ones that are internal and just add them at the bottom as internal. I don't know if that's the right.
No, I actually thank you for the suggestion, Chair Holova. I think that's a change I could easily make before we face the document public, because I think, given the number of comments I had that indicated some level of confusion, I think that could be really helpful. So appreciate the suggestion.
Yeah, you have that column about ongoing agency work, so that could be external and a different one for internal. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair Holova. Sadie, I just a question on process. On the way the policy agenda setting works, I'm assuming some of it is about priority setting for the department. So are there items that don't make it into the agenda? I'm assuming that's the case, right? We can't, as much as you all try and as much great stuff as there, not everything can go in there. Is that captured somewhere? And is there a way to capture sort of the things that we're not able to prioritize at this time, or subsequently things that don't get funded? Right, that's the other pathway that happens. So it's a matter of priorities and then asking for funding, and sometimes we don't get the funding for that. So is that being captured somewhere? Because I don't necessarily see it here and don't recall it from our discussions as much.
Chair Holova, Commissioner Lazo, really excellent question. And the answer is it is captured. It is probably available through a public records request. A lot of the work that goes into our policy agenda development is internal. And so in years past, we have sort of done kind of a broad call for staff ideas. And that has not always been that fruitful, because we have staff with such incredible ideas who are subject matter experts in their field and have wonderful, wonderful proposals on how to make improvements. But we don't have the capacity to do all of that. And so, really it's looking, if I'm looking at our policy agenda, honestly, I don't think that there is a lot of capacity to take additional staff ideas. However, when we get to kind of our major biennial policy agenda revision after the end of the long legislative session, then there will be, I mean, the commission will see that kind of broad call to the public as we engage our stakeholder groups, community-based organizations, tribes, et cetera, CIAC, LOAC, and you will see all of those comments come in. And in the past, what staff has done is sort of address them one by one and said, good idea. We'll try to fit it into this piece of policy work. Great idea. We will displace something that we may have thought we would otherwise have time to address, or good idea, but we just can't. And there is a lot of that. And not just our staff, but members of the public and stakeholders, et cetera, all are submitting really good and thoughtful ideas about policy development work that we could accomplish. But we're kind of limited to what we want to avoid is creating a policy agenda that looks like a wish list. Right. We want to be creating something that is a realistic and accomplishable within the space of a biennium. And so that's a balance we try to strike.
Director. I just wanted to note as well, of course, our everyday work is not in here. There is a ton of work behind the scenes that we continue to do that we just haven't put in here. These are the big blocks, but there's a lot of programmatic work that surrounds that's not even captured here.
And if I might, Chair Halova, Commissioner Lazo, a quick comment or a couple of quick comments. One is, I do think when we did the initial policy agenda in the staff report, we sort of said some of the things that didn't get included, some of the work that has been deferred. And then a couple observations, and I think you probably know this. Our policy agenda is really largely set by the governor and the legislature. And I think that's going to be even more so when we come out of the 2023 session. And I think another observation I think we should think about when we consider the policy agenda is that if you think about our commitment to community engagement, equitable engagement, I think our processes that lead to rulemakings and all that are going to take more time and more effort. That's a good thing because we're being inclusive and diverse in our participation. But it will change the nature of the project timelines and that type of thing. And so in our way, we're going to get some good work done with our policy agenda, but we're going to get less work done. And we're going to have to do that work more deeply and in a different way. So it's hard to take, as Sadie says, all of the great ideas that are out there and try to sequence them and put them on. And that's why you've seen us, even in this policy agenda, defer some items to later because it appropriately so. CFEC took more time, more effort. It's a huge change. And I think that's just the trend. All our future work, housing, wildfire, more CFEC work are big topics, and they're going to just take more effort and time.
I strangely agree with you, Palmer, but at the same time, I think there'll be a moment where it starts to take less time because the relationships are made. A lot of the work that we're doing now is different in that it's just not the same with regard to like come to our public meeting. It's actually going out and forming relationships. And then once those relationships are formed, I think then it takes less time because everyone knows each other. And so I actually have hope that it will shrink over time as relationships are formed. I'm going to put a plug in for somebody to help you with the stars. Partly because what it did for me was show the intensity. Right. It's like, oh, the staff is doing their thing. And then there's this intensity period of, people being engaged, us being engaged. And, versus now, I think it just shows the kind of flat, like it's equal. And we all know it's not equal. So that helped me and maybe the public or those folks who are more visually inclined to get a sense of like when they should be paying attention versus the background work. Yes.
Can I comment on that, please, Chair? So part of the reason for removing those at this time was until we finalized our schedule. So
I understand that.
10 minutes.
Yeah. I understand that. Yeah. That's what I was saying is there's probably a point at which you actually know what the bars are, what the stars are.
Yeah. Chair Halova, I appreciate the comment. I mean, it would help me to sort of, especially when we would because we adjusted these slides quite frequently, you know, like, oh, we're not going to be able, we have this appeal that we got to address this time. So we got to move this hearing to here. And like, wow, how are we going to get through that meeting? Like what, we can't fit all of that into two, you know, so it was, I thought it was a useful tool to sort of see, especially, you know, as things, you know, are met with delay, as inevitably things are. I mean, not everything.
Routing as a start.
Right, you know, we start to get a little bit of a bottleneck around how we're going to make it all happen in the space of commission meetings. So yeah, we'll bring them back.
Thank you. And so we're going to take a break now. I want to make sure to get our break. Or we have another.
I believe we have someone signed up for.
Oh, we need to like do a lot of things actually. I just looked at the time. I was like, our break. Yes. Public comment will be accepted. So we have to see, we do have public comment. Sorry, I was like, we've been talking about this forever, but I forgot we actually have to prove it. We have on the line Ted Labe from Urban Green Spaces Institute.
Yes, Ted Labby, Urban Green Space Institute. Thank you, Land Conservation and Development Commissioners. I will be brief. I know you're behind schedule, so I'll be really brief. You have my letter. I am here to support you moving ahead with the refinement to the current policy agenda. And I heard and I learned from Sadie just now that now is not the time for me to show up and suggest that you also add in things like planning for urban green infrastructure. Nonetheless, I want to take just a few seconds to reiterate that we were active during climate friendly equitable communities and raised this as an issue that local governments are not planning for the various things that we consider urban green infrastructure, like urban forest canopy, parks, natural areas. These are the parts of our cities that helped communities weather through the last heat dome. Okay, so this is really important that they plan for these spaces and begin fully resourcing them. So I want to see DLCD and consider that as part of their next policy agenda after the long session. We'll be showing back up with others to make these comments again, and we're going to be repeating them. To this end, I want to highlight for you in my letter that there is federal monies coming down for urban trees, and the timing of DLCD working carefully with the Department of Forestry on this sort of thing is key if we're going to unlock the full potential of those funds. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to urge you to move ahead with the policy agenda and really big supporters of your team working on the climate friendly and equitable communities rule. And it's a really important piece of work. So thank you again for your hard work. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question if you're still available.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I think what you're talking about is extremely important. And so my question is, do you engage local governments that in your opinion are not planning for green infrastructure? Do you engage them directly in addition to coming to the commission and to DLCD, do you engage local governments directly and ask them to initiate these policy changes at the local level?
Yes, very much so. In fact, that's where we put most of our work and most of our energies. I don't often show up at the state level. And so we worked very closely with the cities of Portland, Hillsborough, Gresham, who else? Beaverton, Milwaukee on all the rules that went into their middle housing rules to try to align planning for urban trees so it didn't result in the loss of urban canopy. I think I'm really proud of what Milwaukee has implemented. I think they paired their middle housing reform with parking reform with expansion of their urban tree protection rules. So yes, very definitely we put together detailed comments for them, and sometimes they listen to us and sometimes they choose to ignore us. We are a little bit concerned that some of these cities like Hillsborough are in the process of pushing back against the climate friendly equitable communities. We are continuing to work locally to try to assist with seeing that they follow through. Thank you.
And thank you for your good work.
Thank you. And if there are no other comments, discussions, I wanted to see if anyone would like to take a motion. We have I believe in our packet, a motion to approve this agenda. Do you have any volunteers? Commissioner Lazo.
I move that Commissioner Lazo, I move that the Land Conservation and Development Commission approve the updated 2021-2023 policy agenda as presented today.
And anyone second?
I'll second.
Casaria, if you could give the roll call.
Pardon me, Chair Halova, would you like to move that we approve the policy agenda with the adjustments that you suggested, indicating the differentiation between public facing and internal facing documents as opposed to as presented?
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
So perhaps an amended motion.
Accept that amendment to with the addition of the public facing and internal facing pieces.
Thank you, Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. Casaria, a roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova,
Aye.
and Commissioners Boyer and Jacobson have an excused absence.
With that, the motion passes. Exciting. So we're going to take a break now for 15 minutes and be back at 10:45 for agenda item 5, which is the briefing on tribal federal consistency policy recommendations. See you soon.
Said we were discussing commission business, and we didn't discuss the commission business.
Yeah, we'll turn it in. Where
That's a big caution tape over here.
Good morning, commissioners. There's about 3 minutes left in this break. If everyone could find their seats and settle back in, we're about to begin the meeting.
Thank you, Casaria. We'll start in just a moment. No, it's perfect.
We are live and recording. Live and recording. Maybe somebody can help get Commissioner Lazo and Warren back. We're enjoying our break so much. Yeah, and so welcome back from the break. Welcome back from the break. Welcome back from the break. Our next agenda item is the briefing on tribal federal consistency policy recommendations with Kyle Byers, our Oregon Sea Grant Fellow. And we will start.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you all see the screen and hear me okay?
Yes, both.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the commission. My name is Kyle Byers. I'm happy to be joining you today to share the outcomes of my project as I wrap up my time with the department this week. Start just a bit about me. I'm originally from Texas. I moved around the country a bit during my 13 years in the NOAA Corps, which is a little known uniformed service supporting the aircraft and research vessel operations of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I maybe didn't know it at the time, but I was lucky that my last assignments brought me to lovely Newport, Oregon in 2015, where I lived until I left the service in 2019 to pursue graduate studies with the University of Oregon's Conflict and Dispute Resolution program. So while in that program, my focus was specifically on environmental conflict resolution, and I found myself often exploring the concepts around meaningful consultation and tribal engagement. So when this fellowship popped up, it sort of felt like it was meant to be. So I want to say up front that I'm not an expert or specifically trained in tribal engagement, and I am not native. So what this fellowship is, as mentioned, I'm an Oregon Sea Grant Natural Resource Policy Fellow. And my title is the Tribal Federal Consistency Policy and Processes Fellow. And I am super excited to share with you the outcomes of my project to support the development of procedures for how the Oregon Coastal Management Program coordinates with tribes during federal consistency reviews. Hopefully, okay, there we go. So there is some necessary scene setting before getting into the details of this project because the federal consistency world has a very unique lingo. And I'll start with the briefest of overviews on the Oregon Coastal Management Program, which I'll call OCMP for short. So the OCMP is authorized by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration under the Coastal Zone Management Act. DLCD is the lead administrative agency for the OCMP, which consists of a network of 51 partners, including 10 state agencies and 41 local governments with authority in Oregon's coastal zone. And the reason I am here is the Federal Consistency Authority of the OCMP. So federal consistency is an authority given to authorized coastal management programs, which allows for a holistic state review of federal actions in the coastal zone. These actions include federal agencies' issuance of federal permits, licenses, and authorizations to non-federal applicants. So examples would be ranging from installation of a new dock up to big projects like natural gas terminals. We also review any activities that a federal agency is proposing to undertake themselves or through a contractor. So examples include the Army Corps' dredging of navigation channels and the home porting of new Coast Guard vessels. A review is required when there are reasonably foreseeable effects to the state's coastal uses and resources. Examples of coastal uses include public access, recreation, fishing, historical cultural preservation, and so forth. And coastal resources are the biological or physical resources found within the coastal zone on regular or cyclical basis. So through the review process, the state has the power to influence these federal actions. And that is because applicants must demonstrate consistency with the enforceable policies of the Oregon Coastal Management Program. Early coordination is encouraged to ensure consistency and allow sufficient time for communication and project modification to find pathways to achieve consistency. So the Federal Consistency Authority applies in Oregon's coastal zone, and that is generally from the crest of the Coast Range out to 3 nautical miles offshore. It also applies in an area where the OCMP designated offshore, where proposed marine renewable energy projects trigger federal consistency reviews. Next, just a little bit about enforceable policies. So only certain state and local policies meet the criteria to be called enforceable and therefore can be considered during federal consistency reviews. Key requirements for the policy to be approved as enforceable are that the policy must be enforceable under state law, obviously, and it must include mandatory language, so words like shall and must, and it should provide a clear standard. This graphic shows the range of enforceable policies within the program, both at the state and local levels. Our suite of enforceable policies includes state-level planning goals, Oregon revised statutes, Oregon administrative rules, and at the local level, comprehensive plans, zoning codes, and estuary management plans. As previously mentioned, applicants for federal consistency need to be able to demonstrate that their project is consistent with all of these policies. For federal permit applicants, this is often done through the issuance of permits, authorizations, or land use compatibility statements. Federal agencies are not required to get these same permits and authorizations, but must still show that their project is consistent with the underlying policies. One of the side projects I worked on was to incorporate additional policies related to archaeological site and Native American grave protection, which is highlighted by the tiny green addition on the screen. So on those new enforceable policies, I worked with one of our tribal partners and the State Historic Preservation Office to develop this proposal for these new enforceable policies. In implementing these enforceable policies, we are focusing on raising awareness of the state's policies on archaeological site protection and Native American grave protection. To accomplish, we are pointing applicants for federal consistency to resources available through the Legislative Commission on Indian Services and the State Historic Preservation Office. The goal is to improve understanding of when archaeological permits are required and what to do if there is an inadvertent discovery of an archaeological site or Native American grave. So now that the Federal Consistency Lingo Foundation is more or less set, I'm happy to tell you about my project. So for background, there is no specific requirement within the Coastal Zone Management Act and the regulations which implement federal consistency for the states to consult or coordinate with tribes. So as these are federal actions, the involved federal agency with jurisdiction does have a requirement to consult with tribes. So the state of Oregon also has a requirement per statute for state agencies to coordinate and consult with tribes. This project's goal was to develop policy and procedures for how the OCMP would meet its statutory responsibilities for the Federal Consistency Program. But the larger goal is, of course, to bring the tribes to the table to make sure their voices are heard and their expertise is considered during federal consistency reviews and management decisions. So effectively working towards making this vision slide a reality. And in doing this, we can't make them formal partners in the OCMP network, but we strive for partnership and positive relationships with the tribes. So to get to here, I started out by doing a lot of research into the consultation landscape, what other coastal management programs were doing, what other state agencies were doing. And initially, my project was focused on establishing a policy for consultation related to federal consistency. Where we landed after this research was that the most sensible and expedient route was to focus on procedures rather than a policy specific to federal consistency. DLCD has a policy, an internal policy on government to government relations, which meet the requirements set by ORS 182. We found that our procedures could easily fit within the existing DLCD policies framework. And procedures, in my mind, are where the work gets done, and we didn't want policy level discussions to delay the implementation of procedures that could start to get tribes to the table. Policy changes are still on the horizon, and I believe this is identified as an action in DLCD strategic plan. The procedure we developed is simple and common sense. This was intentional, so it would be realistic and sustainable. And the commitments we are making in this procedure are to, number one, do the pre-work with the tribes to make sure they are familiar with what federal consistency is and what it means to participate in the process. So that means we're identifying the key contacts who want to be involved, who should be on our mailing list. And we also want to better understand what types of action the tribes want to know about. So this might be based on geographic location, types of activities, or they might want to just know about everything. The second commitment we are making is to provide notification to the tribes when a federal consistency review is initiated. And this notification should ideally be before and separate from the public notice. It should be timely and therefore allow plenty of time for the tribe to review. The third commitment is to ensure there are plenty of opportunities for coordination and communication. So we ask for comments on the projects, but encourage the tribe to request the venue for coordination that works for them. So if they want formal consultation, we would make that happen. And any comments we receive, we would act on and respond to. And this might mean forwarding to the federal agency or other state agencies for their action and feedback. The final commitment is to follow up with the tribes and show the work. So we'll maintain records of communication with the tribes. Any comments received will be documented in decision letters, and they will receive copies of decision letters if requested. So this slide shows how the procedure fits into the overall federal consistency process, how it will work in practice, making the seat at the table slide real. So just like the state agency and local government partners, we'll ask the tribes to provide feedback and subject matter expertise so we can get a holistic picture of a project's potential impacts. There is a lot of information here, and that's in part to illustrate the complexity of the process and the amount of information that a federal consistency review can involve. No expectations for you all to see all of this. We shared this with tribes as a guide, both to help with understanding of what the federal consistency process looks like and to understand where they fit in the process. And here's the same slide before a federal agency activity. The major difference between the two process flows is just the length of the review periods, which are set by federal regulations. So it's 180 days for federally permitted activities and 60 days for federal agency activities. So same idea with this process flow and coordinating with tribes, but just on a compressed timeline. And I want to start to wrap this presentation up by describing how we got here. As this was a fellowship to improve tribal engagement, it felt important to try our best to get the tribal engagement as right as possible. I'm not saying ours was perfect, and we also took the opportunity to learn from anything we did less right along the way. So we started early by inviting formal consultation on the project. In all, we sent 3 letters to the 9 federally recognized tribes over the course of the project. We also provided updates throughout to the Legislative Commission on Indian Services Tribal and State Agency Cultural and Natural Resource Working Groups. The consultation letters were intended to set the foundation for a process which will largely be at the staff level in the future. So more staff-to-staff coordination and less formal consultation. But as mentioned earlier, we are emphasizing that formal consultation can be requested for any federal consistency review. The last letter to tribal councils was distributed in early October. And since then, over the last month and a half, we have been reaching out to tribes to get feedback on the procedures and do the pre-work described earlier to confirm best contacts and areas of interest. So far, we have established specific procedures for the Confederate Tribes of Siletz Indians, the Coquel Indian Tribe, and the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Indians, and more to come. So I will continue to follow up through tomorrow, and then my great colleagues at DLCD will take over. And I want to take a moment to just extend my gratitude to my 2 tribal advisors, Cassie Rippey, the former Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Coquel Indian Tribe, who is now working with ODOT, and Margaret Corby, a consultant with the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians. They both graciously guided me throughout my project. And finally, excuse me, a shout out to DLCD's Tribal Liaison team, who are a great source of support and feedback, often acting as a sounding board and providing much of the inspiration for the next slide. Pardon me. So Deputy Director Green, as the tribal liaison, requested that I capture some recommendations and opportunities for DLCD and the tribal liaison program in the future in my final report. And this is just a very quick overview of some of the highlights. So the first opportunity is to standardize training and employee onboarding requirements related to government responsibilities. This might include familiarization with DLCD's tribal liaison program and its procedures and the resources available through this group, and also possibly incorporating the training, which was developed collaboratively between the Oregon Department of Education and the tribes, which is called Tribal History, Shared History. We are also looking at possibly expanding the membership of the DLCD Tribal Liaison Program to include the regional representatives. The goal would be to create local relationships between regional representatives and tribal staff. This could increase opportunities for staff level coordination and two-way information sharing, so DLCD and the tribe can learn about each other's priorities, ongoing projects, initiatives, and policymaking in a more informal setting. We have discussed the idea of establishing an annual cycle of routine notification and coordination. This could create regular opportunities to communicate and build relationships with the tribes outside of formal consultation letters associated with more time-sensitive project coordination. This is based on a process that the Oregon Department of Transportation uses, which was praised by some tribal representatives. And we are thinking that the policy agenda might be a great convening document for that annual cycle to start the conversation. For example, a DLCD could start the year with an initial letter to each of the tribes, inviting formal consultation and laying out the policy agenda for the year. That letter could be followed up with a meeting in person or virtual, and then there could be periodic check-ins about progress on the policy agenda throughout the year. And last, DLCD is considering bringing aboard either a cultural resource specialist or an archaeologist. We are thinking this individual could provide technical assistance to local governments, aiming to implement archaeological and cultural resource protection standards. This individual may also be able to serve as a key contact liaison with the tribal historic preservation officers and the tribes in general. So with that, I just want to thank Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, and the members of the commission for the opportunity to present today. I also thank DLCD and the OCMP for the opportunity to work on this great project. One of my main takeaways has been that this department is really committed to improving, sustaining, and embracing relationships with the tribes. It has been a real privilege to be a part of DLCD. Excuse me. It's been a real privilege to be part of this DLCD team for a short time. And with that, I'll see if there are any questions or comments.
Thank you, Kyle, for this important work. And we want to wish you well on your new position. I'll open it up to comment, but I wanted to say Kyle has been accepted a tentative offer for a presidential management fellowship with the U.S. Forest Service in Washington, D.C. And the position will be in a new planning service office within the Ecosystem Management Coordination Division. So maybe we can give a clap for that.
Thank you so much.
And so there's no public comment accepted on this item, and the commission is not asked to take any action, but I wanted to see if anybody had any comments or questions. Vice Chair Leela.
Thank you. I want to extend the thank you to you and to the department for undertaking this just extraordinarily important work. Just an exceptional outcome. As the department receives more training, I hope that training can be extended to so many others. As a professional planner, if this is just not an area that I have hardly any knowledge of, and I know my colleagues across the state don't either, and whatever we can do to just increase the awareness, the understanding, everything about the importance of tribes, tribal relations, tribal coordination, collaboration, everything is just extraordinarily important. So thank you again for your work. I wish you the very best, and I look forward to moving forward with the future opportunities that you identified on the last slide and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Commissioner Boyer.
Good morning. So I really like one of your final suggestions about maybe a cultural resource position within LCDC, because in the conservation world, the cultural resource can be a holdup in some of our projects. NRCS seems to fall behind. So I like that suggestion. Thank you.
Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, thank you for doing this work. I think it's really important. I think it's a really great step in the right direction for us. And I would just like to encourage us to go further. I heard a lot of like consultation, considered, be heard. And I would really like to encourage this department to move more towards collaboration with tribes and really think about how we incorporate them into the whole process, not just run things by them, send them letters. How are we bringing them into the decision-making process and giving some of the power we've taken back? And I think that's a great step for us to move in that direction. I also love the idea of bringing on the cultural coordinator position, and I would just encourage us to try to find some tribal representation to fill that role.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could speak to some of the challenges that exist, or some of the major barriers that you were able to identify.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Some of the major challenges, I think time is a challenge. So the amount of time that it takes. I think there's also a lot of value in having a dedicated person. I was extremely lucky that this was just my job. Like this was just my job, was to work on this. And I think it did underline the value of having somebody with the ability to just work on this sort of problem, or not, that's the wrong word, but this issue. So I think that's another really good reason to bring aboard a cultural resource specialist or an archaeologist. So I think, sort of speaking to Chair Halova's comments earlier, I think there's a lot of work up front to be done to build the program, but I think it will pay dividends over time. And that's speaking to Chair Halova's comments around the policy den and some of the relationship building up front. So there's the initial, what's the word I'm looking for? Investment in time that will definitely pay off in the long run. And I think that work's starting to happen with the regional representatives. They're I don't want to speak for them, but I think that they're really looking at how can they start to build those on the ground relationships that can help with making the pathways of communication open and easy. Thank you for the question.
I had a question, but it's probably not for you, which was her chart started at 9/20/21. Like you started the job. I was trying to see if somebody could remind me, like, what was the leadership that got us to the fact that we have this fellowship? How did it get paid? And those kind of things, because that's an important part to this happening also. Deputy Director Green.
Sure. And Kyle, you might want to correct anything I say. I don't think Lisa Phipps, Ocean and Coastal Management Services Division Manager's in the room, or is Lisa here?
She's here. She's here.
Yeah, Lisa, you might want to come up, or you can be on mic too. It was Lisa's predecessor, I believe, Patty and others, Heather Wade, previous coastal specialists that applied for this, that saw the need, particularly after Jordan Cove, of written procedures regarding tribal engagement. We know there's just a giant gap in protocol. So Lisa, would you like to add anything there? And it is in our work plan for NOAA, but I think it was funded by the Sea Grant Fellow.
Yeah, so Chair, I'm sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, I was saying all the work that was done since she started at 21 is awesome, but I was more thinking about how did we get to the point where we had a fellow? How did it get paid? Who brought up the importance of this, or why? I think that's important.
So I'll channel Patty Snow for a minute here. If memory serves, this Jordan Cove was definitely a driver. And I think that one of the opportunities that we were able to capitalize on was that NOAA this is a priority for NOAA as well. And so it meshed well with our priorities, their priorities. And then when we reached out to Sea Grant, they saw the need that this could fill for not just our department, but potentially for the state. So I think there were a lot of synergies that came into play.
Yeah. So what I've been thinking about how did this start is that idea of it's somebody else's priority. Somebody has funding. It's something we've always wanted to do, and like triangulating that into getting work done, maybe outside of our normal budget. And it'd be great to see, I always feel like I hear this for the coastal programs, this fellowship, and I'm sure there's others, but I've honed in on that the coastal folks have fellowship. It'd be nice to see if we can somehow figure out a way to do those type of things in other areas, because it allows this kind of deep dive. I was looking at trying to read your lips, deep dive into an area that nobody has time for or money for. And it'd be great to figure out ways of bringing other funding to do similar activities.
Yeah, I think the coastal program allows a unique opportunity for the department to identify those areas that may have broader applicability, but that we have access to resources that other sections might not, other divisions might not have. And so we can take that information and we can develop the project, and then we can take it once we have that and apply it over the rest of the agency. But we are unique in that we do get to tap into some of these other resources that might not otherwise be available.
So I wanted to, Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair Holova. I thank you for the work that was done on this. And I think when we crack the door open, I think I'm always going to be the person that sort of flies up to that highest level and then bull rushes the door on this. And we opened the meeting with a land acknowledgement and acknowledgement of our relationship to the tribes. And so I think this is a point in time for us to remember how this conversation could evolve over time in the work that we do. Particularly in natural resources, right? When we think about how small this conversation is today, how paternalistic it is, how that might shift in the way we actually think about our relationship to tribes. There are lots of parallels in the work that has been done over the years. The one I always use when I talk about equity, for instance, is around sustainability and recycling. And when there was a period in time when there was a conversation that was very much like this, right? It was very new. We sort of didn't know how to do it. And now it's very second nature. And so there are a lot of pieces of equity to me that I think that's the point in time that we would look for in the future, where the conversation is very different than the one that we're having today. That is such a small slice of the work that we do, but feels like it should be so important across the agency and across the work that we do. So just want to note that in where we are in this work.
Yeah. And I was going to add to that, when we were talking about the policy agenda, I didn't say this, but there was let me see if I can find a Goal 5 rule update to cultural resources, and I was thinking about trying to think about what has been the process in the past, but that was a topic of conversation for the longest time, and it didn't make it. Now, it finally made it on the chart. I think that's related to this. So it's sort of been trying to elevate this topic of conversation. And I think you're right. And all of our limitations haven't been from will, it have been from funding. And so that's sort of why I was saying, like, is there a way to be more creative with thinking about how to fund such positions to then get to the point where we actually have a permanent position, which is what I guess we're talking about now. But Deputy Director Green was going to speak to that.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Kyle and Lisa. I'm glad the commission also, this is just exemplary work, and Kyle's been so thoughtful. She's too humble to say, but she also went on a period of helping the Federal Consistency Program when we were with a vacancy there. So Kyle not only did this work, but she also really backfilled some federal consistency position during a very critical time. Kyle, I know that was heavy and probably stressful, but you never squeaked, and thank you very, very much. If I could just speak briefly to Vice Chair Lilac's comment about teaching and training and awareness at local government level. Absolutely, and it's not taught in graduate school. In 25 years of private practice for cities and counties, this is not a known behavior, and it's really something worth daylighting, especially with respect to the upcoming Goal 5 rulemaking. Kyle and Amanda did a survey of every local government in Oregon about current practices, so I'd like to include that summary of Brenda's Lilling in the next director's report as an attachment to our annual report on tribal relations. But there's a definite hunger in local governments about not just following state law in terms of inadvertent discovery, but better relationships with the longtime residents of this state. So that's just one thing. And then on the Goal 5 work, Chair Halova is absolutely right. We have started to work with a tribal member work group. We had our first meeting earlier this month that Director Bateman opened and stayed for the entire 2 hours. So very fascinating work with representatives of 8 of the 9 tribes who were in attendance that day. We plan to have about 4 meetings before we look to bring a request to initiation for formal rulemaking after the session. But could certainly give an update on that with our commission liaison, Commissioner Sandoval, in January. The thought about a permanent staff member will be absolutely necessary. You'll see this coming more and more clearly as you hear updates on the Goal 5 rule, and Commissioner Boyer was so right to speak to it. It's not a small issue. We definitely heard from tribal representatives at the first work group meeting that natural resources are cultural resources. So it's not a small box that we'll be playing in here. So thank you, and please stay tuned, Kyle. Thank you. Thanks, Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Director. And Steve Shipsey.
You were asking kind of the origin of this, and during when Jordan Cove appealed our federal consistency denial to the Secretary of Commerce, the involvement of the tribes, people generally, other than the state agency, the department in the coastal program, there isn't a spot for other people to intervene. But through government to government, the tribes were able to participate in that appeal and provide briefing. And it was invaluable, the relationship between the department and the tribes in raising the issues related to cultural and cultural and wildlife, in particular, for the both the length of the pipeline and the effects to the estuary. So that relationship was very, very valuable. The Secretary of Commerce asked for a considerable amount of briefing from the tribes on those issues. And it was a real example of the importance of their perspective and their roles as governments, as sovereign governments. Thanks. I was trying to lean forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought that was good, right? Talk about the history in this context. Thank you for your presentation and good luck.
Sure. Hello. May I?
Yes.
Well, one, I didn't follow protocol. My name's Lisa Phipps. I'm the program manager for the Department for the Ocean and Coastal Services Division. And since I wasn't going to come up here, I was feeling a little left out because I wanted to thank Kyle as well. She really did an exemplary job for us, and the products that she's leaving us are going to help carry us forward into the future. She's given us a roadmap that I think we're going to be very successful in implementing. And so I just wanted to thank her, but I see she jumped off. Oh, there she is. She hates this part. So, but I did want to publicly thank her in front of everybody. So I appreciate that. And I do think that a lot of the work that we're doing here, the coastal program can be an impetus for a lot of it. And that federal consistency piece, which exists nowhere else in the state, is a real hook for us to be able to improve not only our relationships with tribes, but really just up and down the coast in general and how we all work together. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I was like, remember us in Washington, D.C. That's the federal, the connection between the federal and the state. We're making it now. So our next agenda item is agenda item number 6, the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Final Recommendation with Sean Edging, Housing Planner, Mari Valencia Aguilar, Housing Planner, and Ethan Stuckmeyer, Senior Planner of Housing Programs. Welcome.
Excellent. Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the commission, thank you for inviting me to present today. I'm going to be providing kind of a high-level overview of some of the refinements that we've made. I delivered a presentation a few months ago now on the draft recommendations report, and we had kind of an open comment period as well as kind of further discussions with folks that we used to refine the overall recommendations. And I'm going to be talking about that today and kind of, we're sending this off to the, oh, thank you. We'll be, sorry. We'll be sending this off to the legislative sphere where the conversation will continue, and ultimately the legislature will make a lot of very important decisions about the future direction of statewide policy on housing. But, really this is kind of an opportunity for you as commissioners to, provide any kind of final direction. We have a little bit of time before we send this off to the legislature, and we can make kind of any final refinements. Of course, not unlimited amounts of time, but anyways, I'll talk about some of these refinements. Is the presentation pulled up? Okay. On the desktop. Oh, okay. You may have to close this presentation. Yeah. Doesn't look like, I'm not seeing, the Finder's not open. Oh, it's on the desktop specifically? Yes. Oh, perfect. Item 6? Yeah. Perfect. And am I able to share screen? Yes, please. Perfect. Apologies. There we go. And all right, for our folks on the I don't join audio, correct? Okay. For the folks in on virtually attending, are you able to see the presentation in front of you? Okay, I'll assume so. All right, so as mentioned,
yes.
I'll be okay, perfect. I'll be delivering kind of an update on where we've made refinements in response to a lot of the comments that we've had. So just a quick touch point on the kind of process update. So we are under a deadline to submit this to the legislature by December 31st of this year. The reality is we have to submit it to the Legislative Fiscal Office earlier than that. We've kind of set an internal deadline to have this complete by December 2nd. To have some kind of lead in time for LFO, and of course to have this before Ledge Days in the following week. We published the refined draft on November 10th. This was after we published a draft report on August 31st and held kind of an open comment period. We received a lot of different kind of suggestions and refinements that we will talk about in the coming slides. And really, this is kind of the opportunity for that final review, any last direction on the report before we send it off. Now, just recognizing that I know we have some folks who have signed up to submit comments. And of course, I want to hear from you all. So I'm not going to be speaking through, or reiterating a lot of the things that we talked about in the last meeting. Just as kind of a reminder, the core recommendations that we include in the report include these kind of three broad categories. Being, all right, how do we respond to our legislative direction to implement needs analysis into state and local planning programs and to address issues around land capacity? But then also recommendations 2 and 3 to, hey, there's a much broader statewide conversation around investment and governance that in order the housing that we want to see on the ground. So, again, I won't reiterate those, but if you want, have any questions about the specific details, I'm happy to talk through them. We published the draft report. As mentioned, we held a kind of open comment period. We received, probably, over 24 or so different written comments. And of course, we've held a variety of just one-on-one conversations and, meetings with different stakeholders, as well as held a joint kind of working group meeting between the housing needs and housing capacity work groups to kind of review and suggest refinements to the last report, which we've incorporated overall into the draft. This included a lot of issues that some of which get very sticky, including the, how we approach accountability, how we approach urbanization. And, we'll talk about some of the kind of stickiness of those issues as we get into the upcoming slides. But all right, before I move into some of those, I did want to touch on maybe what some of the conversations are happening in kind of the legislative sphere right now, because that's where a lot of these decisions are going to happen. It turns out that there's a lot of interest in the recommendations and moving forward with them. I'll take a minute to pause and just ask if there's any kind of questions on the process or anything like that. And of course, please feel free to, raise your hand, ask questions as we go through the presentation too. Strategic water break. All right. So let's start with the considerations. The first thing to point out is that there is a lot of interest in, starting to follow through with a lot of these recommendations. It turns out there's a lot of coalescing around a lot of these ideas around funding and governance that are happening right now. Of course, these conversations, I think, to use an analogy borrowed from Palmer, it's very much like sausage making. It's hard to predict exactly how it'll turn out, but just to speak very briefly to them, the two kind of biggest areas. First, I should mention there are, kind of concerted policy conversations around the kind of recommendations on the ONA themselves, but where we start to really get into some of the kind of more nebulous concepts are really related to governance and funding. I think in our report, we kind of highlight the fact that there's this need for some type of coordinated statewide administrative structure that, coordinates between all these different agencies that touch on the housing piece of the equation to direct policy and funding interventions to support production at the local level. This kind of basic graphic illustrates that concept of how we use policy direction and funding from both the legislature as well as federally to kind of facilitate development in partnership with local jurisdictions and with housing developers to support low and middle income housing especially. And we, kind of highlight the need for, a lot of different elements of what would be necessary for this to be successful, including administration, contracting ability, right? The ability to kind of push agencies to pursue different policies. But conversation is going to require very leadership. There's a lot of around about what structure should look like, and role here has been transitioned towards kind of, we can inform the conversation, but there's really happening in the legislative sphere, right? That we can't control everything, right? And then in addition to that, right, funding we kind of lift up as a critical piece of the overall policy strategy. Our goal is to build more housing units. We kind of note where a lot of these types of things can happen in terms of investments in infrastructure, investments in low and middle income housing, flexible finance options, but the specific tools and how it's administered is very much a kind of broad legislative conversation. One thing I'll mention that we're working on here to kind of inform the discussion is at least some kind of characterization. If we think about the gap in our production from where we are now to where we need to be, what would that take? Resources from that conversation, give a scale in terms of we need to do in this place. Of course, there's a lot of political considerations that will need to happen as part of these conversations. But so those are some of the legislative discussions that are kind of ongoing. I'll also ask, I know Palmer's in the audience, if he wanted to add anything to that. He's more than welcome to. Oh, he's not. All right. Okay. Well, then we can move on into some of the refinements, unless folks have questions. Yeah.
Just one quick question.
Warren.
What do you mean by
Commissioner
SDC?
Warren.
Sorry, Chair. What do you mean by SDC backfill?
Yeah, Chair Halava and Commissioner Warren, that's an excellent question. So one of the areas where we've heard a very substantial amount of need for investment, especially from the state level, is on the development of infrastructure. And some of this is relatively straightforward. Like we have a lot of federal investment in infrastructure right now that we can leverage for the purpose of housing production. But some of this is also pointing to a need for state investment beyond just that, the dollars that go into infrastructure. And one of the tools that we could consider, right, is that jurisdictions understandably need to impose system development charges to support infrastructure services, that type of thing. OHCS is looking into recommendations, or at least a report that highlights the issues around SDCs. But one place where we've seen as a potential area where we could especially support low and middle income housing is through essentially having state funding to support either SDCs, either through, kind of financial tools that provide flexible or low interest finance, or even in some cases, potentially just backfilling and paying for that cost, right? Of course, what that looks like is a legislative consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so moving into some of the refinements. They are very challenging and tricky considerations, and we'll talk about them. Of course, I think in general, we've heard, I'll start before we move on to this particular topic. We've heard in general pretty broad support, for the basic or broad policy directions that are articulated in the report, where a lot of the comments and refinements where they propose suggestions are really kind of into a lot of the details on how the policy specifically plays out, especially in different contexts. One of them that we knew with the draft report that we didn't have finalized is how something like this works in the metro region. This is a particular area where we've, kind of facilitated a lot of conversations with metro planners. This includes local government planners, as well as with metro regional government themselves, as well as, a lot of the stakeholders in the metro region, kind of asking this question, hey, we know the metro regional government has statutory authority for regional growth forecasting, but we also know that, the implementation of this methodology is really kind of state driven, right? And there's this question of how this actually plays out in the metro region, which is in contrast to other regions of the state. And we also have learned a lot of lessons from our neighbor down south, who has implemented this by having regional allocations from regional councils of government down to local governments. And one consequence that we know from that process is it becomes very politically charged, and often results in this kind of jockeying to change the methodology to get to outcomes that, different players would like to see in that region. And this has resulted in very inequitable outcomes. I think the most compelling of which is the city of Beverly Hills, which at some point got an allocation of 3 housing units. So we didn't want to replicate that here, right? And so at the draft report, we didn't have this totally finalized yet. We were still in kind of the midst of conversations with a lot of different stakeholders, but we were, specifically told, hey, you need to have some clarity on this. And we're like, that's a good point. Yes, you are correct. And so we've kind of articulated what this policy direction looks like in the Portland metro region, and it really consists of kind of 6 major points. The first one is that Metro is going to continue to maintain its regional growth forecast responsibilities. They still plan for 20 years of housing growth in the Metro region. They will incorporate things like underproduction housing for people experiencing homelessness to be consistent with the ONA, right, for the purposes of growth management. The state is going to allocate the 6-year production targets to individual jurisdictions within the Portland Metro, right? So to take it out of that kind of regional, very kind of politically charged context and putting it at the state agency. One of the questions that we were asking is whether jurisdictions in the Metro would need to continue doing housing capacity analyses. And for a lot of reasons, it's actually very important that they do in terms of directing the policies to prepare land for development, as well as ensuring we have kind of the timely implementation of efficiency measures. But then also one kind of additional piece is how do we address kind of this, need to adjust policies, especially when Metro has kind of limitations in their charter on what they can require local jurisdictions to do. And the reality is, or the thing we articulate here is that the accountability system should be kind of state driven, right? Saying that it's not Metro's responsibility necessarily to push jurisdictions to do this. The state will have kind of the same program that they apply to other jurisdictions in the state. And we'll talk about that in a future slide. Additionally, one of the questions that we deliberately posed in our conversations with these different metro area planners is, hey, we have these areas that walk, talk, and develop like cities in portions of unincorporated county. Should we plan for these areas under Goal 10? And pretty resoundingly, we heard, yes, it makes a lot of sense to do that. And then finally, right, one of the pieces that we've raised up as pretty important is we asked cities to develop a plan articulating all the policies that they plan to pursue to promote housing production. We said that the state and Metro should do the same thing. We should articulate what we're bringing to the table, right? And of course, that actually made a lot of folks in Metro regional government a little bit nervous, and they wanted to clarify, hey, wait a minute, maybe we should articulate this as more of a regional based strategy, right? There's a lot of different roles that regional governments play in terms of coordinating, collaborating with jurisdictions, coordinating resources that should be reflected. And so we reflected that with saying, all right, we should have a document that's like a housing production strategy, but really reflects a more regional role. And it's something that, counties, councils of government, regional entities can also use to, plan for housing in a particular region. So it's an opt-in for those other types of entities. So that's the Metro region. Again, happy to pause for any questions, but I'll continue moving on.
I think I know the answer, but when you say the state, in that case, who are you referring to?
So when I say the allocation, the jury or the state agency that conducts the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, which we kind of recommend be Oregon Housing and Community Services, but could be the Oregon Office of Economic Analysis, depending on, the kind of perceptions around, who should do the methodology. That's kind of a legislative determination. But in addition to that, when we talk about accountability, that's our domain. And I'll talk about that in a future slide.
Thank you. Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair and Sean. I'll this have to be like the NFL, where I have just a set amount of call for review things, or a set amount of questions, so I don't have to ask questions about every section. But it's so much more engaging when you talk about it than when we read it. But between number 1 and 2, the question is, what happens if there's a conflict between those two things? I mean, does that set up a natural conflict? So isn't it, if Metro sets the 20-year regional forecast, couldn't we just divide that by 6 and say that's the targets? I mean, is that what the intention is there? What if there are different visions for those two numbers?
Yeah, that's Commissioner Lazo, that's an excellent question. So the thing to articulate in 1 is that's for the purpose of growth management, right? Determining, do you have enough land within your urban growth boundary to accommodate 20 years of growth, right? Whereas the allocation is saying, hey, we want to see an equitable distribution of housing in the region. And that's going to drive the policies that we adopt in terms of, zoning, financial incentives, everything that we articulate in the housing production strategy. And that should be done at the state level with that guiding principle of, hey, this should reflect an equitable distribution of housing in the region. right? So when it comes to growth management, right, and the UGB, that's the Portland Metro's domain.
Steve Shipsy.
So Sean, that's interesting to me. What if Metro's determination on capacity for the UGB is based on, say, Portland's ability to accommodate a certain number of larger buildings, and then the state allocates housing to, say, like Oswego, and it's going to be, it's not going to be a high rise. So does that then affect Metro's capacity determination?
Yes, but it'll play in future cycles, right? So the actions that cities adopt will then come into play in the next capacity analysis. This was a huge consideration. This was Right. All right, we'll continue on. One of the places where we wanted to provide a little bit more clarity is on this idea of the needed housing statute. So, as kind of a fundamental piece of implementing the Oregon housing needs analysis, cities are going to receive allocations of housing that they need to plan for. That includes a number of units that they need to plan for and the affordability thresholds. But one thing that's very important to clarify is it can't allocate the types of housing units that you plan for. Because that's a very important local policy determination. So one thing we articulate is that the types, characteristics, and location of housing, that's going to continue to be a local policy determination, right? And are very responsive to a lot of local considerations. But we wanted to broaden it. We heard actually pretty clearly that we need to broaden it to encompass a much greater diversity of housing types. This includes, middle housing, obviously, but we've also heard very significantly, including for many of our partners in kind of the disability rights sphere, that we need to do a much better job at planning for accessibility. And we had a lot of recommendations related to, improving the data landscape and understanding accessibility of housing. And we incorporated a change to say, hey, wait a minute, let's, as part of this process, incorporate accessible housing as a type of needed housing that local jurisdictions plan for. There's going to be some messiness in implementation because the building codes division controls, the accessibility of units. It's not a direct local jurisdiction, regulatory authority piece, but it does inform the types of programs and strategies that they set up to promote the development of accessibility. And it really brings it as an explicit thing that we're planning for, right? And of course, considering a broader range of kind of demographics, including explicitly thinking about the effects of, race and ethnicity and the disparate impacts therein, and how that affects the housing market, thinking about disability status and the needs of different folks in your community, as well as student population, which was, interestingly enough, something that was kind of contentious, which is strange. But one additional refinement that was in the technical report that's in the, one of the appendices is that the methodology sought to better account for the effect of second and vacation home, that demand on need and needed housing. And one thing that we thought was very important to clarify was to say, hey, second and vacation homes are not needed housing in and of themselves, but they have an effect on the market. And we should consider that, right? Because they do take units offline, right? And we can account for that in the Oregon housing needs analysis that particularly has an effect on the coast and in recreation communities. So if there are any questions, again, happy to pause. Yeah.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit more about the rationale for including students?
Yeah, so there's kind of a question in some of our communities in, that are college towns as to whether a jurisdiction is required to plan for housing for students. And I think we thought, we were talking with this with a lot of practitioners, and it's kind of a question. It's like, well, I mean, students need housing too, right? So we should factor that in if it's applicable.
It just seems like it's kind of, I don't know, if race, ethnicity, and disability status deal with equity issues, whereas, student population is just, for me, it doesn't.
It's not so much about the equity, it's about clarifying a question that seems to happen at the local government as to whether students need housing or not. And that's the intent. They do.
I was going to say the most development I've ever done is student housing, off-campus student housing. So I'm really familiar with that whole universe. And I know that, you can't make off-campus student housing, take advantage of affordable, like LIHTC, affordable sources of funding and do student housing, right? So any new housing that's off campus is going to be at a market rate setting. So I'm not saying any position on this. I'm just saying that it is a huge topic of conversation if you're in those spheres, is the kind of ignoring student housing that happens a lot, and the kind of tensions between, like, should the campus be providing the majority of it, and or is the market providing it? It's a thing.
Yeah, I was just going to tack on to what Chair Halova said is yes, students need housing, but students also have a huge impact on a city's ability to provide housing for its residents. And so I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that impact. We see it in Eugene massively.
Exactly. And for what it's worth too, the statute won't prescribe a specific way to approach it, but just clarifying it isn't, there is an impact on the market that shouldn't be ignored, right? All right, let's continue. There was a desire for kind of clarification on a lot of other areas of policy initiatives that are ongoing, two of which are familiar to you all, including climate mitigation and wildfire resiliency. We've also heard specifically on the housing preservation side that there's a lot of room there. So what we wanted to do is just clarify, yes, these things are, ongoing policy initiatives. We don't think that they're in conflict with each other based on all of these different factors, including, CFEC and planning for CFAs. It's very much increasing the supply of housing. Same with wildfire resiliency. It's not about limiting development. It's about ensuring our homes don't burn down. And similarly, acknowledging that preservation is actually a very important strategy for supporting affordability and mitigating displacement. And of course, obviously historic preservation as well. And there's a lot of, room for synergy there that we can build on in our implementation. And for all of these, we should be building on in implementation, supporting production in ways that are thoughtful for these other statewide policy initiatives. So a lot of detail that I'm glossing over there, but that's substantively what we've refined in the report. All right, I'm going to get into some of the maybe a little bit more contentious topic areas. We'll start with the housing capacity recommendations. When we published the draft report on August 31st, we didn't have the capacity recommendations finalized. We did include a set of discussion draft recommendations that we were going to refine in later meetings with the capacity work group. We did take, a moment to include these as part of recommendation 1.4. These are 9 recommendations that, generally speaking, people in the work group, including people who very much disagree about the urban growth boundary, can agree is like a good step forward. Of course, there's a lot of, concerns about the various details on how we implement each one of these, but they really kind of emphasize, making the process more straightforward and providing a lot more resources to local jurisdictions to do good planning in a context that, increases the developability of lands within the urban growth boundary, and of course, facilitate expansions when a need is identified. So they really build on that kind of statutory direction that we received as part of House Bill 5202. There is one area where folks in our work group didn't have a lot of agreement. This is on the idea of a small scale UGB amendment. So House Bill 5202, that's what gave us direction to focus on issues around the urban growth boundary. It came from a bill that was not passed in the short session. It was a bill put forward by Representative Jack Zika in Central Oregon that more or less sought to kind of provide a bypass or an exemption to the Goal 10 and Goal 14 process in exchange for delivery of kind of, I think it was called workforce housing in that bill. And one of the things that we wanted to kind of recognize and kind of be faithful to is, hey, because this work comes from that bill, I think we owe at least, good faith policy conversations around this. Of course, we've heard very significant, contention around this policy. We really spent a lot of time kind of, focusing on whether or not a policy like this should be advanced, that we didn't actually really have a whole lot of time to get into what would that policy look like, right? So we don't have a full recommendation that we can provide to the legislature on this. And that makes sense. We only had 6 months, and we actually made a lot of progress in that 6 months. This was just an area where we saw there was a lot of contention, right? But we did learn a lot in these conversations, and we wanted to convey that to the legislature. So this isn't a recommendation, right? This is saying, hey, this is a specific area of interest for the legislature. Based on what we've learned, we think there are some important considerations to take away in any kind of policy sphere if something like this is going to be advanced. They include right guarantees related to affordability, some type of regulatory streamlining that particularly focuses on smaller and more capacity constrained jurisdictions in a way that doesn't bypass the process, but makes it easier for jurisdictions, right? And that could include having DLCD do analysis or kind of making a more site-specific analysis. But then in addition to that, you also have to very carefully consider the limitations on kind of the scope, scale, and applicability of the process, right? And we kind of list a few examples of things that you would want to consider as part of that. And so again, it's not a recommendation, but it is conveying, hey, we learned a lot going through these conversations, even if we couldn't get to an agreed policy position on this. So, yeah.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, Chair, is there a general, not necessarily consensus, but in terms of what the department, what is the department's view lie in with this issue?
Yeah, one of the things I'll point out, all of these recommendations are going to be way more impactful in terms of not just, facilitating UGB amendments, but also preparing land for development and getting housing actually built, right? All of these things are, they might be maybe a little bit boring on the surface, but they're going to do a lot for local jurisdictions if they're implemented in full. This particular amendment is one of the things that we recognize as being actually very politically, it's a huge political priority, right? We've had a lot of conversations in the legislative sphere about it, and we wanted to have conversations on that. I don't think it's going to be as impactful as those other measures, but we also think it's important to acknowledge, right? There are people who really want to see a policy like this advance in the legislative sphere, right? And there are also people who don't. So.
Go on. You can go on. Director Bateman.
Looking at Palmer in the back. So feel free to add to that. But I was going to say, if you've been following the Oregonian at all in the last week and social media, you're starting to see some well-placed editorials and comments along these lines. And so this is a little bit of a pressure valve as well to respond to that. But I think, as Sean mentioned, some of the other pieces that are in here will actually have a greater impact. If all these pieces go through, this is likely to be a smaller piece.
Yeah, Chair Holova, members of the commission, for the record, Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor at DLCD. Yeah, Commissioner Sandoval, I think what I would add to what the director said and Sean is that if you look at this housing issue from a legislative perspective, as if you were a legislator, they're going to have to try to bring together a very broad coalition of stakeholders. And there are some stakeholders who really want changes around the UGB process, streamlined, opportunities for expansion. So I think the department felt like this is a conversation that's coming. It would be best if because we're not in the midst of a session and we have this group that Sean, led, the stakeholder conversation, if we offered some policy considerations and some sideboards for the legislature to consider if they want to take this issue up. And I think they're going to have to give this issue a serious look. I think there's a feeling in the legislature, even among the prevailing party, the Democrats, that we have a housing crisis. We might need to start thinking a little differently about how we've approached it. So I think this issue is squarely there. I don't know how it's going to settle out, but because it's in the conversation, we felt like we should not offer a recommendation. As Sean said very clearly, we didn't offer a recommendation. We just said, if you think about this issue, think about it with these sideboards, these kind of conditions, some of this feedback. That was our approach.
And I was going to comment, those of us who are in the housing production space understand that one thing is not going to solve everything. And I think that's where, when it starts to get political, people, oh, you just do this thing and everything's solved. I think, that even more if you interact with people nationally and realize in places that have no restrictions at all, they have the exact same issues that we have here. So there's a lot more levers, funding, policy. I mean, land use does completely play into it, but I think my opinion on this. But so it's the folks that really get into the details and know and actually know what prevents or doesn't prevent. And what I love about this report is for someone who knows this stuff, and I look at it, I'm like, this is all that other stuff is the stuff. But it's hard to package up and for people to understand what goes into housing production.
It's very fair. I mean, land supply is a constraint, but it's probably far from the biggest constraint. Infrastructure funding, availability of workforce, we could go down a long list of other factors that really are driving the affordability crisis and the underproduction. Yes. But it's a politically salient one.
Right.
That's the issue. Right.
Yeah. Commissioner Lazo.
Land supply.
Thanks, Chair. I'll end that long slippery slope, and I won't compare it to other similar conversations that happen like that. But I want to ask on the UGB small scale UGB on the first bullet point. I just want to clarify what that says, because I'm not remembering the conversations about it, Sean. Would it be that the UGB small scale UGB expansion would be required to include a delivery of affordable and diverse housing options, or only that to get a small scale UGB expansion, you need to be meeting your affordability target? So is it one of those two things?
The former.
Oh, it is. So
yeah.
the expansion must include delivery. Okay.
Exactly. Mhm.
Commissioner Warren.
Has there been any consideration about not requiring, but including high quality transportation options for this small scale UGB?
That one's hard, especially if you're Commissioner Warren. It's a great question, especially if you're thinking about this option being viable for smaller communities in particular, right? Where there's, say, for example, limited transit availability, right? It's harder to implement very specific requirements for transportation in a way that doesn't make it inaccessible. I think it's one of those areas where through a partnership, you can incentivize, right? Like you can still have walking and biking infrastructure in small communities, right? But it's much harder to say, and we've seen this actually with things like the MUPD. If there are blanket kind of like transit requirements, it actually closes it off, especially for a lot of smaller cities.
Right.
Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you. I think a concrete example would be to remove the pilot off the pilot program for the small scale UGB amendments that were allowed for the two cities in Bend and Redmond. You may be thinking about that already. And simplifying those rules. I mean, that's an example of what may occur. And I don't know what that actually looks like, but that's one possibility, because the concern is if we don't address streamlining the UGB process or doing something to address this, we're going to continue to see legislative asks. We're just going to continue to see the one-off. So we can either get ahead of it and address it, or we can continue to respond to it.
Yeah, Vice Chair Lilac, that's a great point. Actually, one of the things that we did consider was, what if we codified House Bill 4079 in statute? And that was actually one of the more contentious options. It's seen as kind of a bypass of the existing process. And one of the things that we kind of raise is this is actually very important, is incorporating Goal 10 and Goal 14 just in a way that reduces the burden for local jurisdictions.
And if I may offer, my point is not to bypass the current process, but is there something that we can have collective agreement on that does streamline the process that achieves multiple outcomes, from transportation options to affordable housing, whatever that is, so that we don't continue to see the one-off legislative asks.
I mean, what I like about this specifically when I read it in the packet was this burden for small and capacity constrained local jurisdiction. Because I think the idea is to, if something like this were to go forward, it would be to actually serve a real need versus, oh, we would really like to do this in certain areas that don't have that need. So I thought that was an important part that I read in this. Commissioner Warren.
One more quick comment. We heard a lot about that from the folks out in John Day. You know, they would like to expand their UGB and they probably can, but they just don't have the capacity to do so.
And then, sorry to add to that, then I also read about then the support that our department would give toward, or any state department would give toward, the capacity constraint issue. I thought was important additive to that.
Yeah, Chair Halava, that's an excellent point. Actually, one of the biggest things that we can do, especially for small jurisdictions, is funding that work, having staff who can do this type of analysis, especially for small cities, and really just supporting them in different ways. And of course, obviously regulatory streamlining where applicable and appropriate, right, to facilitate that. But you know what, the reality is these types of implementation of these types of recommendations would do a great deal for smaller cities. Especially, we've actually been using just internally a lot more use of the UGB land exchange, especially in contexts like in Burns, for example. They actually had a very significant chunk of their land that was in the adjacent reservation, right? The Burns Paiute tribe. So they can't develop it. Why is it in the UGB, right?
Interesting.
Go on.
Yeah. All right. And then another very sticky issue that we felt was very important to start wading into was
I'll stick around.
was around the issue of accountability. This is and one just maybe quick note that I'll kind of mention on this. When I'm talking about this, I'm specifically referring to kind of the Goal 10 applicable jurisdictions under House Bill 2003. This is like cities above 10,000, as we mentioned, kind of metro counties. We articulate or clarify in the report that really the approach for smaller and especially more rural jurisdictions, it's very much all incentive based, right? All carrot, no stick. We really want to support jurisdictions, especially overcome capacity issues, right? Rather than implementing very specific, requirements that they might not be able to meet. But when we talked about accountability, the draft report really relied on kind of the existing accountability system that we articulated in the housing production strategy. I know many of you folks here in the commission are already familiar with this, but the basic premise of this system was founded on kind of good faith participation in the program that included, timely adoption of, housing capacity and housing production strategy, as well as kind of the timely implementation of strategies that address need. But, the feedback that we received really did raise a lot of shortcomings of kind of the reliance on this approach, because there's a lot of fuzziness in that system. First, it's very fuzzy if there are, like how much is enough in terms of the strategies that you adopt. It's not clear that if, say, there was a housing production strategy that was very kind of tepid, whether DLCD would push on that. And there's also a lot of uncertainty if there wasn't particularly action happening to address need, that there would be any meaningful enforcement response, because, to issue at the highest level an enforcement order takes a very significant amount of time and resources, right? And then another thing we were kind of managing is, based on this draft report, there's kind of a process timeline challenge, right? We're at a stage where if we articulate a full policy, we don't have any time to kind of review this and engage in very deep conversations with stakeholders on, what exactly should this look like? How should it play out, right? And so we are under that constraint. But we did think it was very important to kind of talk through this and maybe not recommend a very specific policy prescription, but at least provide a lot of kind of balance to the conversation that might otherwise be lost. Because we've noticed, we've been steeped in these conversations for a few years now, and we've started to notice something about them. And this is very important because in lieu of us kind of speaking to this, the legislature's probably going to go down this route when they get to this topic. And that is, when we talk about accountability, we've noticed a particular pattern in the way we talk about it, which is the idea that, we hear, especially from folks who are kind of advocating for greater, action on housing, that, hey, if we are not meeting the goals that we are striving to achieve under Goal 10, there should be some type of meaningful response in terms of enforcement to ensure that we are, working to address need, right? And generally speaking, that is responded to. We hear a lot from our local partners who rightfully point out, hey, wait a minute, we don't control all the levers that affect housing production in our communities. We control some, right? But there are a variety of things that are outside of our control. And so leveraging some type of enforcement action or punishment for not meeting a number or something like that is very unreasonable. And that's correct, right? And, I think a lot of our approach and things like the housing production strategy have really kind of recognized that and have really been based around action, but rightfully so, they are fuzzy. What we wanted to kind of offer is that it is true that, we don't control all of the levers for policy action, but if we are not meeting our goals, and now we have a way to actually consistently measure that, we should do something about it, right? We should set up a system where we're making sure that we're setting up the partnerships, investments, and action to actually kind of work towards better outcomes, right? And really, we should just reserve enforcement for inaction, right? And make it in a way that's more clear and doesn't require kind of this huge process and kind of uncertainty as to whether anything would happen, right? And so it kind of articulates this principle to the legislature, hey, wait a minute, the first step should be partnership and investment before we get to accountability, essentially. And, you know, again, we don't have a specific policy prescription here, but we kind of note a few important things in the report. There's a specific section where we dedicate about 4 pages to this. The first one is it's important to identify when you're not meeting your goals, right? When are you underproducing? That is something that we actually have statutes on, but we didn't have a way to measure. ORS 197.293, that's our kind of codified section where LCDC was directed to identify criteria for reviewing and identifying cities that have not achieved production of needed housing within their jurisdictions. And we didn't have the ability to do that, right? Because it was, you know, we have permitting data, but it's difficult to say whether that means you are not meeting your goals or not. But with the implementation of an Oregon housing needs analysis, we do have the ability to actually consistently measure this and compare progress between, you know, jurisdictions in a region as well as, you know, peer jurisdictions. But I think what we should acknowledge about that is not an indication as to whether a city is doing a good or bad job, right? Because there's a lot of factors that could be affecting that. But what it does indicate is, hey, if we're underproducing, we should probably do something about that. So triggering a requirement for the state to take a closer look. And what we say is, hey, you could establish a requirement for a kind of state-led evaluation of barriers that inhibit the production of housing and have them develop recommendations on the different kind of policy and funding initiatives at the state and local levels that could address those barriers, right? And that could be a very, you know, kind of specific formal requirement that's triggered based on underproduction. And then from there, right, there's kind of an opportunity for a conversation to happen with a local jurisdiction to establish an agreement by which, all right, here's our plan, here are the actions we're going to do, here's the resources that are coming from the state and the policy and funding interventions, and here's the local actions that need to happen, and we establish a deadline, of course, with some flexibility because life happens. And then, you know, prioritize state resources to aid implementation. But once you reach that deadline, that's where we kind of acknowledge, hey, the enforcement order is very sticky because it's not clear as to whether it actually happens. It takes a lot of resources to implement. So what you could establish is a measure that kind of automatically applies if a deadline is missed. We kind of list a few examples. What we acknowledge is like, there isn't any one particular policy prescription, but you should be aware that the more impactful it is, the harder it is to implement, right? It's one thing to say maybe affordable housing has a more streamlined process in a community. If you miss a deadline, it's much harder to say, oh, ODOT, you're going to withhold funding until this jurisdiction comes into compliance, right? So we acknowledge that, but we also say the specific measures, that's a legislative determination. And really what our goal should be here is to facilitate housing production and meaningful action towards housing production and not to leverage punishment, right? It should be very easy to kind of avoid these consequences from happening through good faith action. So that's how we've kind of provided some additional clarity on how we could think about accountability as we move forward. What we wanted to acknowledge is, you know, there is that tension there with how we approach accountability in the existing statewide planning system, but we have the ability to develop more balanced approaches to that recognize, you know, there's only so much that we can do in response to, you know, underproduction, but at the same time, we should be doing something, right?
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Sean, you just hit the nail on the head. There's this tension of accountability, and it's a great word. It's not enforcement. It's not compliance. It's accountability. To me, it feels like this is new territory. Previously, the way the state might intervene or appeal a local decision, or there's already an entire enforcement order process. So unless I'm missing something, this is the first time we're really introducing this concept into rules of what is the state going to do in addition to intervening or appealing a decision. And that's not something to be taken lightly. I mean, this is a big change that we're contemplating in this. Is that a fair understanding?
And Vice Chair Lelak, that's a great question. So we're not proposing that we, you know, adopt any policies or rules. These are considerations that we provide to the legislature to say, hey, look, you know, if you go down this route of, you know, applying an enforcement action in response to underproduction, you're going to hit this pretty big wall of something that we've been dealing with for 3 years, right? But there's opportunity for developing a more balanced approach. Here are our thoughts on this to just inform that conversation.
And if I might add to, Vice Chair, this was contemplated, and there's a little language in House Bill 2003 from 2019 around this. But I think the challenge that Sean saw is it was a progressive approach to you're out of compliance, you're not, meeting your definition of needed housing. But we weren't equipped with a lot of tools. And the only tool that we had was the enforcement order. And as Sean indicated, it's expensive, it's cumbersome, and really should only be reserved as a last resort where the city is, absolutely being recalcitrant. We've tried repeatedly with technical assistance and other efforts to try to figure out the problem and move production forward. So that's where we were left. But so the question was, well, what else do we need? And Sean also alluded to it earlier in his remarks. That process of going from underperformance to that last resort option was fuzzy because we didn't have an objective way to say you're really underperforming. And we now have that ability to be more clear about underperforming and then start that process of, can we work with you collaboratively to identify why underproduction is happening and how we can increase production, and then move progressively to not only enforcement orders, but another set of tools. So it is new ground, but not completely new ground. Yeah.
And I was going to say, I understand both sides very well, but it's hugely important for the certain jurisdictions that don't care about affordable housing. We have to have something has to change. So I appreciate the nuance. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just have a question about, I guess, the metric. How do we determine really that underproduction is happening? Because we know the jurisdictions don't build housing, right? So where's the linkage there, and what are you thinking behind that?
Yeah, Commissioner Warren, that's a great question. And I think the first thing to acknowledge is it's not saying that if you are underproducing, you're doing a bad job. It's saying that if you are underproducing, we should take a closer look, right? Yeah. And so there are kind of a few ways that we can measure it. The technical report actually dives into a lot of detail on this. There's a lot that we can measure, but we can't establish goals for. Things like equity, right? It's really difficult to establish targets, right, for equity. But it is possible to say, all right, well, we know that we have total production. That's something that we can measure, right? And we can also measure affordable housing production. OHCS regularly tracks this information. And what we can do, rather than saying, oh, you have this number, you have to meet this target, otherwise you're not in compliance, we can say, hey, well, how are we doing in comparison? How is maybe a jurisdiction doing in comparison to peers in their region? How are they doing in comparison to similar market typologies, right? And there's a lot of detail that goes into that. But essentially, we can say, all right, so we can see the spread of folks, and we can see of those folks who might need a little bit of support, who are at kind of the bottom end of the bell curve, right? Mm-hmm. And we can say, all right, this suggests that we should take a closer look. What are the barriers that are happening? How could we facilitate better outcomes?
Perfect.
Yeah.
And I like the idea that you said, if you look imagine in a future, and then you look in a region and then one is not participating, it's like, well, why? Is it a topography challenge? Is it we don't want affordable housing challenge? We can figure out what the difference is, or maybe there's not enough incentives, right, to attract development over there versus over there. I'm always going to put a plug in for like a database. I'm always into databases. But I've brought this up many times about the housing production strategies. If it could be like a searchable database for jurisdictions, not only in the state, but elsewhere, that you can just say, this is what I want. And then the strategies come out. And then the other one is the idea of a dashboard so that you can visually see with charts and visually see who's meeting their targets or not. And that would be great.
Chair, we agree. Actually, one of the core components of implementing an Oregon housing needs analysis is having a housing production dashboard that, say if OHCS implements, they would establish essentially a portal where cities can see how things stack up, right? How are we doing on production? How are we doing on all these different equity indicators? They don't have to do that analysis in-house anymore, right? And it's something that's available to the public, right? That kind of thing. And we're going to, of course, be building on the housing production strategy program with, a lot more off the shelf options, right, for cities to pursue, right? Having those kind of type in, like, I want to do X, right? That kind of thing. So,
yeah, because I think that brings a whole level of like community participation where people don't feel so isolated from this data. It's like, well, how's my community doing? And then one would imagine that could cause action to be taken at a grassroots local level, right? So I think that's really important. But an easy, digestible, visually interesting
Stars.
for a regular person to go in there and say, like, you know, and the value of competition is high. I think people should underestimate competition, I think. And then also for the development community, right? If you had this easy to go dashboard, you might say to yourself, let me see where there's a need and they're not meeting their targets. And maybe I can approach that city knowing that they're really wanting to do something because they're not meeting their need, you know, so it can spill over to the private sector also.
Chair Halava, we'll try to find ways to include stars on the dashboards. Yes.
Yes.
The joke from the earlier presentation.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. This is going to be a slightly larger conversation, but it relates to the accountability piece. I think the question for me, as you're going through this is one of the two places we just talked about, the other one with the UGB expansion, where we're not making direct recommendations to the legislature. We are putting it in the hands of the legislature. And the question I have, and I think this is actually a question for my colleagues, is how much room do we want to leave for the legislature to make those decisions? And the difference would be we would put in or ask staff to put in more recommendations that reflect where we want to head. I think the difficulty might be, I don't know if we have a full appetite on the commission for what those recommendations would be. So that's part of the question. And here it really does fit exactly this framework. For me, I drew the exact same map that you did after you were talking about underproduction. Isn't necessarily what initiates the actions. It is whether or not I use the word effort, but you're right, it is action. So what we want to hold people accountable for is inaction in solving what this is intended to do, which is housing production. That's the outcome we want to get to. That's what we want to hold you accountable for. And so I think it's a fair system. And I'm not sure we should penalize the jurisdiction. I'm not sure that jurisdictions should feel penalized if they're not necessarily meeting their housing productions because there's an accountability system, when the accountability system really is designed for those folks that are not taking the actions that this is intended to do. Again, as I've said before, I think regulations, accountability tend to be built for those folks who are unwilling or bad actors, however you want to frame it. They're not necessarily intended for folks who are willing to take action, who are well-intentioned. And so I think that's a caution. And so I think it's a road we do have to go down and find a way to get there. And again, it goes back to the question of whether or not we should leave it in the hands of the legislature or provide them more recommendations. So for instance, in the third column there, we could add things, other measures that we see fit to hold folks accountable. And you've listed them there, that 1 through 5 is a set of them. The legislature take a look at these. I think I'm wondering if there are things that we could recommend that would actually do that. Is it minimum standards, model codes that, if you don't do this, you are subject to this.
Commissioner Lazo, that's a great question. Maybe the concern that I would express would be just where we're at in the process. Like, I don't have a work group meeting that I can bring this to and vet.
Yeah, it's sort of today, right? And yeah, so that's the question.
Yeah, and I'll just echo what Sean is saying. In addition to not having the time with the stakeholders and the jurisdictions to talk about what those other mechanisms would look like, I believe this report is going to the legislature with pretty broad-based support, and we could be putting that at risk if we were to add something. I mean, it's the commission's prerogative, but that's a risk. And I guess the question would be the strategic question: are we better off with sort of momentum, having elevated the issue of accountability, provided some thoughts, versus having some more specific mechanisms for which we don't necessarily have a lot of time to talk about? Yeah, but it is an important issue. I don't disagree with you there.
Thank you. I did a quick question. Did you have we're at our time, so I didn't know if you had like a lot more slides or not. We're good. Okay. Commissioner Warren. Yay.
Well,
Commissioner Warren.
Just another consideration is this has to be in front of the legislature by the 2nd of December, right? Which is 2 weeks from now. So putting together additional stuff would be, I think, burdensome, especially over Thanksgiving. But we're going to get a chance, most likely, if the legislature moves on this, to do rulemaking, I would assume. So
Okay.
I think at that point is when we can start vetting some of these things to more fine detail.
So I had one comment. So a real estate reporter at the Portland Business Journal took a photo of a book, a diagram from a book, and posted it. And I was like, I feel like we need this diagram somehow in this report, or not in the report, conveyed to somebody. And the diagram was called the supply demand circle. And it was from some real estate licensing exam book. And there's two things that people don't get in housing. This diagram is one of them, and then the other one I can tell you about. And so what was funny is he circled Oregon is here. It was like a circle with different things. And it basically is like he circled undersupply, high prices, low vacancy. And then you go around the circle, construction goes up, rising vacancy, falling prices, then supply demand equilibrium, then rising vacancy, falling prices, then oversupply, high prices, low prices, high vacancy. It's basic in the real estate development world, but a lot of people don't get that there is this cycle between supply and pricing, and you have to kind of know where you are on that cycle to understand. Also, like, you do all these things and you're like, oh, it's not working. Why isn't it working? Like, well, where are you on this cycle? So it'd be kind of nice to convey that to folks. I think the other thing, it would be great if it was in a graphic, but it's a fundamental thing that a lot of people don't know and they actually disagree with, but it's 100% true, which is if supply goes up, and it's the same thing as this, it's embedded in this. If supply goes up, pricing goes down overall across the market. And it's just a basic supply and demand, and people don't get it. And so I just want to make sure somehow that basics of real estate is included in this report.
Chair, that's a great point. Actually, one of the kind of follow-up pieces that we're going to be working on after this is how we message the recommendations to a broader audience. We're going to be working essentially on kind of a short graphic heavy pamphlet that kind of explains, like, hey, part of the equation here is supply, right? And explaining these basic concepts. Actually, you're correct on the attribution. Professor Chris Elmendorf just did a study on this where they can correct folks, just normal folks can correctly attribute like producing more cars to lower prices for cars, but cannot do the same for housing. Mm-hmm. Producing more housing in a lot of people's minds raises prices because it's correlated with that, but it's more that prices are driving construction, right?
Suppression causes more increase. And it's a huge thing. Every time I talk to someone in California, it's like their number one struggle with people saying, stop producing housing. It's creating gentrification, which is like the exact opposite. So we don't want to get there. And we just have to make sure that somehow in California, they're causing their own problem, that we think about that. And I understand the nuances around just because you're creating housing for one group doesn't necessarily mean it's for another group, but overall housing supply increases affordability for everyone at the end of the day. So we have to take action. Commissioner Boyer. Public comment. Sorry. Well, public comment will be accepted. I was trying to find where I was on my sheet. The will or the will not. I think we have one. Oh, we have four. There was one when I started. We'll start off with Peggy Lynch from the League of Women Voters of Oregon. She's in person here.
Which microphone?
This one, fine. I'm short. Good. I just noticed afternoon. Commission, Chair Holova and members of the commission, thank you very much. I'm Peggy Lynch with the League of Women Voters of Oregon, and I supplied a 2-page letter that I hope that you got in your packet. So I will not go through all of it, and I have been taking notes as you have been having conversations. I just want to remind everybody that land use planning is about where we all live, work, shop, and play, and how we get there. It is not a boring subject, and everyone should be caring about it. I did mention that in 2000 or in 2004, actually, OHCS and DLCD had a conversation about this very situation and did nothing. And the reason they did nothing is because there was no funding to make it happen. And so that is a critical component. Oregonians need housing they can afford, and they need it now. So the good news is that the revenue forecast that just happened yesterday looks like it will be stable enough. And even in a mild recession, we have 21% of our budget in a reserve. And so even in a recession, we can make this work. And that has to be a message that you all help the rest of us provide to the legislature. I also want to make another comment. Your director and I worked together in the Integrated Water Resources Strategy that was first passed in 2012. It was 2021 when we really got the money to really make it happen. Now, we had some incremental money that happened along the way, but it took until 2021. We don't have that time. This is a matter of urgency. So I want to focus on, among the recommendations are the focus on the use of buildable lots in current cities. And you heard Lincoln City and the fact that they existed because of sewer. It was because they needed to have a sewer system. There is a tiny town in Ione over in Eastern Oregon. That's a town of 300. They're all on septic. And in order for them to deal with groundwater issues, they are finally going to create a lagoon because they can't afford a real sewer system. And so that is another of the issues. We need to make sure that local governments can update their public facilities plans on their current UGBs. They have lots of land in current UGBs. They don't have to worry about going through this other process and expanding yet. They will need to, and the league does not disagree that expansion needs to happen in places, but we need to use what we have first. And that means we have to invest in infrastructure, and we have federal monies this time to make it happen. So there are parts of this proposal that we can really support. It's visionary, but it's also complicated. And I'll go back to what I just said a few minutes ago. It's going to take, even if we do an urgency issue, it's going to take 1 year to 2 years or more to even begin to make this happen. We can't wait. So we need to make sure that we do the things we can do without complicated processes in the first place. And I will end with, and be happy to talk later, and I will be here the rest of the day and into tomorrow. The small scale UGB expansion discussion, House Bill 4079. What we have not been able to get clear to the agency is that the way the bill was written was that you jumped over the current UGB and then you got this extra 50 acres. In 2016, that bill passed. We are now told that maybe Bend and Redmond are actually beginning to use that land. There's still no production on it. I don't even think there's any infrastructure there. This is not a Band-Aid solution. We really need to think about those kinds of things. It's not that we don't think that UGB expansion should happen, and that there should be, and there may be some reason to have some small scale ones that are more simplistic. But 4079 jumped over the top. I know that you want to go to lunch. I'm waiting. I'm not letting you do that, but I do want to make sure that I am here and I'm available to help whenever. The league is passionate. I had the 2 other people that on my letter. One of them is a former HUD employee and worked on housing issues. So we are here not just about land use, but we engage in OHCS as well. And of course, as you well know, the other natural resource agencies. So always happy to help. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for your participation and your passion for the issue. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. The next person to testify. Thank you, Peggy.
Yep.
I can't see. I think somebody has to put it up for me to know. I don't know if I can still see. We're having Michael Spurlock, maybe, with Mass Consulting.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in the process. I appreciate it. I was a member of the the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Rulemaking Advisory Committee, and I was also a member of the ONO Working Group. So I've interacted with Sean quite a bit over the past year and a half. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide feedback today. And so I want to thank all the commissioners for that opportunity. I also wanted to say at the outset, I appreciate Sean's responsiveness to the comments that have been made by people who advocate for the rights of people with disabilities, including his mention today of the acceptance of accessibility as or accessible housing as a type of housing that will be tracked going forward. I wanted today, I realize that there's not time to talk about all the details that were in comments that I submitted to DLCD. So I wanted to keep this at a very broad level. And at the broadest level, I want to note that per international law, everyone has a right to adequate housing. And initially within the framework of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 25 establishes a right to adequate standard of living, which includes the right to adequate housing. Back in 1991, the the Committee on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights described or defined the elements of the right to adequate housing. And those include the security of tenure, affordability, accessibility, location, proximity to services and materials, inhabitability, and cultural adequacy. For persons with disabilities, there can be no equity for housing if we do not factor in issues around accessibility. And data suggests that somewhere between 20 to 25% of the population of Oregonians identify as persons with disabilities. And of course, that does not include their family members or friends who live with or visit those individuals with disabilities. We know that based on demographic trends, there will be an increase in the number of persons with disabilities over the next 20 years. And we also know that now there's already an undersupply of accessible housing. And that means limited choice or no, in some cases, no choice for housing for people with disabilities. And that means continued inequity. So I realize that I'm going to be out of time. The last thing I want to say is that while Sean mentioned earlier that it's really hard to measure equity, I agree with him. But just because something is really hard, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be thinking about how to do that. And I really would encourage all the commissioners to think about how we can track equity when it comes to housing, not only for persons with disabilities, but for all marginalized groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, commissioners? I was going to say at one point, I wish I had the right quote that somebody gave me. So I'm not going to do this well, but someone told me at one point, all of us will be in the category of persons with disabilities at some point in our life. And I think a lot of times the folks with certain abilities like to think of it as a separate group when actually we're all in that category, either from when we were young to when we're older, or in between. So it's just a different way of thinking about it, that it's all of us. So yes, we're temporarily able in different ways at different times. And any of us who've had like surgeries or anything like that suddenly have a great awareness. I've had 3 surgeries of the conditions of the physical environment all of a sudden. Thank you. And next person up, Mary Kyle McCurdy from 1,000 Friends of Oregon.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Mary Kyle McCurdy, representing 1,000 Friends of Oregon. I want to start out with thanking Sean and your consultant, Echo Northwest, profusely for the wonderful work they've done and how responsive they've been. We submitted comments, and I'm going to touch on 4 points in those. We support the report, but of course, my points are going to suggest where to improve it. First, aligning funding from all agencies with infrastructure and particularly with affordable housing infrastructure. There's almost universal agreement on that. That will be a heavy enough lift in many respects in the legislature. So I hope that we can all row in that direction and not get distracted by things we might not all agree on. Second, climate friendly and equitable communities. The agency's climate friendly and equitable communities program is mentioned as almost a separate and detached agency program on page 25 of the full ONA report. We think this is a missed opportunity to robustly integrate the ONA allocations into, as appropriate, the climate-friendly areas to achieve this double bottom line of providing more affordable housing in walkable mixed-use areas where transportation options are more affordable and to meet our climate targets. We urge you to direct your staff to rework that section. Third, commercial and employment lands. The first direction to you from the legislature was to examine how to reduce restrictive or outdated zoning regulations and the appropriate conversion of commercial and employment lands to residential use. Commissioner Hollabaugh mentioned that in her opening remarks. So we urge you to direct your staff to pump up that section. And finally, the urban growth boundary expansion issue, the small scale UGB expansions. Unlike every part of the rest of this ONA report, which depends on deep and sound data analysis, we find this proposal lacks that rigor. It seems to instead jump to an assumption that this report needs to propose waiving substantive requirements to make it easier to expand UGBs. We don't see that in your legislative direction. Rather, the legislature directed DLCD to examine how the process and level of data necessary to establish UGBs can be streamlined and how the regulatory review of UGB adjustments can be streamlined. Streamlining streamlining a process is not a direction to change the substantive criteria, rather to make it faster and more efficient. And as we note in our comments, the report includes many recommendations that do meet this direction that we support, including urban reserves, efficiency measures, increased technical analysis by the state to relieve local governments of that, increased support for local governments. Yet eliminating substantive UGB criteria is part of what this UGB expansion proposal recommends. For example, it includes an analysis waiver approach in which some jurisdictions would not be required to prepare Goal 10 or 14 related analysis. This jump to UGB expansions is proposed with, in our view, first, no description of the many UGB expansions that have occurred as described in today's director's report, the Farm Forest report, and other agency reports. As your director's report notes, UGB additions and changes are alive and well. That's an important context to have for this report, even if you do have to make this recommendation as for political, frankly, reasons. That context is important. And second, there's no analysis of whether this would even address the underlying housing needs described in the ONA report. And in particular, there's no substantive discussion of how this very concept has been working or not in the pilot project on which it's based. As a brief recap, in 2016, and subsequent legislation, the legislature created a pilot project that allowing now 3 cities, Bend, Redmond, and more recently Pendleton, to expand their UGBs by up to 50 acres if 30% of the housing is affordable. This department is required by this legislation to report on how that pilot project is working in every biennium. The last agency report that I could find online is from 2020, and it does lay out clearly, and we know this is still true today, that while Bend and Redmond have picked their sites and Redmond's is free because it was publicly owned, not one house has been built yet 6 years later because it takes time to plan, find a developer, obtain financing, etc. For example, your 2020 report describes how the first private developer that Bend had for this project pulled out, and so the city had to go back to the drawing board. Well, Bend and Redmond are moving ahead and may well get there. The bottom line is that even with an easy UGB expansion and free land in one case, it is taking just about as long to build the housing as with an old-fashioned UGB expansion. So do we need this UGB option, which might well prove distracting to what is really effective? And that is what we know from the fact that cities across the United States with no UGBs or even any land use planning are also experiencing the same issues we are here with housing underproduction. What we have in common is a far more fundamental reason for chronic housing underproduction: unnecessary local regulatory barriers, political resistance to changing zoning to allow more diverse, smaller, and affordable housing options. And that's where the strength of your housing production strategies and the rest of the things in this owner report come in, and where we hope we can all join and focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariko. I mean, from her testimony, the two easy things that I thought, just me talking, was if there's greater linkages to CFAC to be made, it'd be good, because we all agree that that was something we were doing. And then any descriptions of the UGBs that have occurred, I think is a message we're saying here. And if it can be added to the report, I think that's should be. I didn't know if anybody else had any comments based on testimony.
Well, Chair, I have a comment, but I can wait until we're finished with testimony before we vote. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, and we're not voting today. I've reminded myself, we're just providing guidance and guidance.
Direction. In that case, I'll make a brief comment. When I talked about House Bill 4079, and I wasn't referring to the specific bill, and I think we think about a collaborative, streamlined approach. I do think there needs to be a need. There needs to be a justification, as Ms. Lynch stated. That shouldn't be something that we go above and beyond. But one of the things that we might do is we'll look at those that the agency has approved and it's a great list in the director's report, but engage them and ask them, what were their lessons learned? What worked? What didn't work? Just because they were approved doesn't mean they weren't phenomenally expensive, resource intensive, because the rigor of the system is so significant. We hear from across the state, there could be streamlined approaches while addressing resource lands, while citizen involvement. There's all the different factors. I think it's something we absolutely need to keep in the report for consideration. Thank you.
And Vice Chair, I'll just, that's a great point. I'll just add that we actually did have those conversations with local jurisdictions who recently completed UGB amendments. That's where we've learned a lot of the kind of lessons, especially around things like urban reserve planning and how we establish need, that type of thing.
Do you think you would or want to, or you feel it's adequate, the level of linkages in the CFAC and the data that we know, but we're trying to convey to the world on UGB expansion could be added to what you've already written on the topic?
Chair, that's a good question. So the big thing is a lot of this work is going to happen in rules. What we highlight in the report is, first, these don't conflict, right? The basic premise of CFAC is building a lot more housing in walkable mixed-use neighborhoods. That's completely consistent, and we have constructed it in a way that doesn't inhibit a jurisdiction from planning for adequate housing. And that's one of the things that we know. The other piece is that, hey, we have a lot of work to do we're going to be implementing efficiency measures and really strengthening the housing production strategy program. We need to have a particular focus on facilitating a significant production of housing in climate-friendly areas, right? And that's going to be a lot of work that we're going to have to do in the next biennium. And that's going to include a lot of measures around, financial incentives, zoning.
Sorry, I just meant more messaging.
Oh.
The work will happen. I'm not concerned about the work and it's just like, if maybe there's more strength in the messaging. I don't know. I'm throwing it out there. Yeah.
Sure.
There are people that see the CFAC completely separated from housing in a positive way, I meant to say. And I think we understand that there's positive implications to that, and just making sure our messaging is strong on that. That was it. Any commissioners?
I just want to say thank you. This work is amazing.
Yes, thank you.
I wanted to say the same thing.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. There's one more.
Oh, there's one more person? Oh, I'm
That's
sorry,
what I was
because I don't have the list. Sorry, last person. Let's go with the last person here. Karen Burig from Clackamas County Planning Division. Sorry about that.
No, that's quite all right. Good afternoon, commissioners. I am Karen Burig. I am the Long Range Planning Manager at Clackamas County. And we did submit a letter, but that was just this morning. So I will go ahead and read that letter into the record. So after reviewing the recently released Oregon Housing Needs Analysis recommendation, Clackamas County staff commends DLCD and OHCS for their significant efforts in analyzing the factors influencing the underproduction of housing and recommending a suite of potential strategies to respond. We agree with the basis for the ONA and understand that all jurisdictions share a responsibility to address the housing crisis and support the goal of more equitably providing housing across our state. In particular, we look forward to the robust conversation as a part of the 2023 legislative session regarding how the state funding can be directed towards infrastructure, readying challenging sites for development, and incentivizing the construction of affordable housing and workforce housing. Nevertheless, we have significant technical concerns that should be weighed as you consider advancing the recommendations in this document to the Oregon legislature. First of all, last-minute changes to the requirements that apply in the metro area are unclear and were not sufficiently vetted with the affected jurisdictions and should not be included in the report to the legislature until there is sufficient time to discuss them with the impacted jurisdictions. While, as the report describes, there have been extensive engagement related to the majority of the recommendations, the information on page 17 titled Considerations for Metro was not included in the August public review draft and was only available last Thursday with the release of your packet. We were alerted to this possible inclusion only a week prior to the report's release, and as a result, we have not had sufficient time to discuss the implications with our jurisdictional partners or to brief our board. Our staff has been following the ONA work since the passage of HB 2003, and yet only now at this point when the report is ready to be sent to the legislature has the requirement for counties to complete Goal 10 work and housing production strategy been introduced. It is concerning that we were not consulted by DLCD staff earlier in this process of revising the August report in a significant way. DLCD should meet with the impacted jurisdictions to discuss the specific recommendations for the new Goal 10 planning obligations for the metro area counties and DLCD expectations of how ONA requirements will replace or supplement existing requirements in the metro area related to the urban growth report cycle. As metro area jurisdictions have learned through the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking process, delaying resolution on how the state and metro will interact with local jurisdictions in areas where they have overlapping authority unnecessarily burdens local government to track documents, discussions, decision-making at levels of the government, at both levels of the government at the same time in similar topics. There have been multiple mandates that the state and it's straining local staffing resources. While funding for the state to hire consultants can offset some of the costs related to adoption and implementation, there'll be local staff time will be required for additional implementation. There are no staff resources provided for this ongoing administration. In short, the efficiency of our limited staff resources is key, and layering of the state and metro requirements on metro area jurisdiction should be avoided. So the second point is just funding for affordable housing and infrastructure to support housing should be available to all jurisdictions, even if they have not yet or not required to complete housing production strategies. Many jurisdictions with cities that are below 10,000 or counties that may not be required to complete housing production strategies, but they may be presumably allocated more housing and expected to enable this housing. In addition, housing production strategies are a new concept, and some cities are not required to complete them until 27 or 28. In the meantime, the need for this housing and additional funding to support housing is needed, and it's immediate. There should be a way to provide such assistance to in a more equitable and timely manner to jurisdictions that are actively working to provide more housing regardless of the status of the housing production strategy. If in fact this isn't the intent, then clarifying it in the report would help resolve this concern. So before the report is sent to the legislature, there must be a deeper conversation on how these rules will work in the metro area and how the potential funding to support more affordable housing can be made available to jurisdictions in a more equitable manner. Unless that occurs, we request that the 6 core components listed on page 17 be replaced with the statement that more discussion is needed with local governments in the metro area. In closing, adoption of the ONA recommendations will represent a significant increase in state bureaucracy and state control over local planning. Regardless of how worthy the goals, there will be substantial policy disagreement on whether or not it's a good idea and the best use of limited resources. Analysis, tracking, and enforcement are not substitutes for housing production. We already know that the state is underbuilt for housing. State efforts would be better directed towards incentives for development of housing and targeting those identified reasons why urban land isn't quickly enough keeping up with the pace of the housing need and at an affordable price point. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I didn't know if Sean wanted to respond to any of the comments brought up, if any of the commissioners wanted to.
Chair, yes, I can help clarify a little bit, at least on the process side of things. The first piece I would like to raise up, I appreciate Karen's comments and raising of concerns. This was actually a very deliberate set of questions that we were asking local governments and our partners in the metro region during our outreach during the summer. By the time we had reached the August 31st report, we knew that there were still a lot of details that needed to be worked out. We didn't land the plane, so to speak. And so it was premature at that time to publish it in the report. But one of the, pretty deliberate questions that we asked, in addition to the entire things around, all right, how do we make sure we have an equitable system in the metro? As part of these conversations that happened in June, and we held a series of, formal kind of, forums for metro staff in particular, as well as we actually coordinated with both Washington and Clackamas counties to facilitate discussions with planning leadership in both arenas. And of course, we also touch base with Multnomah County, recognizing they don't have the same relationships. And we asked this question deliberately: should counties plan for goal 10? And the thing pretty resoundingly, we heard, yeah, it's kind of hard to argue not. So I understand that, hey, this is a lot of responsibility. We actually articulate they should be able to access all the same funding, technical resources that cities are able to, as well as the types of funding that are very necessary to support production writ large. But it's, kind of difficult to argue that these areas that are very significantly like cities shouldn't be planned for like cities, and that we shouldn't work towards a more equitable distribution of housing in the metro region. It's actually one of, I would say, where equity is concerned, it's probably the biggest shortcoming of how we've implemented the land use planning system, because we see very disparate equitable outcomes between jurisdictions in the metro region. Like that's particularly true in metro.
Yeah. Commissioners, Vice Chair Leela.
Just the last comment, Sean, you've balanced so much and your team throughout this process. It's just, I think it's exceptional work and we need to move it forward. So we're not voting, but great work.
And so we're not voting, but maybe a thumbs up on the going toward the legislature. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's such a remarkable body of work. And every time it comes before us, there's just more really remarkable stuff in there. So Sean and the entire housing team, congratulations. And I think handing this ball off to the rest of your teammates now to carry it even further over the line is going to be remarkable. So thank you all so much for the work.
Nice. Okay, with that, we are now going to break for lunch. I'm going to add it 5 more minutes. We'll return back at 1:20. So sort of near a half an hour with agenda item 7, which is the biennial report on farm and forest lands. And we are going over across the walkway and they're ready for us now. So we'll be back at 1:20. Thank you.
All the way over there.
Good afternoon, commissioners. We will be restarting the meeting in about 2 minutes. David, if you could turn on the commission camera, that would be great.
Area, it's likely that we'll be a little delayed. Everyone, with the exception of me and Hillary and Peggy, is still in the dining hall.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, David, do you want to just go check in with Brenda and see if she wants to encourage folks in there? Or Mandy, could you do that?
Yes, I can do that.
David, thank you. You need help herding folks back in. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten.
They get their own break.
Yes, at lunch. They should be back in shortly.
How are you? How are you? You don't feel good as usual. What brings you? I'll just have a little hearing and.
Washington County.
Washington County? Washington County. Yeah.
If it prompts to join audio, just ignore it.
Okay.
Don't turn on the microphone on that one.
Okay.
That's me. I don't feel the same as here.
I guess I didn't even notice that.
What are you up to?
Oh, I'm
Director Bateman is rounding everybody up.
here about this here earlier about the housing.
Thanks, David.
You're here. Thanks, David. Sorry, I'm not there to help. Thank you.
Everything.
All the LCDC. So.
You still do anything around the election law at all?
I don't believe that's.
Believe us.
That, we just got a request from the legislator about talking about ranked choice vote.
Yeah, we did too. I met with a member. I saw, I should say, I represent the courts.
Oh, okay.
Drafting and lobbying, so yeah, but RCB just passed in Portland and the county.
So let everyone know we are unmuted and prepared to start.
Tim up there and is gonna be scrambling for a while to get it.
Well, you know, getting kind of, so I live there. And, chair. So then Carol and now Alice also had.
Yeah, James has been dealing with that for. I haven't been a decade, but it's been a few cycles that he's.
Yeah, the, Benton County one, so having it before.
Yeah.
How are you? You're doing okay. Yes, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say AOC, that's where I was yesterday.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
That's where I'll be tomorrow morning too. And I'm thinking that's my complimentary thing that. Oh, you know, we can. Oh, my goodness.
I've changed the start time to 1:30. Chair Halova, so you've got a few minutes to get settled.
Abilities. Unmuted. Okay. So welcome back from lunch. We now have agenda item number 7, which is the biennial report on farm and forest lands to the 2023 legislature with Hillary Foote, Farm Forest Lands Special. Do you want me to re-say that? Or we're good? We're good. Okay. Welcome, Hillary. right. Oh.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, and commissioners. And thank you very much for having me here today. I am Hillary Foote, and I am the Farm and Forest Land Use Specialist for DLCD. And this afternoon, I hope to share this time with you talking about the draft biennial Farm and Forest Land Use Report for the legislature. So the question for the commission to consider today is whether to approve the draft report for submission, or if there are any changes or modifications you would like to make to the report to identify those today. This report does need to be submitted to the legislature prior to the start of session, which is January 17th. So there will not be an opportunity to bring this back to commission prior to the start of sessions. So although the primary audience for this report is the legislature, there are other entities who use the data presented here. So other agencies, advocacy groups, and universities also make use of the data sets here for a variety of reasons. And so the report was prepared not only with the legislature in mind and to fulfill our statutory obligation, but for a wider audience as well. So this is a report that LCDC has been providing to the legislature for 38 years. And the intent of the report, David, I can't get it to click, so sorry. So the intent of the report is to provide insight into how well the Working Lands Conservation Program is performing at implementing the goals of statewide planning goals 3 and 4. So bringing to mind that old adage that you can't manage what you can't measure. A lot of the conversation today is going to be looking at different ways that we are measuring how the programs are performing at achieving those objectives. So the report itself is organized into 6 different sections. So context is important, and the report starts off with an overview of statewide planning goals 3 and 4 to understand what those objectives of the program are and how the programs have been designed to implement those objectives. Then we get into our statistical reporting obligation, and that's the nitty-gritty of the number of uses that have been approved, number of dwellings that have been approved on farm and forest lands. There's a section about conversion. Actually, we're going to talk about that first today. And then there's a large appendix with a bunch of data tables that have been lovingly prepared from information from the Farm and Forest report. So today we're going to touch on each of these boxes briefly, and I'll go over some highlights that I hope came through in the report. Okay. So we're going to start with agricultural lands. The Farm and Forest programs are quite different from a lot of the other work that DLCD does. And part of the reason is that the Agricultural Lands Program was established over a decade before the Land Use Planning Program. And both of these programs, both goals 3 and 4, are essentially tax programs. So exclusive farm use zoning was actually standardized across the state of Oregon in 1963. And at that time, it was part of an incentive tax program that kind of went like this. If you were a farmer, you can voluntarily request that your land be protected under exclusive farm use zoning, and in exchange, your land would be assessed at its farm value rather than its market value and save you a bunch of money. And this is the tool that's still used pretty commonly throughout the country today to preserve farmland. And in the 1950s and 60s, a number of states across the United States adopted similar incentive tax programs to protect farmland. And that was a policy response to an alarming and significant loss of prime farmland across the United States following World War II. So after World War II, the mechanization and factory processes that were developed to support the war effort were devoted to the protection of housing and personal automobiles, which supported the rise of suburbs. So although that incentive tax program was actually very popular in the state of Oregon, it didn't achieve its objectives. And between 1955 and 1970, over 500,000 acres of prime farmland were converted in the Willamette Valley. During the 1960s, Clackamas County lost a third of its prime farmland. And when we're talking about the Willamette Valley, these are some of the best farmland in the entire country. These are very high quality arable lands. So there were a number of eloquent farmland protection activists that grew up or rose up out of concern for the amount of conversion that was being experienced and helped to support the implementation of Senate Bill 100 and its partner bill, Senate Bill 101. So when Senate Bill 100 was enacted, it required counties to inventory agricultural lands that met our definition of agricultural lands, which is based primarily on soil capability classifications that have been defined by the National Resource Conservation Service. But that definition also provides some flexibility to counties to include other lands based on their particular agricultural economy. So counties were required to inventory agricultural lands, and protection under exclusive farm use zoning became mandatory. And when that zoning became mandatory, that tax program became part of a suite of compensatory benefits. So this suite of benefits is often cited in literature as, some of the key factors that make the Oregon program particularly successful in the country. So there's the special assessment program. There's an exemption from new special assessments. And there's Oregon's right to farm laws, which protect farmers from nuisance and trespass suits related to commonly accepted farm practices. And there are limitations on counties' abilities to regulate farm practices when they are taking place in exclusive farm use zones. As part of Senate Bill 101, when it overhauled the exclusive farm use zone, one of the things that was part of the new Chapter 215 was the legislative policy on agricultural lands. And it is a beautiful articulation of why the legislature did what it did with the agricultural lands program. It acknowledges the importance of the agricultural economy to the state of Oregon, not just for its economic contribution, but also for the contribution that agricultural lands provide for the health and welfare of the general populace of the state. So food security, which is one of the more obvious benefits, but also other benefits like aesthetics and open space and habitat, co-benefits that are located on agricultural lands. So that policy statement acknowledges that importance, and it essentially says that it is so important that it's worth these compensatory benefits that we've conveyed to agricultural land use owners. So just in sum, that's a bit of the history context for the farmland preservation program. Exclusive farm use zoning was meant to be restrictive, and it was meant to protect certain types of land for agricultural uses. So Goal 4 also has a very interesting history, not going to get into today. In many ways, it was a bit of an afterthought, and it was modeled after the Goal 3 program. There's some key differences, but it's very similar. So owners of forest land also receive a suite of compensatory benefits in exchange for the very restrictive zoning that's applied to forest lands. So in both farm and forest lands, there are limited opportunities for dwellings and limited opportunities for the development of non-farm and non-forest uses. Okay, so how successful have these programs, how successful have farm zoning and forest zoning been at keeping working lands in farm use and forest use? So the report that you're looking at today looks at 4 different metrics to get at that question. The first one is one of DLCD's KPMs, and that is the amount of the land that's removed from protected resource zoning over time. Another metric is that we cite land that's reported in farm use by the U.S. Census of Agriculture. Another metric is that is a great source. It's based on land cover derived from aerial imagery. And then the last thing that we'll look at is the number of non-farm and non-forest use and dwelling approvals permitted by counties.
Chair Hillary?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, Hillary, can we just define key performance measure or KPM?
Yes, so sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was about to just get to that point. So our agency has a key performance metric, or a KPM, related to the amount of land removed from protective resource zoning since 1987. 1987 is the base year because all comprehensive plans were acknowledged by 1986. So since 1987, 99% of the land that's been zoned for farm or forest use has been maintained under that protective zoning. About 52,000 acres have been converted either through a zone change or through a UGB expansion over the past 35 years. So by that metric, these programs have been performing very well, and they've been very successful. However, just because property is maintained under farm zoning or forest zoning doesn't necessarily mean that it's being maintained in farm use or timber use. There are numerous opportunities for non-resource development on properties that are protected under farm and forest zoning. When Senate Bill 101 overhauled Chapter 215 in 1973, 6 uses were allowed in farm zones. Now there are over 60 uses that are permitted in farm zones. So it's important to look at other metrics for measuring how successful this has been at keeping these lands in working land uses. One of the data sets that we look at is the United States Department of Agriculture National Agricultural Statistics Survey, U.S. Census of Agriculture. And that's a census that's done nationally every 5 years. As a farmer, I will tell you that they are very aggressive at getting you to respond. I've been chased down my driveway before. But it's a really interesting, a lovely data set, and it aligns nicely with our reporting years. So in 1987, the U.S. Department of Agriculture reported just about 1.7 million more lands in farm use than were protected under exclusive farm use zoning. Coincidentally, or maybe not coincidentally, by 2017, there were actually just a little bit less lands in farm use than were protected under exclusive farm use zoning. So USDA notes a loss of about that same 1.7 million acres of land in farm use over that 35-year period. Another interesting thing about the USDA data is that's available by county since 1997. And so here is a quick look at how land has been retained in farm use by county across the state. And it's a bit surprising. So these counties in dark blue have actually reported more land in farm use since 1987. So like Deschutes and Wasco, for example. And the counties in white are counties where less than 70% of land has been retained in farm use. So I just note that in some counties where the agricultural land base is very small to begin with, for example, in Clatsop, the loss of even a couple of hundred acres can be a significant impact. All right, another really great resource that is something one of our sister agencies puts out. So the Oregon Department of Forestry has been collecting aerial imagery of the state since the 1970s. And they review that aerial imagery, and they have classified the land cover into several different categories of working lands, into rural residential lands, and into urbanized lands. And this report reports that 98% of land in these sort of working lands categories have been retained since 1984. So compare that to DLCD's 99% maintained under resource zoning, there's a 1% difference. So that 1% difference may not sound like much, but essentially amounts to an additional 320,000 acres of resource land that they note as converted to either a rural residential or urbanized use over that period. And interestingly enough, the breakdown between conversion to low density residential and to urbanized uses tracks a national trend. Nationally, about a third of the resource land that's been converted, or 2/3 of the land that's been converted nationally, has been to that less efficient, low density residential development. And we've seen that in the state, or this report would tell us that's what we're seeing in our state as well. Okay. So the report historically has contained a section on non-resource lands, which may be a little bit counterintuitive because non-resource lands, by definition, are lands that do not meet the definition of agricultural lands or forest lands in our rules. But it has historically been included in the Farm and Forest Report, and this is an issue that continues to be of concern to rural staff at DLCD. And this is a good opportunity to include some work on this topic in the report. So when counties were going through acknowledgement, most counties identified lands, rural lands, as either farmland, forest land, or exception lands. Exception lands are lands which should have been inventoried under Goal 3 or Goal 4, but the counties took an exception because they were already committed or developed to other uses. Some counties, a handful of counties at acknowledgement designated non-resource lands, lands that didn't meet the definition of agricultural lands or forest lands. And it has been an issue of concern over the years. There is a process in statute that allows a county to re-inventory lands in order to correct a mapping error that may have happened at acknowledgement where non-resource lands have been protected under farm zoning or forest zoning. That process, DLCD has not adopted rules to further clarify how counties should go through that landscape level process to correct mapping errors. But what is actually happening is many counties are redesignating non-resource lands parcel by parcel in a piecemeal way. And the majority of these zone change requests for non-resource lands are rezoned to rural residential use. And this is of concern because at acknowledgement, so I'll say non-resource lands are still subject to statewide planning goals 5, goal 7, and other goals. And at acknowledgement, many counties relied on the protective farm and forest zoning to achieve the objectives of other goals. So habitat protection, hazards, et cetera, like that. And a 100-acre piece of land that's protected under exclusive farm use zoning is going to have very different habitat value than a 100-acre piece of land devoted to rural residential development. A 100-acre piece of forest land protected under forest zoning is going to have a very different wildfire risk than a 100-acre rural residential development. And there have been a variety of approaches to how the other goals, the objectives of other goals have been considered in these parcel by parcel redesignations. Water has been another concern. And anyway, so a few months before I started with the agency, we did have a research fellow on staff who prepared this great report that's in the appendix, going through the history and many of the issues, data sources available for non-resource land designations. We've included it here again to bring it to the commission's attention. We have seen an uptick in non-resource land zone change requests, and I have seen a significant uptick in soils challenge reports that usually precede a non-resource land application by 1.5 years or so. So moving on, now we'll go into the sort of nitty-gritty analysis that's actually required by statute. And we'll start with farm dwellings. So people are actually often surprised to learn that there are quite a wide variety of dwelling types that are permitted in farm and forest zones. The past biennium surprisingly saw an increase in many of the resource housing types, with the exception of hardship dwelling types and farm worker housing. I was a bit surprised that there wasn't an increase in hardship dwellings. I would have expected more of them to be approved as part of the fire recovery efforts, but actually there wasn't an increase in that type of approval. Farm worker housing, there was not an increase in farm worker housing either. And there has been a lot of conversation over the past 2 years about the availability, the cost, and the condition of housing for agricultural workers in the state. Most of that conversation has focused on off-farm housing that's located in urbanized areas that are zoned for multifamily development. Our agricultural land use policies encourage the development of farm worker housing on farm. And, it is often comes surprise to people that you can develop multifamily if you can figure out the septic issues on land that's been protected under EFU zoning. So in the report this year, I included a table that looked at the number of units of farm worker housing that have been improved over time on farm as part of the support for that conversation. And if you notice this weird yellow spike in the historical graph in 2016, that is related to 153 farm worker housing unit that was approved in association with a cherry orchard. So it's that happened. All right, so non-farm dwellings. So in exclusive farm use zones, there are dwellings that are permitted in conjunction with farm use, dwellings for farm workers, dwellings for primary farm operators, and dwellings for relatives of farm operators. So those are all dwellings that are in conjunction with an active farm use on the property. There are allowances for hardship dwellings. There are allowances for replacement of dwellings that existed prior to acknowledgement, historical use. And then there are two types of non-farm dwellings. The first type is a lot of record dwelling, which was created for those owners of farmland who purchased farmland before acknowledgement and had maybe a reasonable expectation of developing a dwelling on that property. That's called a lot of record dwelling. Then there's an opportunity for a non-farm dwelling. And in the legislative record, there's a quote from Senator Hector McPherson, that this was intended to be a little escape valve. And there's a sort of seminal case law on non-farm dwellings, Cherry Lane, that says that non-farm dwellings should be the exception and difficult to obtain. And so the statistic that we're seeing here, where more non-farm dwellings have been historically approved on farmland than dwellings in conjunction with farm use, is a concern because it doesn't necessarily align with those stated intents. This is a look at some insight into how dwelling approval trends are playing out across the state. So there are certain, as you can see, the number of dwelling approvals vary widely across the state. I did look at this against US Census data and data from PSU, and there really is not a neat or significant correlation with population growth. All right, forest dwellings. So, like non-farm dwellings, there is an opportunity in forest zones for something called a template test dwelling, which is essentially like a non-forest dwelling that's permitted in areas that have been historically developed for residential use. And like non-farm dwellings, template test dwellings have tended to track the general real estate market pretty well, with a big dip in both non-farm dwellings and template test dwellings following 2008, and a steady increase in those dwelling types over time since then. I did note in the report that there's been an increase in template test approvals. There was a House bill that was enacted in 2019 that tightened up the rules for template test approvals. It made it more difficult to obtain. Those rules are effective in 14 counties throughout the state, and they become effective in the rest of the state next November. And I anticipate that there'll be another sort of rush of template test approvals across the state as those more restrictive provisions take effect. And this is a look at where throughout the state forest dwellings are approved. And again, there isn't a significant correlation with population growth. Okay. All right, so now we'll move into uses. As I mentioned earlier, these zones were intended to be restrictive, and when in 1973, there were 6 uses in farm zones. Now there's over 60. There's a similar number of uses permitted in forest zones. So I'm going to quickly go over the top 10 use approvals in both farm zones and forest zones. And then I'm going to focus on 4 uses in particular. So in farm zones, as you'll note, over time, top 10 approvals are home occupations, commercial power generating facilities, commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, communication facilities, processing of farm crops, wineries, mineral and aggregate, utility facilities, marijuana growing, and road improvements. So there are a wide variety of things that get approved in forest zones or farm zones. I would note that twice as many approvals are issued in farm zones than in forest zones, generally speaking. And while there are individual projects in forest zones that can be contentious and have generated case law over time, by far more concern has been articulated around uses permitted in farm zones. They've generated a lot more controversy and a lot more policy conversations. So again, in farm zones, the top use in forest zones is communication facilities, and like in farm zones, home occupations are also one of the top uses in forest zones. Okay. So in a moment, I'll explain what home occupations and commercial activities in conjunction with farm use are, but the concept I'd like to convey here is that there are multiple pathways for uses to be approved in the farm zones. So something like a winery could be approved pursuant to its specific authorization in statute. So 452 is the authorization for wineries in statute. A winery could also be approved as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, and a winery can also be approved as a home occupation. And so this table here, which is in the report, shows some of the uses that are commonly approved through multiple permitting pathways. So one of the points here is that commercial activities in conjunction with farm use and home occupations have become sort of catch-all buckets for uses that don't meet the standards that are set forth in statute for the specific uses. Okay. Home occupations have been the most common approval, again, in farm zones and in forest zones. And what this is essentially, it's an opportunity to run a business in a dwelling or in a structure that is common to the zone. It is run by the owner or an employee of the owner, and it's limited to 5 employees. In exclusive farm use zones, there are over 60 uses that are permitted, and therefore this idea of structures that are common in the zone is quite wide now. It used to be limited to structures that were in association with commonly accepted farm practices, and that was changed in 1985, and it's not clear that that change was intended to have this effect. Because such a wide variety of structures can be built in farm zones to accommodate home occupations, and they don't necessarily need to be in a home, there's been a lot of controversy over home occupations and the types of businesses that are being run as home occupations. Daycares, art galleries, medical offices, hair salons, firearm dealerships, a wide variety of uses get permitted as home occupations. It's almost like a mini commercial zone. The most common use for home occupations is lodging. So the bulk of home occupations in both farm zones and in forest zones are bed and breakfasts or short-term rentals. And we have recently seen a number of proposals that really stretch that idea of lodging in farm zones. Okay. Commercial activities in conjunction with farm use are similarly vaguely defined. There is nothing in statute or rule that goes beyond that title. Commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. And that vagueness in definition has caused some concern over time. There is a large body of case law on commercial activities in conjunction with farm use and some sort of established case law standards. Because that case law has not been codified in rule, it is unevenly implemented across the state because counties have differing levels of ability to keep up on case law or to change their ordinances to reflect what's going on with case law. And so it has been suggested that codifying case law and rule would really go a long way to standardizing implementation of this particular use across the state. And the last thing I'll mention on uses before we move into solar siting is farm product processing. So it has back down to the pre-2016 levels. There was a huge 4-year increase in requests for processing approvals related to hemp and marijuana processing of cannabinoid products. What we saw in the past biennium was a significant decrease in those permit approvals. Okay, and so the last thing I'm going to talk about today is solar siting. So when we looked at the use approvals a couple slides ago, you'll see this big yellow spike, particularly in 15, 16, 17. And those are solar approvals. Since 2008, 74% of the commercial utility facility approvals across the state have been for solar projects. And by far the bulk of solar capacity that has been approved in the state of Oregon has been located on land that has been zoned for exclusive farm use, designated and protected for the agricultural economy. And there are 3 ways that solar projects get approved in the state of Oregon. One is by county through a conditional use review process pursuant to DLCD's rules for solar project. The second way is by county through an exception to Goal 3 pursuant to our rules for exceptions. The third way a solar project gets cited in the state is through the Energy Facility Site Council. And that involves an exception to Goal 3 through a different exception process that is specific to the Energy Facility Site Council. So the bottom pie chart over here, and it talks about this, how much capacity is being permitted in these different venues. And so acres is a bit of a proxy for capacity in this conversation. So by far the bulk of the impact of solar projects is permitted through the Energy Facility Site Council through EFSC. And while more permits have actually been issued at the local level, again, most of that capacity is actually being permitted by a different agency. So in 2018, the Oregon Department of Agriculture adopted a policy resolution on energy facility siting. And in that resolution, they expressed a concern related to the siting of transmission facilities and power generating projects and the conversion of high value and cultivatable farmland associated with those types of developments. And in that policy resolution, they specifically requested DLCD to look at how well our rules have been functioning at encouraging solar development on lands with lower capability classification for farm use. So in response to that, there is a 6-page section in the report that we prepared in collaboration with the Oregon Department of Energy, looking at the impacts to different classifications of agricultural lands. So regardless of who is permitting your project, an applicant for a solar project has to classify their project into one of 3 categories in terms of its impact to agricultural lands. It's either impacting high value farmland, arable land or cultivatable land, or non-arable land. Our rules, which are designed for smaller projects permitted at the local level, encourage siting on non-arable lands by allowing larger projects to be located on non-arable lands. And the bulk of the capacity, or the bulk of the footprint of projects that's permitted at the local level is located on non-arable lands. So if you look at the actual impact of the projects, even though more permits have been approved on high value farmland, more impact has been approved on non-arable lands. So from that perspective, our rules have been functioning well to encourage projects that are cited pursuant to our rules to be located on those non-arable farmlands. However, again, more capacity is actually being approved by the Energy Facility Site Council, waiving our rules. Our rules are not applied. And, at FSEC, more of those projects are being cited on arable or cultivatable lands in terms of the impact. In total, in the past 10 years, solar projects have been approved to occupy just over 25,000 acres of farmland. So I want to bring back a statistics from earlier in the conversation, where since 1987, over 35 years, roughly 52,000 acres of resource lands have been converted through a UGB expansion or a zone change. So I would note in just the past 10 years, about half of that amount of land has been converted to solar energy development. As a way to contextualize this 25,000 acres. As of a few weeks ago, FSEC had 6 projects in its queue for review. And if all 6 of those projects were approved, that would be an approval to occupy an additional 25,000 acres. So in 11 years, you would have more acreage converted to solar power development than removed from protective zoning through a UGB expansion or a zone change. And looking forward into the future, the estimates for new renewable generation required to meet the state's renewable portfolio standard targets, they vary widely. We have heard estimates of between 1 gigawatt and 3 gigawatts a year being required to meet that RPS demand. If all of that required capacity were to be met with solar development on farmland, that would result in the conversion of between 250 and 700,000 acres of farmland, which is concerning. And then I think in the report, bringing that concept again, that depending on your agricultural land base, the impact of conversion can look differently and can have a different effect on the agricultural economy. And there are some counties in the state where the amount of approval is getting to a level of concern. So we anticipate that this will be a subject of conversation in the legislature over the next year. And, we hope that the information that's provided in this section of the report will help support those conversations. All right. So I think that's all I have for today. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your thorough presentation. So I had a question about windmills and kind of wind energy. So where do they fall? Do they fall within the structure at all, or is that?
So wind power development is a use that's permitted in exclusive farm use zones. There are rules. We do have rules related to the siting of wind power projects. There's been a cooling in the number of wind power projects that are being permitted in the state significantly, and they have very different impacts on agricultural lands than solar projects do. I will be doing a similar effort looking at wind power in response to a request from the Department of Fish and Wildlife over the winter, most likely.
Deputy Director Green.
I'm sorry, did I put my hand up? Sorry,
Yes.
Chair, that's an error. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Pardon me.
Commissioner Warren.
Is it okay to ask which counties these solar projects are being cited in mostly? Is that acceptable?
Yes, Commissioner, I think it's a very good question. It's an important question. So table 11 in the report notes the number of impact divided into farmland classification by county throughout the state. And there is an error in that table that I will correct, where Lake County is on 2 lines, that those numbers should be added. So one of them is the FSEC number, one of them's the local permitting number. Morrow County is getting a lot of attention. There's a 10,000 acre solar project that's been proposed for in Morrow County. And you know, there are actually a couple of projects that are being reviewed at both at the local level and at FSEC in Morrow that predominantly are proposed for cultivated lands. And while Morrow County has a very large agricultural land base, for example, there's about 160,000 acres in Morrow, according to the USDA NASS data that's devoted to wheat production. And so most of this impact is proposed on land devoted to wheat production, and that's becoming a concern because it's, you know, getting up to 10% of the land in Morrow that's dedicated to that very specific agricultural product.
Do you happen to know where most of that wheat goes? Does it stay domestic or is it shipped overseas?
I don't know the answer to that question, but Jim Johnson might.
Okay. Shipped. Because there's an interesting, I think, tension here between the amount of water they have available to them also. So I wonder if that's playing into this at all. Are the farmers choosing to switch because they're no longer able to water their wheat? Do you have any sense of that?
So I don't know the answer to that question, and it is part of the conversations. We have seen some shifting of water right allocation points of use in the county in response to changes of use in the land.
Commissioner Boyer.
So just, do I have to press my? Okay. Commissioner Warren, so yes, a good portion of it is irrigated agriculture. And that is a concern to the Board of Agriculture. So yeah, we're that's a big project to take a lot of ag out of production. And I don't know, I see Jim Johnson on there. I don't know if he can answer that better than I can.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Hello, everyone. My name is Jim Johnson. I'm the Land Use and Water Planning Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Agriculture. And it's been a long time since I've been in front of the commission, so most of you are new to me, and apologize for that. When you look at the issues of conversion of land due to energy facility siting on the east side of the mountains, specifically solar facility siting, we are starting to be concerned not only about the conversion of quality agricultural land, but the associated water rights with that land. A lot of the land in both the Umatilla Basin and in Lake County that have been involved with solar facility siting has also involved irrigation rights involving agricultural irrigation. And once you stop using that water right, that you lose that water right. And as hard as it is to find agricultural land, it's even more difficult to find agricultural irrigation water rights in these times. So it is a concern. Commissioner Boyer is correct. The Board of Agriculture has been very concerned about not only the implications of loss of arable land, but also the loss of agricultural irrigation rights. And also the shadow that this type of development casts on the surrounding agricultural lands and the concerns related to the critical mass of land needed to support agricultural infrastructure in any given subregion of agriculture in the state of Oregon.
So I had a question about like the role, given the findings, and I'm not going to say there's loopholes, but there's like areas of concern. How does the department see itself in advocacy for
in relation to the report of findings. I'm just trying to understand.
Thank you, Chair Halova. On the solar topic in particular.
You know, on the different areas, home occupation, I wrote down maybe CFEC, ESFEC, FSEC, sorry.
Yeah.
Solar, you know, these different areas, most specifically to the high value farmland.
So thank you, Chair Halova. On the solar issue, I expect that there will be a lot of conversation on this topic in the legislative session this year. If the commission approves the report today, again, that section on solar siting was prepared in conjunction with staff from the Department of Energy. And if you approve this report, that section of the report may be presented at FSEC, the Energy Facility Site Council, on Friday. So other agencies will be looking at that. For the other issues that we talked about today, there is a long-term farm improvement item on the policy agenda that's meant to be a multi-year program. And many of the issues that I anticipate would be meatier topics for discussion or to address are those that we talked about today. So commercial activities in conjunction with farm use and codification of case law, home occupation, and the potential to put some sideboards around that. Could be some of the meatier conversations that took place through that policy agenda item. And so if the commissioners have questions or concerns or, thoughts on that, we would love to hear it.
Commissioner Boyer.
Maybe on that right now, but.
Yeah.
Okay. So great report, Hillary. Thank you. Where do I want to start? So you talked about the increase in farmland, and way in the back in the beginning, and I'm sorry, I forgot what slide it was, but I feel like the increase might have happened when the Census of Agriculture changed the definition of agriculture, which means these lands were not identified before that new definition came in. So that could be a reason for that. And then in our county, we're Yamhill County, there are so many hardship dwellings being approved on ag ground. And I feel like the counties don't have the resources to do the investigation once that hardship is over. So that's definitely a big concern in Yamhill County. And then short-term rentals, again, are such a big concern because existing farm dwellings are being turned into short-term rentals. And I just think that's a really big concern. And then I know you did notice, you did identify some that you would codify some law in here, but there's a lot of cases, significant cases that have been passed recently. Again, in Yamhill County. But I'd like to see those codified in this report. I think it would be helpful for the legislators to see how much has actually happened in case law. What else? Let me look at all my notes. I don't know. There's a lot here. If anybody else has questions while I go through my notes, you can go for it. And then I guess one last thing before, sorry, is I would like us, and I don't know if it's the role of this commission or not, is to review the list of uses at some point in a work session, or I don't know what that looks like, specifically the high value farmland. I think that would be a really, really good exercise for us. So that was one of my big ones.
Director Bateman. And feel free to continue if you, Director Bateman.
Thank you. Chair, I just wanted to add two things. One, we can review the list of uses that's actually set in statute. And so I'm not sure what we would do with it, but yes, I think it would bear, yes, bear taking a look at. And I just wanted to note for the record, one of the final pieces of advice that Director Rue left me with was, please don't let this to-do list get lost. Please focus some resources on it moving forward. So that's a commitment I've made as well.
Sure, a little bit, if I may, just respond on a couple of those things. Commissioner Breuer brought up enforcement, and that is an issue that's of concern across the state. It's something that's been highlighted by advocacy groups as an issue, and it's not just with the temporary hardship dwellings, but with the dwellings that have restricted occupancy. So primary farm dwellings, relative dwellings, and farm worker dwellings. Those are permitted to be occupied by certain types of people. And that occupancy is not supposed to be changed. And it's certainly not supposed to be used as a short-term rental. Those dwellings were created for a specific purpose. So like affordable housing, the restrictions on who can live there and how much they're going to pay. Like the same thing. These are dwellings that were meant to be occupied in conjunction with farm use. And enforcement is a problem across the state. As far as that goes. And I would just note on, I'd be more than happy to have other conversations with the commission about the Goal 3 program, the list of uses. I do believe we have authority within that list of uses that are set forth in Chapter 215 to identify which ones aren't permitted on high value farmland.
Barbara Boyer, on that topic, like all of us could better define some of those exceptions too, is kind of the lens I would like to see on those exceptions. It's just better definitions for them. And then the other one I really want to talk about is agritourism is definitely impacting agriculture. So those are, yeah, there's case law on that one too, that I'd love to see codified in this document. So, and then I could suggest maybe a Board of Ag and LCDC joint meeting in the future.
Yes, I agree. I mean, fortunately or unfortunately, I look over everything with like the housing lens. So I'm like kind of like the more global perspective, you know, we start off with some this and that and housing, and now it's gone to this larger look and interagency collaboration. It seems like this issues is so over encompassing over so many different areas that it almost needs that kind of rigor to it. Because it's the kind of thing where it's like it involves probably some taxation and some funding and some enforcement, and where it's like a bulk of this is us land use, but it feels like a lot more may not be us, and incentives and kind of this intergenerational changes and what would incentivize more farming, and use of the water rights. So because this is not my area of expertise, I'm sort of like trying to see like, okay, we have some other parallels as far as process and level of attention. And it seems like to be a topic, but I don't know about the level of attention we've been able to give it. So that's what I'm sort of like, okay, now we have the report. Now what? Yeah. I know we have a public comment will be accepted. So I didn't know. Jim Johnson, Oregon Department of Agriculture.
Hello again. Again, for the record, my name's Jim Johnson. I'm the Land Use and Water Planning Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Agriculture. First off, I'd really like to thank Hillary for the great work here. I would really support the work that she's done and encourage you to adopt this and get this out here. This information is key in a lot of the work we all do in agricultural land use planning, and I refer to it and use it all the time. I remember when I helped to develop it when I was at the department, and it's always been an important tool in what we do to analyze what's going on and to further what we need to do. the Board of Agriculture actually met this morning, and otherwise I'd be over there and doing this in person for you, whatever. And a couple of topics that the board discussed towards the end, because we discussed right to farm today, but relates to some of the things that you talked about today. And for one of the key terms that came up was agritourism. Of course, Commissioner Boyer brought that up, and the concerns that the board is starting to have in terms of how that is being manipulated beyond what its original priorities were supposed to be. And so that's something that I think that we would really want to look into long term. In terms of other land uses, I agree with some of the analysis that you've heard about in terms of home occupations and commercial uses in conjunction with farm use. They're being used as catch-alls to approve things that are actually called out in other parts of the statute. And if you can't get it approved that way, then we'll go in the back door using home occupation or commercial use in conjunction with. They're vaguely defined. That term was used in Hillary's report, vaguely defined. I would agree in capital letters that there needs to be better definition and sideboards placed on those. And they really need to get back to what the original intent was. Commercial use in conjunction with farm use is supposed to have a relationship to the ag industry and serving it, not to other of these things that are being approved. Home occupations, in my remembering of what the legislative history was, that it's supposed to be small scale type things that a residential use is using, that's really people don't even recognize being there and being part of the environment. It just blends in, and that's not what they're, I'm aware of home occupations being approved for things that look like lodging, for example, motels on farmland. And so we really need to look at that. Something that was brought up and I strongly support is the codification of case law. I speak to county planning departments all the time about how to implement the farm impacts test, for example, and some of the issues related to what does, what is necessary to support mean in agritourism decisions and the like. And when I talk to them, they're not even aware that this case law exists. But if it had been codified into, the Division 3 administrative rules relating to agricultural land, I think they would have been aware of that. And when I was at the department, it was pretty routine that we would codify some of the important case law into the administrative rules. So I would encourage the commission to look at that, especially as it relates to the farm impacts test. The farm impacts test 215-296 relates to the vast majority of non-farm uses that go through the conditional use process. That has to be applied. And the Supreme Court case in the Stop the Dump case out of Yamhill County is the best description that I've seen in my 40 years as a land use planner of that test. And so I would really encourage the consideration of that. I spoke to a county planning department staff the other day doing one of my Land Use 101 farmland protection classes that I do. And when I brought up the farm impacts test, they didn't even know that existed. So, codification of case law, I think, is really, really important. Really quickly, Hillary brought up the non-resource lands issue. I think this really gets to the point of too many people think that the definition of agricultural land under Goal 3 is just basically focused on soils capability. That's an important part of the definition of Goal 3 of agricultural land, but the definition also includes historic use. It also includes unique types of situations for agriculture, and it also includes, right in the wording, lands needed to protect, quote unquote. And when we go into these non-resource discussions, a lot of these decisions are being made on an individual property case, and they're not being taken into the context of the larger area in terms of what is the agricultural character of a larger area. And so I'm really concerned when people focus solely on the soils capability of an area to determine whether something's agricultural land or not. And that's something I would really encourage in any non-resource lands review for the commission and for the staff to take a look at. And just, I could talk about this for a long, long time. So I'm really going to try to stop here. And I just would like to end with saying that I think that both DLCD and the Department of Agriculture, the Board of Agriculture, and the Land Conservation Development Commission need to continue to put strong support behind the work that the Oregon Department of Forestry does in their publication they do called Land Use Change in Oregon. It is the best thing that I've seen out there that really documents the change in the landscape in terms of resource lands, farm and forest lands. It's based on actual use. It's, you know, you look at the Census of Agriculture, the Census of Agriculture defines farms to be basically anything that generates $1,000 income. That's not how I would define farm use. So the Census of Agriculture, well, it is one indicator. The best indicator that I've seen in Oregon is that Department of Forestry report. And I would really encourage that we all try to support and continue that the work that they do. And with that, I will end and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. And Jim, it's always good to see you. This is Nick. If you can see me at the end of the table here, I'll just provide two quick comments and one question. Number one is we often hear about needed and necessary improvements with state agency coordination, but this is one of the shining examples of where it works because of Jim Johnson's just continuous assistance and support to county planning directors, particularly across the state. I know there's always been a strong relationship with the DLCD's farm and forest specialist, and now with Hillary, which is great. So really kudos to that coordination. I think it's a great example too. Gosh, Jim, you're exactly right with codifying case law. It's one of those areas. I was just recently talking with the Multnomah County soon to be outgoing Multnomah County planning director, and she was just remarking that it takes 4 to 5 years to train new county planning directors to be proficient in their jobs. And we've experienced that often in Deschutes County, where it takes at least a couple of years to be proficient. Well, if this case law isn't codified, people don't know where to find it. And there's been such a turnover in planners at the local level that it's hard to, oh yeah, remember that case law or whatever that, and it's not just county planning directors, it's also land use attorneys and county land use attorneys. So that's really tough. My final one is my question. You mentioned short-term rentals. Is there statute, rule, or case law that address short-term rentals in the exclusive farm use zone? I'm not aware of that.
Yeah. Hillary kind of touched on it. There's a recent case out of Clackamas County that basically said short-term rentals is not a land use that's permitted in the exclusive farm use zone in existing residential uses. Short-term rentals is not a residential use, is what the case says. And it says basically, if you're going to approve short-term rentals in existing dwellings, you've got to go through some kind of other approval process, whether it's for as a home occupation or a commercial use in conjunction with farm use or what, a bed and breakfast type thing. That's why it's, basically that case is saying, and this comes out of, this is really problematic in Hood River County, as Hillary pointed out. People are buying 20-acre parcels with orchard on it, with a house on it, and then basically taking that house out of the farm market and where farm laborers were probably living or farmers, and they're becoming short-term rentals, and the farm community in Hood River County cannot find places to house people. And that was approved or was pre-existing as a farm-related dwelling. And what the court case says out of the Clackamas County case is, you can't just say an existing residence can become a short-term rental, because that is not a residential use, that is a lodging use. So that needs to be codified.
So I guess my question then to Steve is, so is that precedent setting for all counties now? Just so that counties are aware of this case and we're all aware of it.
Yes, it does set precedent. I'm not sure that all counties are aware of it. That would be, up to someone to bring it to their attention. But when, unless and I'm not familiar with the decision, unless it was based, say on the Clackamas County Code, but I don't understand it to be that. I understood it to be more based on the allowed uses and having to show that it's one of those allowed uses.
And I might add, Commissioner Lilac, that we did talk about that case at AOCPD yesterday morning, and the decision from the Court of Appeals in that case. So, and there is a paragraph on that case in the Farm and Forest report.
So with that, a part of the agenda moving along, I was wondering if anybody wanted to give a motion to support the moving forward of this report. Commissioner Boyer.
I move that the Land Conservation and Development Commission approve the 2020-2021 Oregon Farm and Forest Land Use Report as presented for submission to the Oregon State Legislature prior to the start of the 2023 legislation session as required by ORS 197065.
Does anybody want a second? That motion, Vice Chair seconds. Casaria, please take the roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
I, with a note that says that I think we should not let these things fall off of our to-do list.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova,
Aye.
and Commissioner Jacobson is excused.
And so with that, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably for this and the other things that are moving on to the legislature. Yeah. So we'll now take a break. We are supposed to return at 2:45, but we will be returning at 3 with the agenda item 8, which is Washington County petition for enforcement.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, commissioners. We will resume our meeting in about 3 minutes.
Should I start? Okay. So we are back from our break. We'll have agenda item number 8, Washington County petition for enforcement with Gordon Howard, the community services manager. And I wanted to say limited testimony will be accepted. We'll have a staff report by Gordon. And then Ken Dobson, the attorney for the petitioner, will speak, and then a Washington County rep, and then we'll open it up for commission discussion and questions.
Thank you, Chair Holova. Gordon Howard, the Community Services Division Manager for the department. Let's see. This item is a petition for enforcement against Washington County that we're hearing today, and your hearing today is on whether there is good cause to proceed with further action on enforcement. Okay, let's start from there. All right, there we go. First, some background on this case. Okay, since I'm muted. Yes. Okay, that's good. All right. This whole situation started back in 2017 when the Oregon legislature adopted an amendment to an existing statute, ORS 197-307, the so-called clear and objective standards for housing applications statute. And they changed that statute. Previously, the statute read that clear objective standards applied to needed housing on buildable land. As a result of some issues that had been raised the previous year before the commission, I believe none of the current commissioners were on at that time. In 2016, the commission issued an enforcement order against the city of Corvallis. After that, the legislature in 2017 amended the statute to take out the words needed housing and buildable lands and require clear and objective standards to apply to all housing applications processed by local governments in the state, with a couple of existing minor exceptions that are set forth in the law. There's some little complications with that, but they're not relevant to this case. After that, well, at the time, Washington County was processing a very controversial 6-lot subdivision in its urban area, which on lands that included some lands that were identified as significant natural areas with wildlife habitat and riparian areas on the 2.5-acre site. The county went through some controversy with that application, but finally in 2018, after considering it, after the statute was changed, Washington County determined that it was required to waive its code standards protecting significant natural areas because they were not clear and objective standards. The opponents of that development project appealed that county decision to both the Land Use Board of Appeals and then onto the Court of Appeals. Both the Land Use Board of Appeals and the Court of Appeals affirmed Washington County's decision on this case. In 2019, therefore, the requester in this case, the requester is essentially a petitioner, that's the legal term that we deal with, filed with this commission a petition for enforcement. And I believe several of you were on the commission at that point when in 2020, you as a commission issued an enforcement order against Washington County for not having, because the standards involved were part of the county's what's called Goal 5 protection program, which protecting natural resources, environmental resources, particularly significant natural areas and riparian areas in the county. The county wasn't enforcing that. The county was not living up to its Goal 5 protection requirements. You had a hearings officer develop through a contested case hearing, and that hearings officer made a recommendation to you and you adopted that recommendation. In addition, you put a requirement in that enforcement order that prevented Washington County from approving new development projects on lands that included areas in these significant natural areas until they had adopted revised code standards that were clear and objective and met the requirements of state law. The county in 2019 promptly did adopt such requirements in 2020, excuse me. However, those requirements were in turn appealed to the Land Use Board of Appeals, and in 2021, LUBA once again remanded the county's revised code. The county had had some issues, and LUBA added some new problems, which having to do with the application of clear objective standards on rural lands, which made the situation even more fraught for local governments and Washington County. But they did specifically state that Washington County's new code provisions protecting significant natural areas still weren't clear and objective for various reasons. One of which is that the county relied on something called the habitat assessment guidelines, which weren't in the code, but were referenced in there. And those guidelines themselves were not clear and objective. And Luba said, not only the code has to be clear and objective, other documents referenced in the code have to be clear and objective. So as a result, the same requester, Jill Warren, in July filed as required by our petition for enforcement statutes, a notice to Washington County of their intent to file a petition with your commission to once again request a petition for an enforcement order against Washington County on this same issue. Washington County provided a response 60 days later, as is stated in our rules in the statute, and the requester was not satisfied with this response and has filed the petition for enforcement that's before you today. The first step was the department looked at the petition and found it was complete and met all the procedural requirements for filing of a petition. So the next step of the process, after we determine the petition is procedurally valid, is for your commission to determine whether there's something called good cause to proceed with consideration of the petition. And the standards for that are, does the petition contain a substantial evidence of noncompliance and what the basis of that noncompliance is? In this case, the petitioner is claiming that the Washington counties should be subject to an enforcement order because their waiving of or non-enforcement of protections for significant environmental resources is, first of all, not in compliance with the statewide planning goals, and that's 197.320 sub 1. And also, there is a provision that you can provide an enforcement order against a local government under sub 10 of that section of the statute, which says that a local government does not have clear and objective standards. And that's kind of a catch-all provision for any kind of problem with clear and objective standards. So that's what's before you today, is whether you can find good cause to proceed, and I'll talk about what that means going forward, with consideration of a petition for enforcement in this situation. As far as the department's recommendation, really, this case is very similar to what you saw in 2020. Washington County does not have provisions in its code, apparently, alleged by the petitioner, with it's a reasonable allegation. It does not have provisions in its code to protect significant environmental resource, particularly wildlife habitat areas and riparian areas, because those provisions are not clear and objective and cannot be enforced. And so the question is whether that's still the case. And I think there's an open question about whether the county is still non-compliant and is worthy of being further investigated by your commission in terms of whether a new enforcement order is necessary. The second question is, if the county is in fact not in compliance with its standards protecting Goal 5 resources, what's the appropriate schedule for compliance? You'll hear from the county on what their plan is for addressing this issue, whether that's an appropriate schedule. And the third, and perhaps the most consequential issue, if you will, is if the county is not compliant and the county is going to take some time to adopt new provisions that come into compliance, should the county once again be told to refrain from approving or accepting projects at development applications in areas with these Goal 5 resources, particularly significant natural areas and riparian areas, until it fixes its code and once again becomes clear and objective. And that's under 197.320 sub 1, which is that the county is not in compliance with a statewide planning goal in its program to implement the goal, in this case, statewide planning goal 5. However, the petitioner is also requesting that you proceed with enforcement on subsection 10, excuse me, which is the issue involving generally not having clear and objective standards. And as a department, we would recommend that you specifically not proceed on the basis of that section, not necessarily because it's not correct in this situation. It may be, but it is our understanding and our belief that those kind of more general cases of clear and objective standards can be best handled not through enforcement orders in front of this commission, but by the Land Use Board of Appeals, which can and is handling issues of noncompliance with this particular statute. LUBA has did a recent presentation at the Oregon APA conference that I found, I believe, 8 cases over the past 7 years in which LUBA has actually reversed a local government decision on the land use because the local government was not using a clear and objective standard as a basis for denial of an application. We believe that is a better mechanism for resolution of kind of these individual cases of clear and objective standards, as opposed to your commission perhaps being inundated with enforcement petitions on this particular issue. So we would recommend that you specifically not find that that's a reason to proceed, a good cause reason to proceed with enforcement. And so what would happen next if you did find good cause to proceed is, first of all, you have a choice of whether the next step is that you would need to hold a contested case hearing, and that's a kind of hearing that's called for under the Oregon Administrative Procedures Act to develop facts, find facts, hear arguments, and then make a kind of if you will, a quasi judicial, to use a local government term, although it's not exactly the same, decision as to whether there should be an enforcement order and what the findings are. Like I said, the one choice is for your commission to actually be that arbiter, that hearings body. But in all of these cases that I've seen since I've been here, you've always decided to do the alternative, which is to appoint a hearings officer to do that work and report back to you. The hearings officer would hold a contested case hearing. The hearings officer would provide a recommendation and a draft set of findings to the commission. And then your commission would hold a final hearing presumably in January to determine whether you want to follow the recommendation of the hearings officer and actually issue an enforcement order in this case. And if so, what the components of the enforcement order should be. And the reason it would need to be in January is that the state statute requires that our agency, your commission, make a final decision on an enforcement order within 120 days after it's been filed. And so it was filed in mid-October, so that makes early mid-February. And unless you wanted to have a special meeting, therefore you'd need to resolve it at your January meeting. That could change if both parties agreed to a continuance, which has happened in the past. I don't know that would happen in this case. So we would need to have a fairly expedited hearings process. If you do decide to proceed with that there's good cause and to direct us to hire a hearings officer, the department has engaged the services, if necessary, of Ann Davies, who is an experienced hearings officer out of the Eugene area to hear this case. And so that concludes the presentation, unless you have any questions. And then the way that this is a case of limited testimony. This is not open to the general public. You would hear up to 15 minutes of testimony from first the petitioner, who is Ken Dobson, who is available on petitioner's attorney, I should say, is with us via Zoom this afternoon. And then from Rob Bovet, who is the assistant counsel with Washington County, who is here in person for up to 15 minutes. And then you'd have any questions, and then you'd make a decision. And we have some a recommended motion and then alternative motions in your report. So that concludes my report at this point.
I think we're going to move, according to my schedule, we'll move to the next presentation before. We'll hear all the presentations before questions. Yeah. Okay. So next is Ken Dobson, attorney for the petitioner.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I'm traveling right now and I'm on a laptop and my camera for some reason is not working. So I hope you're okay with just a verbal presentation here today. But yeah, the requester agrees with the recommendation of staff that there is good cause to proceed with a hearing. We are essentially where we were back in 2020 when the commission not only found that there was good cause to proceed with the hearing, but eventually found that there was a need for a enforcement order. We are essentially at the same place we were 2 years ago. Yeah, the substantial evidence standard is met, and whether or not the commission will ultimately issue an enforcement order is a question for another day. But under the essential good cause standard, there's enough to proceed with the next step in the proceedings. Now, I'm sure the county in their presentation are going to tell you that they're working on coming into compliance with Goal 5, that they have a plan to enact new rules by either late 2023 or early 2024. While we appreciate the effort, that is not a guarantee that new rules will be put into place. Legislative priorities can shift, things can come up, and without an enforcement order to keep the county's feet to the fire, there's always a possibility that we'll get to late 2023, early 2024, and there won't be any new rules proposed. So it's great that they're working on it, but we do need an enforcement order to make sure they follow through with that. And also, one of our biggest concerns right now is that the county is continuing to process land use development applications in areas that contain significant natural resources, including wildlife habitat, which have currently no substantive protections. So that's the second reason why we need to move to that next step to talk about whether or not to issue an enforcement order, is because of the county's ongoing practice of continuing to process land use development applications when they do not have a functional Goal 5 program. Now, the county might also say that, hey, we're applying Goal 5, statewide Goal 5, directly to land use applications, but the Goal 5 rules require that the county adopt a program to protect these natural resources, and currently they do not have a functional program because the substantive nuts and bolts provisions of what they did have to protect significant wildlife habitat, it is no longer enforceable. So they are out of compliance with Goal 5. There's substantial evidence of that. There's plenty of room for the county to find there's good cause to proceed with the next step of the process. And then during a contested case hearing, the county is free to raise all the arguments it cares to do about why an enforcement order should not issue. But that is not a question we need to deal with today. The only question we're dealing with today is whether there's good cause to proceed. And as staff has found, there is, and just the fact that we are back where we were in 2020, that by itself should be good cause to proceed with a hearing to determine whether an enforcement order should issue and what that would look like. Would it include a stay? Again, that's a question for another day. Today, we're here to decide whether there's good cause to proceed to that hearing, and clearly they are. Now, the hearings, or the staff did recommend that that if we do have a contested case hearing, we do not address the requirements of ORS 197.320-10 that allows the commission to issue an enforcement order where there are standards that are not clear and objective under ORS 197.307. We disagree with staff on that point. We think it's important that the issue of whether or not the rules or the program is clear and objective is important for the commission to address. The statute sets forth a mandate that if there is evidence that the county is not in compliance, or local government is not in compliance with the needed housing statute, that it is an appropriate basis for proceeding with the contested case hearing. And I believe the commission is under a statutory obligation to proceed with the hearing on those grounds. So we do disagree with the staff that that at the hearing, compliance with the needed housing statute is not at issue. Now, I do want to address, and the commission can do it at once with that. I do think they're under a statutory obligation to look at compliance with the needed housing statute. But I do note that the Goal 5 rules themselves contain a clear and objective requirement for any lands, Goal 5 lands identified in the Goal 5 process for protection under OAR 660-023-0040 5B. It is our hope that if the commission agrees with staff that the hearing should not look at compliance with the needed housing statute, that it look at that allow the either the hearings officer or the commission to determine compliance with the Goal 5 rules that also require clear and objective standards for lands that are designated as Goal 5 resources. That's a much narrower issue. And I think by specifically allowing us to address the clear and objective standards through the compliance with the Goal 5 rules that require clear and objective standards, that that can resolve our concerns about the program not being clear and objective, while addressing staff's concern about being inundated with any request for enforcement order when there's any statute that's not clear and objective affecting housing, because the Goal 5 rules, even though in substance for this particular question, Goal 5 program is almost identical to the needed housing statute, it is limited to Goal 5 land. So if the commission does agree with the staff that we're going to limit what's being discussed at the hearing, that we are allowed to raise the clear and objective requirements through the Goal 5 rules themselves, not necessarily the needed housing statute set forth at ORS 197.307. But with that, I think the hearing officers, or excuse me, the staff has laid out the reason why there's good cause. I do want to address briefly that LUBA, the allegation that LUBA is not addressing or is addressing compliance with the needed housing statute. This goes back to our disagreement with the staff on whether or not to allow the hearing to check compliance with ORS 197.307. So as a practical matter, what happens at LUBA? I'll take the Warren case that triggered all this back in 2017 and 2018. In that case, there was a property, the staff referenced it, where there was a grove of fir trees, of mature fir trees, that were designated by the county as a Goal 5 resource, a wildlife habitat. And what LUBA did was say, okay, we agree with the county that it cannot enforce the requirements that weren't clear and objective. And they were the only requirements that protected this category of significant natural resources, wildlife habitat. There was one rule that protected it. LUBA found that it was unenforceable under the needed housing statute. But the practical result of that was the development was allowed to happen in this Goal 5 area without any application of any protective rules for this little area. So LUBA wasn't, I mean, yes, it was enforcing the needed housing statute, but the result was that development could occur unchecked in this particular area, despite the county designating it as a Goal 5 resource. So the danger is by deferring to LUBA to enforce the needed housing statute, what LUBA might do in similar cases is say, well, we're not going to enforce that provision, but then you have gaps in the local government's land use program. And the only way we can make counties fill those gaps with enforceable, clear and objective requirements is through an enforcement order through the LCDC. Otherwise, LUBA is just going to say, we're not going to enforce that. And then the development application, the developer can do what they want with it without those requirements. So that's the real danger I see in not having the hearing discuss compliance with the needed housing statute, is because if the reasoning is LUBA is enforcing it, yes, they're enforcing it, but as a practical matter, it just leaves big open gaps that can only be filled through an enforcement order through the LCDC. So I have 5 minutes left. I think I've laid out our position on it. I think it's pretty clear that there is good cause to proceed to the next stage of the process. If the commissioners have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. I think we'll wait until the next presentation and then take questions. Thank you, Karen.
All right, thanks.
The Washington County representative.
I think this one's the one that works.
Good afternoon, Chair Holova, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Rob Bovet, Assistant County Counsel with Washington County, here today representing Washington County in this matter. I want to touch on a couple of things, but let's just start with the petition itself. Staff and Mr. Dobson have both referenced two subsections of ORS 197-320, giving you the ability to order up a contested case hearing. Subsections 1 and 10. The petition itself actually referenced subsection 2. I haven't heard anything about that today, so I'm assuming that everybody's in agreement that on its face, it just doesn't apply. Subsection 2 applies to state agencies. It's my position and Washington County's position that subsection 1 also does not apply on its face, because it talks about a different set of facts that leads up to where we're at. And in fact, in support of that position, I would cite you to your own enforcement order against Washington County 2 years ago. On pages 5 and 6 of that enforcement order, you as a commission explain precisely why subsection 1 does not apply to this particular set of facts. I can go through those details with you, but quite frankly, it's just a great read. It's 2 pages of perfect legal analysis. So it's county's position that sub 2 doesn't apply because it's a state agency. Sub 1 doesn't apply based on the facts presented to you. So what you're left with, in our opinion, is subsection 10, which is the enforcement order subsection related to clear and objective standards in ORS 197-307 sub 4 that the legislature amended in 2017 in a bill designed to encourage housing. It's Washington County's position that this commission should not find good cause to proceed on subsection 10, primarily for precisely the reasons that Mr. Howard so eloquently laid out in his staff report and here just a few minutes ago. I think you may wind up, if you do that, setting up this commission as a land use commission of appeals. And I think we already have one of those. And in fact, the assertions that Washington County is just rolling over natural resources is just not accurate. And let me address that in a couple of ways. We do have a plan in place. Mr. Howard went through kind of the history in short order. There's actually even more cases and more complexity that I won't bore you with. But the bottom line is, following the remand of A. Engrossed Ordinance 869 by LUBA, which was our effort to quickly get into compliance with the 2017 law, LUBA said, "Nah, you messed it up. You got to try again." And they also said, you got to do the full Goal 5 process, because that's what Goal 5 is about, process. So we presented that to our Board of Commissioners. Our Board of Commissioners is dedicated to preserving natural resources as well as fostering the development of housing, because we're in a housing crisis. So they adopted kind of a middle approach, because our quick approach didn't work. We could do the full meal deal, and the full meal deal would probably require multiple years and a lot of money. And that would involve actually remapping significant natural resources all over Washington County from the ground up. Why would we want to do that? Theoretically, we might want to do that because the current maps were created in 1983, adopted in 1984. And you can just think, what did it look like in 83 and 84? This is pre-GIS, pre-everything. Think Sharpie black lines on a paper map, not exactly precise. So we have actual director's interpretations that allow us to drill down a little deeper on a case-by-case basis. But what we really fundamentally need is not only to fix 3 more of our code provisions to make them clear and objective, but also to tidy up our whole map system, our Goal 5 program, and modernize it. And so our commissioners chose a middle approach, which is to use existing GIS resources, modern mapping resources from other agencies that are publicly available, such as Metro and our cities, and to use that modern technology to help us improve our mapping together with a B. Engrossed Ordinance 869. And that was the estimate that you heard Mr. Howard reference. We're probably about 18 months away from a final work product to present to our Board of Commissioners. Our commissioners authorized in excess of $250,000 of contract monies just to get this work done. We have a contract that's being negotiated right now to help us with that work. Plus, it's a very big lift for our staff as well. So that's the middle kind of approach that we're heading down. So bottom line here is we're not in the same situation that we were in 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we had quickly adopted an ordinance to get into compliance, or at least attempt to get into compliance with the 2017 housing bill. LUBA said we didn't make it, so our quick efforts didn't work. I think a lot of cities and counties are in exactly that same position. We've got to do some real hard work to make our Goal 5 plans really in compliance with the 2017 bill. It may be easy to do clear and objective standards in a lot of areas, but when it comes to natural resources, it's a real challenge. It's a big challenge. So we're working hard at it and we have a plan. So what's happening in the interim? Because this has been raised in terms of concerns. Well, we had another application for another subdivision, and our hearings officer essentially found, pursuant to case law as directed by LUBA, that we should directly apply Goal 5. And the applicant in that case presented various ways of analyzing Goal 5 directly to protect natural resources, and the hearings officer issued a very extensive opinion, which I won't get into, but it basically sets forth a framework for how development could potentially happen in the SNR, the significant natural resource areas, between now and say 18 months when we adopt be engrossed 869. And that, of course, is on appeal to LUBA, where we argued it last week. Mr. Dobson and I argued against each other in front of LUBA. And we'll be very interested to hear what LUBA has to say, probably next week. And depending upon what they say, that could change the complete complexion of what you have in front of you. So in suggesting to you that subsection 1 doesn't apply on its face because you found that it didn't apply 2 years ago. Subsection 2 doesn't apply on its face because it's a state agency. I would urge you to not exercise your authority to order a contested case hearing under subsection 10 because we're premature, and for all the slippery slope arguments that you heard from Mr. Howard before. I don't think you want to become the place where we test compliance with the 2017 statute. That's LUBA. That's what they're there for. So we would strongly encourage you, on the grounds that you actually included in your enforcement order in 2020, it's on pages 5 and 6 of that order, as well as Gordon's staff report on pages 9 and 10, we would encourage you to essentially defer and not take any action today. And I would urge alternate motion 1 on the very last page of Mr. Howard's staff report and reject sending this to a contested case hearing. Washington County is working hard to get into compliance. We have an interim plan that is being tested by LUBA right now, and quite frankly, dragging a lot of resources into litigating a contested case hearing for a potential enforcement order that would do, I'm not exactly sure what, because this is not a situation like under subsection 1 where you've got a local government entity that's refusing to comply. That's why the statute was originally enacted, 197-320. We're not there. We want to comply. We're actively working aggressively to comply. And we have a plan in place for the interim, which makes this different than 2 years ago. It's also different because 2 years ago, we didn't have a remand of an ordinance. And that's what we have now. So we're struggling through all of this. This additional layer, I don't think helps anything right now. And depending upon what LUBA says next week, may actually be counterproductive. So that's pretty much what I'd have to say. I think I left 5 minutes, just like Mr. Dobson did. So I'll be really interested in your questions and your comments and even laughter and ridicule or whatever you have for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open up to commission discussion, questions and answers for either, and please, can you remind me of your name so I can?
Oh, Rob Bovet.
Rob Bovet. For either Gordon, Ken, or Rob. It's open. Commissioners. Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I just want to clarify something. So, and this is, I think, for Gordon. Gordon, under so 197.320 sub 10 is the needed housing clear and objective standards ordinance piece, right? And did I get that one right? I think so. There's a suggestion. Is it a suggestion that under 197.250 that there's like a parallel clear and objective standards piece that relates to goal 5, and the petitioner is asking that we might be able to consider the clear and objective piece there.
Yes, Commissioner Lazo, the Goal 5 implementing rules, which are found in OAR 660.023, require that all measures that are part of a local government's Goal 5 protection program, protective measures, be clear and objective standards. And in fact, that was one of the areas of contention when LUBA heard the remand of Washington County's case in 2021. And LUBA found that clear and objective standards under Goal 5 and clear and objective standards under the needed housing statute are the same thing. So that's a key point that I think that there's an argument to be made there that if you do hear this under the rubric of Goal 5, that clear and objective standards are clearly a requirement of Goal 5 and therefore an alternate requirement of the county in addition to the needed housing statute is Goal 5 protection measures for environmental protection are required to be clear and objective as well.
And I was going to ask Gordon or Steve, I don't know which one. If we were to move forward with the recommended motion and depending on the different directions the LUBA case would go, how would that change or not change this contested hearing?
Chair Holova, my thought is that if LUBA were to make a decision next week or whenever it makes it, that upheld the county's way of reviewing applications under Goal 5, in other words, direct application of the goal. I think Mr. Dobson and the petitioner have stated they don't think that's good enough, and I think the hearings officer would consider that. And I suspect it would have a major impact on the commission, on the hearings officer's recommendation back to you as to whether to proceed with an enforcement order and what the terms of that enforcement order would be. But I think it's appropriate to go ahead. My recommendation would be it would be appropriate to go ahead with the good cause hearing. And then if a LUBA decision comes out that affects the hearings officer's recommended findings back to you as it developed through the contested case hearing, you would hear the results of that in January.
Commissioner Vice Chair Lilac.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering, Rob, if we can go back to the subsection 1, and I'm particularly looking at the staff report where on page 9 of 11, it just summarizes ORS 197.320 sub 1 discussed above, and I'm assuming that's what we're talking about. That's 1 is appropriate for the commission to consider regarding enforcement, and then quote, it's all quote, I'm reading it, because it implicates compliance with statewide planning goal 5 and the protection of natural resources. Can you elaborate on your opinion on why that doesn't apply? I wasn't on the commission in 2020 during this time. And this is somewhat new territory for me to consider this. So I'm interested in your opinion on that.
If I could just literally quote from this commission's order from 2 years ago, that kind of lay it out. I don't know that I could say it any better. So it says here on beginning of page 5, initially Warren argues that LCDC should issue an enforcement order under ORS 197.320 sub 1. That statute, however, only applies when a local government's comprehensive plan or land use regulations are, quote, not in compliance with the goals by the dates set in ORS 197.245 or 250. And then they cite 245 and 250, or you all cite 245 and 250 in their entirety. I won't read you those statutes. ORS 197.245 refers to the adoption of amendments or to or of new goals, and this is in quote. There have not been any amendments to the goals or the adoption of any new goals, so ORS 197.245 is not particularly applicable. ORS 197-250 requires local comprehensive plans and regulations to be in compliance with the goals, quote, within 1 year after the date those goals, unquote, were approved. Goal 5 was approved a long time ago. The commission acknowledged the county's comprehensive plans and our CDC as being in compliance with Goal 5 a long time ago. Goal 5 has not changed. We are not within the 1 year window after the goal was approved for the county to come into compliance. ORS 197-245 seems to deal with situations where the goals themselves have changed and therefore a local government needs to bring its regulations into compliance with the new or amended goals. That is not the situation in the present case. And keep in mind, this is still the same present case. The county's Goal 5 CDC provisions are acknowledged as being in compliance with Goal 5, while ORS 197-307 sub 4 had the effect of invalidating certain provisions of the CDC that implement the county's Goal 5 program. There was no change to the goals themselves that could precipitate an enforcement order under ORS 197-320 sub 1. That was what this commission said 2 years ago to Washington County in its enforcement order. Nothing has changed. Sub 1 doesn't apply. Sub 2 doesn't apply. Sub 10 theoretically does apply, but again, it's a slippery slope, and I suspect you'll become the Land Conservation and Development Commission of Appeals.
If I could just make a comment, Mr. Bevets made a very good point that we did say that 2 years ago in our order. And so I think that the one thing that has changed, and I in this situation, and although it does, he's still correct, the goal has not changed, but the LUBA decision did have some provisions that Washington County had to redo its Goal 5 program in a more comprehensive way than it had done before in their 2021 decision. In other words, they had to go back and comply now with Division 23, which, you know, their previous program had dated way back, I believe, into the 1980s, before our current Goal 5 rules were adopted in 1996. And I think arguably LUBA's decision in their 2021 remand that the county had to comply with the new rules in Division 23. While it's not the goal, it is administrative rules implementing the goal. And I think there's a somewhat different situation now than in 2020 when you made the last decision. And so I would argue, obviously, the hearings officer would look at that issue once again to see if it was applicable in this situation. But so I would still recommend that you go forward with this. I do appreciate Mr. Bevets bringing up this issue because it does appear that there's one of the issues will be whether our position regarding this issue has changed since 2020, and or whether the intervening LUBA decision deciding that Washington County needed to comply with Division 23 Goal 5 rules changes that dynamic.
And as you might guess, I just respectfully disagree that changes anything about the fundamentals of the statute and how it applies and works. I think you were correct 2 years ago on pages 5 and 6 of your order.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question also. It seems like the root of this is the clear and objective standards piece. So my question, and maybe this is for Mr. Dobson, is it doesn't sound like that's what the question before LUBA is next week. So is the petitioner going to be asking LUBA to about the clear and objective standard piece if they're not if we don't think that we should handle that here?
No, LUBA is not addressing the clear and objective standards as it relates to the application of the county's Goal 5 rule. LUBA ruled several years ago that the program that Washington County has adopted is unenforceable because they do have rules that are not clear and objective. But again, this goes back to my concern is all LUBA says is either this rule is enforceable or if it's not. And if it's not enforceable, then it just allows the perpetuation of the county's lack of compliance with Goal 5. LUBA is not telling the county in the review of an individual land use application, and the matter on appeal is a individual land use application for a subdivision that contains Goal 5 resources, and the hearings officer allowed the applicant to remove 85% of the upland wildlife habitat SNR on there. But in resolving this issue, this particular appeal, a site-specific appeal, LUBA is not ruling on whether or not a particular statute is clear and objective or is in compliance with Goal 5. They are operating under the assumption that it is not based on their previous ruling.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Discussion? Motions? Yes.
Couple of questions. Let's see. The first one would be for Mr. Bovet. So I think I heard from somebody that they're continuing to process land use applications.
So far as I know, we processed one that Mr. Dobson just referred to that's at LUBA, essentially challenging whether or not we can directly apply Goal 5 under these circumstances. So that's the case I'm aware of.
So no others that you're.
I think there's a lot of people watching and waiting to see what happens, not only with the Delmonico case that's been referred to, but this case, which I just referred to as Warren 4. So, my take on it is I don't know what an enforcement order can help here right now with. You have a highly motivated county that's working hard and spending money to get into compliance. We've got individual land use applications being challenged at LUBA, which is what LUBA's for. So I don't know. Would you tell us to do what we're doing? Or, I'm not sure what the goal is here at this point, at this stage with this petition.
Okay, so the answer to your question is one land use application that you know of.
That I know
Thank you. And then Gordon, for you, I don't know if what would be an accepted time frame to develop a Goal 5 program?
Commissioner Boyer, I don't have a good answer for you in that, except quite a while is what I would suggest if it's done right, because it would involve a comprehensive inventory of the resources, a analysis of conflicting uses, which is required under the Goal 5 program to protect, and then a decision on a protection program on how to protect those resources. And if it's done correctly, I think Washington County's timeframe that they've suggested, which was perhaps 18 months.
18 months is our tentative timeline.
I think that is something you would expect in that kind of a situation. Any kind of controversial or problematic or complicated local government action on a comprehensive plan scale like this would take a while.
So just to follow up, so really the way I view it is not 18 months. We're at the end of this 18 months, it's going to be 6 years. Is that
I'm sorry.
correct statement? Well, because this is all started in 2017.
Oh, okay.
So would that be, if the end of this 18 months, would that be a 6-year process?
Commissioner Boyer, if you take it from the start of when this first raised its head, yes, you could say that would be a 6-year period.
And I presume I was going to follow up, but I got distracted. I presume that the hearings officer would take into account timelines and if they were to decide on a stay or.
Yes, Chair Holova. That one of the questions before the hearings officer would be if the county is out of compliance, what's an appropriate time frame for them to come into compliance that would be as part of a potential of enforcement order.
Does the commission need any further questions, discussion? Does somebody want to make a motion? Just kind of feel for where you are. Oh, and we have Steve Shipsey who has some comments.
Just to the extent it perhaps is helpful. Mr. Dobson didn't make the request under ORS 197-321. He made it under 320 sub 2. And, in discussion with staff, we decided that that section applies only to state agencies and therefore perhaps he was intending to make it under 1. So we characterized it in the staff report as being made under 1. The reason I would say that, as Mr. Bovet pointed out, and he called it perfect legal analysis on pages 5 and 6 there. So it's clear that that isn't something I wrote. But it is where we were last time, and it's finding a place for this complaint under the enforcement order statutes. It's not a great fit anywhere. And that's why I would think, I would counsel you that if you were to find good cause today and send this to a hearings officer, I would send it under both ORS 197-321 and 10, and allow the hearings officer to make the determination under each, because then that recommendation will come back to you and you can select if you agree and with the recommended course under either or both of those statutes. So I think contrary to the proposed motion, I would send it under both would be my counsel and get that feedback. That is, if you find good cause today. And recall that today you're not trying to decide this case. You're just trying to decide if there's enough here to go on. And so some of the arguments today go more towards the merits of the decision and not this kind of threshold issue of, has an issue been raised here that, would cause basically a reasonable person to say, we ought to look into this. And I'd entertain any questions if I just confused everything.
Despite everything I said earlier, I think the Mr. Chipsy's recommendation is a sound counsel in this situation.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. And that's why is your concern earlier, Gordon, that we might see that landslide of clear and objective cases under 197-320-10 come here? And would it make a difference if we did it under 197-250, the goal 5 specifically piece? I mean, is the concern that it's needed housing and clear objectives, or are they the same?
Commissioner Lazo, the concern was that we expressed in the staff report was that if you made a general come one, come all to potential petitioners under 197-320-10, you would be spending all your time adjudicating enforcement orders. I think this situation is unique enough so that if that were to come to pass, you could make that determination at the next time someone petitions you regarding 197-320-10. Because of the complications with this particular issue, I agree with Mr. Chipsy that the alternate motion would be the better way to go, just to be certain that we have this covered by the hearings officer.
So would that change the recommended motion to say 1 or 10 or 1 and 10?
I think 1 and 10.
Now everybody's afraid to do discussion. I'm going to be quoted. Does anybody want to discuss? Anybody feel like they know what motion they might want to put forward? I don't think I put motions forward.
Yeah. Chair does not make the motion.
Personally, in complicated cases like this, and I was there for at least one rounds of these, I look to the merits of the staff report and the staff recommendation and the legal counsel. Unless there's something there that's, for me, standing out more so, which I personally don't feel there is after this discussion.
I will make a motion. I move that the commission find there is good cause under ORS 197-321 and 10 to proceed to a contested case hearing regarding requester's petition alleging the county is not in compliance with statewide planning goal 5 and direct the director to issue an order describing the reasons for this decision, direct the department to appoint a hearings officer to conduct a contested case hearing, and direct the hearings officer to schedule and hold a contested case hearing.
I'll second.
Commissioner Sandoval, seconds. With that, I would like Casaria to take the roll call.
Chair, hello, but I think it's me this time. This is Ingrid.
Okay, Ingrid.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
No.
Chair Halova,
Aye.
and Commissioner Jacobson is excused.
And with that, the motion passes. We're now going to move on to agenda item number 9, and thank you for all that attended in person and online. We'll now move on to agenda item number 9, draft strategic plan update, which is presented by Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the commission, Director Bateman. Thanks for the time today. We're excited about this. Taylor and Mari and Hillary, please do come on up to the testimony table. I'll go ahead and run the slides, but just nice to have some of our team there in person, and we have Susan Milhauser and Josh LeBombard on the phone. So I will go ahead and open a PowerPoint. I started a PowerPoint presentation here. I will confess that I surprised our team. I said earlier today, I said, oh, it's going to be late. We don't want to, we want to allow time for commission discussion. And so I'll just rip through it. And then I retracted it later after I'd finished kind of these slides. And I was like, well, you guys should just come on voice a little bit because it really is their work. So I apologize to the team. They've seen this a lot. They've presented it a lot to all staff. They've been working in teams within the department. And that first slide is hilarious because I didn't mean to put a flip chart with sticky notes and dots right in the middle of my cover slide, but I guess it's warranted because there's no good strategic planning meeting without some dots and some post-it notes. So with your permission, I'll just get going if there's no questions at the outset. Oh, I would like to make sure that commissioners have the hard copy in front of them, or have it online on their computers. It's a supplemental, so it's in your hard copy. It was a hand carry. It's in your colored packets. So please let Mandy know if you would like a copy. Happy to have folks comment on it today in hard copy, give us some thoughts, and of course verbally. Okay, so I think I failed to introduce myself. I'm Kirsten Green, the Deputy Director, although I think the chair might have done that. So this, we presented to you in September. Excuse me, I'm finding a little cold. We presented to you in September last year. And so I think that was before Commissioner Boyer joined. I'm not 100% sure. And then certainly before Commissioner Lazo joined. So just by way of a little bit of background, we had a very strong strategic plan that concludes this year in 2022. Sort of equity was sort of a line in there, but without definition. So given what we know today and with the guidance and direction of commission and our director, we are producing a strategic plan that is equity based. And as you'll hear from Mari, equity is kind of a through line throughout. I have rearranged the slides here. So Mari will go first after my overview. That's currently the last section in your printed packet, but we do plan to flip that because we should be leading with equity. I can't remember who made that observation, but of course it's a good one. It's not an afterthought, it's the first thought. The reason it was an afterthought is because we're waiting for our diversity, equity, inclusion, racial equity plan to be complete, but it was impossible to wait. So we added a pillar and we're making it first, and there you have it. So some folks might remember this slide. I presented this in September. The point is that our state is becoming increasingly diverse demographically, and yet our leadership in city councils and county commissions and planning commissions and even staff around the state are still overwhelmingly white. So we want to be very mindful to plan for the actual population, not just the naturally participating population. The framework approach I presented kind of last year, which is that this isn't sort of an action plan per se, but it's more a light framework approach that, again, is equity-based, more resilient and adaptive, intended to be more nimble and responsive. No one could have foretold in our last strategic plan that we would have devastating effects of climate change going on so soon, or a global pandemic. So the intent of this strategic plan is to kind of last at the highest level for 8 years, giving us that umbrella with 4-year objectives and 2-year actions that'll be informed by our policy agenda, current and future. Please interrupt me anytime if you have any questions. We do have a proposed update to the mission in the strategic plan, basically striking citizens because that's a subset of Oregonians. And so it just with no other changes. So that's the only change would be to just to simply say to help communities plan for, and then in partnership with Oregonians and local governments, produce fabulous current and future state. We have added values. So this Wordle is from a staff survey on values, or this word cloud, but our work is, we present that our work is holistic. It is Oregon's comprehensive land use planning program. So it's not just about colors on a map, it affects recreation, quality of life, as Ms. Lynch testified earlier. We are passionate about being service focused, professional, inclusive, adaptive, collaborative, and with a focus on stewardship of our natural resource legacy. So again, this is largely an internally focusing plan on staff effort, rather than as opposed to our policy agenda, which is the LCDC's interface into policy development. Our guiding principles are actually the same as the last 8 years. We haven't seen any real reason to change that. To provide a healthy environment, sustain a prosperous economy, ensuring a desirable quality of life, and providing fairness and equity. That is an ambitious guiding principle. Anytime there's all in a sentence, I have to stop and pause, but that is our principle. We do have new strategic pillars. So these are basically what would have been the goals in the last document. We're refraining from calling them goals because we have land use planning goals and that gets a little confusing. So the strategic pillars now in front of you are for equitable planning and engagement, internal support, and that was our previous first pillar, if you will, because our staff is the most important resource we have, and a pretty impressive staff at that. Geographic information systems, which we want to really elevate the assistance and provision of GIS services and data equity analysis to local governments throughout the state, particularly smaller and more rural communities who couldn't otherwise afford these resources on their own. So that's sort of an ambitious goal in there. And you'll recall that Director Bateman advanced a recommendation for a chief operating officer for DLCD, which is a new position at a management level that would lead that part of this pillar. Taylor and the human resources shop and management team would lead the internal support elements. Chair Holova, I hope you appreciate it. I found this image and I put this in for you.
I said, that's the chart. That's
yeah,
the
real time PowerPoint reduction today. But yes, it took me a bit to find, but I did. It's our integrated climate chart, which is sequestration, adaptation, and mitigation. And it's a really interesting point here because we still have two pillars that mention climate adaptation, but you dig deep, you'll see in the climate adaptation and resilience recommendations, there is a 4-year action to create a unified sort of office of climate within DLCD so that it really is a more cohesive span of all our experts who are currently seated in different divisions, but really working as a cohesive climate team. And then Josh has been leading a community development pillar. So this is largely urban areas, but not exclusively. We have rural communities all over the state, and they're very important, defined and undefined. So that is an important one. Josh will speak to this in a little bit. And then also natural resource conservation, which really is massive. Hillary will cover that. Sort of our core work writ large, the agency raison d'etre, and such an important element of our work today. So the production timeline, just where we are here, it's pretty ambitious when I prepared this for you last time, so don't go back and look at what I said we'd have done by then, by now. But here we are. So we have internal staff development has been continuing. We'll complete that by the end of this year. We plan to go external with community surveys and interviews through March 2023. As some other policy work kind of quiets down, the legislature, of course, will be in full fray. We'd like to revisit with commission if you have time on your agenda in April, and nonetheless we'll include it as maybe an attachment in the director's report. We're really waiting for the close of the 2023 legislative session, as you've been discussing today, that we'll probably have some major assignments headed our way in housing, wildfire, climate change, et cetera. So then we'll produce a final draft in May to have publication aligned with our 50th year celebrations coming up in May, as you heard from Director Bateman earlier. So exciting time. Is there any questions on the structure or framework before we go into the 5 focus areas? Take no is winning. Go ahead.
Yep, no questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I turn over to Ms. Taylor.
Vice Chair Lilac has a question.
Okay, thank you.
We're asking questions about the principles and the guiding values and
Yeah.
kind of what we've discussed to this point. Yeah, I guess my question is, was there any thought to elevating housing to what was it, the guiding principle or one of the, I mean, is a big standalone topic,
Yep.
just given, I mean, I see it's under community development and you're
Right.
highlighting that. And I just think about this and not that this is right or wrong way, but the organization I worked for, we had very similar guiding principles. And this past year, just given the housing crisis and how it's essential to life, we elevated it to a standalone guiding principle or something. So, and that's exactly where we used to have it, was under a prosperous economy.
Right.
And it's, and we just said, no, it's just, housing is just too important. It needs to stand on its own.
Right.
So I'm just curious if you had any consideration or thought about that.
I mean, this is why we're in front of you today, Vice Chair Lilac. I think that's a great suggestion. We haven't been looking at much at these, so thank you for looking at this with a fresh eye, given the considerable work and the investment of the legislature, and the importance of the owner revolution, if you will, just all hands on deck needed to kind of solve and produce housing. I think that's entirely appropriate, but thank you for the suggestion. If I was using PowerPoint, not PDF, I'd type it in right there, but nothing is keeping us to 4 guiding principles. We can certainly have 5 or tweak this one.
And sorry, I got confused for a second because there's also the groups, right? So
Yes.
I thought when you mentioned it, you'd be talking more about like having a new group, because I feel like the housing fits under desirable quality of life. If you don't have housing, you don't have really a great quality of life.
Right.
So the principles versus the groups. So the group is like quite extensive. So was there
Yep.
thought of making a group housing to
You know-
fulfill? Because that if it was in the group, let's just say,
Yeah.
then one could imagine all of these applying to housing,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
All of these could apply to housing, but the housing would be the focus area.
Interesting. Yeah. No, I think these are really, really good suggestions. And I know the director is listening as well. And unfortunately, I can't make eye contact with her today. Appreciate her permissions to stay back in Portland. But I think that these are really good insights. So one is a standalone guiding principle regarding the provision of housing. And then 2 might be a focus area devoted to housing, or somehow elevate that. But I think in general, a closer tie of the principles to the focus areas might be warranted as well. It's a little bit of disconnect there because we have old principles and new focus areas, and we need to kind of go back and re-knit them together perhaps.
When we get into the detail comment, I have all these little things, I'm in that mode with this. But in these guiding principles, I don't think the last one reads right. Because if you took away fairness, it wouldn't provide equity to all Oregonians, wouldn't read right. So
Mhm.
I just don't know if that one should be changed to something like provide an equity-centered approach that includes all Oregonians.
Mhm, mhm.
Because it's really about the approach that we're taking, not that it's very hard to say that you're going to provide actual like equality, fairness, So I think we set the framework to which those things are achieved. So I was just thinking provide an equity-centered approach that includes all Oregonians.
Great. Thank you.
And then the sustain a prosperous life. I was thinking more like support a prosperous life. The sustain, just as in that sentence, I
Right.
didn't know what we were doing. Like some folks don't have a prosperous
Right.
economy.
Yeah.
So sustain the ones that have it, and not the ones that.
Good. Thank you. Good. Just jotting these down. I don't have a flip chart here. Thank you.
And then
Great.
I don't know if this is on the larger one because I just had notes per page. Under the value section, I liked deliver services that are efficient, outcome-based, and professional. But the outcome-based made me think, and maybe it's not the right place, but it was saying something about measurable and results, tracking, measuring, reporting. Some outcomes-based, I think, goes to that, but measurable as a word, I think, is important.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. how we measure, and we haven't measured. I'll just be really clear. Our strategic plan was not used as a performance measurement tool. So Director Bateman knows this, some others have heard it. I really look forward to revisiting our key performance measures with the strategic plan in mind. Our key performance measures are also very dated. So are we measuring things that work? So thank you. I think that's really provocative. You know, how do we track? We could track accomplishments on the actions, which is what I had been thinking, because that we can control. But how do we measure? I think is worth some very serious thought. How and what do we measure?
Or just the goal of measuring. To
Thank
start
you.
off with, then one looks to what to measure at that point. Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to check in on the formatting a little bit. So we talk about pillars, 5 pillars, and then we use the word group and focus area. So are those 3 things interchangeable? And then also in the format, it says each pillar leads with an 8-year focus area statement followed by 4-year objectives.
Yep.
And under each objective, we envision 2-year actions. And that
Yep.
format doesn't seem the same in all the pillars.
That's right. We do have some, you're seeing about a 70% washed draft here. And particularly the natural resource focus area, if you will, we mostly call it focus area. Sorry, we should clean that up and decide if they're pillars or focus areas. When I think of pillar, I think of Greek column, and it lends itself to a graphic, but I think regardless, they are just our focus areas.
Yeah.
And then I completely lost your point, Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks. No, I just, I wasn't sure if.
Oh, yes, the
I was
formatting.
looking at it incorrectly, but I appreciate that it's not all the way completed and that I wasn't.
Yeah.
That was.
Thank
that
you.
was Not necessarily
Thank you.
intentional, but that's where it was. So thank you for.
Thanks. So
The
consistency.
same thing
and-
about just, I think it's going there, but you know, just all of them should follow exact same style.
Yes, we definitely, that's the goal. And we have, Mari is bravely took on this, our newest focus area and of equitable engagement, and her group did not have the chance to put those in front of all staff for any prioritization. So there's more in that. And we might, with the goal, the objective, our hope is that it'll be, quite light so that we can actually, work with it. So 5 or 6 focus areas, 4 to 5 objectives within each. And then I was hoping for 2 to 3 actions within each objective that are quite funded. So those are not meant to be creative work. Those are meant to be things that we can actually plan on accomplishing. Trying to build some staff pride here and actually accomplish our strategic plan this time. Had a very ambitious one last time. It was a good one.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask about sprucing it up a little bit and hiring like a graphic designer. Are we going to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
thanks.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted
Thank
to-
you. Yes. So back here, where's my little timeline? We do have a communications intern and some resources associated with the 50th. So within those resources, we do plan to put it in layout with a little bit of story. So definitely that's been envisioned. My Word document skills are leave so much to be desired. So yes, thank you.
And so, Deputy, I didn't know if you had more to present. Sorry, we
Nope.
just jumped in. We're ready.
No, it's good. It's good. We're ready to go on. Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. So back over to Taylor, Ms. Taylor Sorgenfrey, please, Taylor. Oh, sorry, Mari, forgive me. I'm so used to going to Taylor first. Mari, please. Is the testimony table mic on? Because I can't quite hear Mari.
Oh, I'm just making, no, okay. Technical
the PowerPoint.
issues, user issues. Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Mari Valencia Aguilar. Thank you for having me and all of us here. I am presenting Focus Area 1 now, and it is equitable planning and engagement. As Kirsten just just mentioned, this focus area is maybe one of two of the five that is still a little bit more behind than the others. This one is longer, you'll notice, but it is all informed by staff expertise, as well as some one-on-ones with some equity champions in our DEI committee, as well, the entire DEI committee, I should say, and then also the CIAC, Community Involvement Advisory Committee for DLCD. So the focus area statement, if I will read it: center racial equity in Oregon's planning program to help inform equitable solutions for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC, and other historically marginalized, underserved, and excluded communities. This statement was informed with the recognition that racial equity is the approach that the agency wants to take in all its work. And that is just recognizing that racial disparities are significantly high in BIPOC communities, as well as racial inequities were kind of baked into government practice and government institutions. So if we do a racial equity approach in that we center racial equity, the ultimate outcome is that we support everyone, including other marginalized identities. So that's the thinking there. And so in this focus area, there are 4 objectives as of now. The first one is increasing the skills of staff and local jurisdictional partners and advancing racial equity. And the thinking there was just a lot of feedback from staff about wanting tools and resources to become equity champions themselves, or build on just their expertise already to be able to, bring that into their everyday work and inform that thinking collectively and every day. The second objective is foster inclusive and accessible communication. And there's a typo. But this distracted me. But the thinking here is, that's kind of the first step before getting into inclusive engagement, right? If we don't have accessible communication that is inclusive to all types of people, really is hard to break in, or is really hard to cultivate and inform really good, equitable engagement. And that leads to number 3, honor and meaningfully engage BIPOC and other historically marginalized, underserved, and excluded communities. The focus here is on creating inclusive engagement planning programs for BIPOC. This is an approach that leads with racial equity, and that is the reason for the objective. And lastly, earlier today, we heard from Kyle about their amazing work with the tribes. And that is, everyone agreed, that is an important component that we at DLCD are required to do, but we also want to do that. And so this objective has actions about how to uphold existing government-to-government responsibilities. And also that second part, serve Indigenous Oregonians, is about recognizing that, yes, we have these government-to-government responsibilities within the 9 federally recognized tribes, but also there are Indigenous or other tribes that are not recognized, but are also part of our Oregon community as a state wide community. And so that also matters too. So with that, I'll turn it over to focus area 2.
Thank you, Chair Halova. Thanks, Mari. Chair Halova, would you like to take questions or comments or on
I was thinking
each?
after each one. Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't we pause there, Mari? Hang on with me.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yes, I'll get a little theoretical. So when I think about equity, I think about it in three ways. So one is redistribution, which is actually like, money, kind of material kinds of things. And there's recognition, which is like bringing different cultures into it and recognizing folks. And then there's procedural, which is process-based, right? You kind of need all three of them. So it seems like you have a lot of like recognition and procedural, but redistribution, I don't see anything in there that really relates to redistribution. And so I would just I would just recommend that you think more about redistribution and how that relates to land use.
Thank you. Any others?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, Commissioner Warren.
Do you have any suggestions
Yeah,
on that?
I do have suggestions.
That's what I was gonna
So
ask.
I just I got an article accepted in the JAPA Journal American Planning Association where we trace history of racial equity plans in the planning field. And so we do that. And so I could send you an advanced non-published copy of that. That would give a lot of examples.
Thank you.
And we break it up in terms of redistribution and recognition procedure.
Thank you. Fascinating. I look forward to reading, and we'll share with it in all staff.
Yeah, and to add to that, and that's a great, really, really good observation. Funding, right? That's usually tied to that. So I think that's maybe the part that's missing is how does funding play or not play into that? And I was thinking about Portland's the clean PSEF, which is Portland Clean Energy Fund that was done, and the idea of putting resources associated with sustainability and energy efficiency and climate change measures toward communities that have not had haven't had access to those resources, and also are the recipients of the greatest threats from climate change. So I think I'm trying to figure out the context for the DLCD, but I think that's there should be some thought process internally on what is the context, the similar context for that. I think OHCS is also, doing things in that regard around their point system, around who gets funding in association with making sure that there's an equitable distribution of housing. But I can't just think off the top of my head right now for this department in relation to that. Commissioner Lazo.
Please.
Thanks, Chair. I will speak on this funding piece because I wasn't going to do that. But when you brought up, I think there are lots of opportunities. I think when you look at the way we fund technical assistance or TGM grants or all those pieces, there is no component. I shouldn't say that. I'm not aware of what the component is around racial equity in those pieces of funding. And so ultimately that may be a place where it would trickle through what in all years works. In these areas, in this one, in number one on the objectives, this is a sort of a plug for adding folks like us in there because it has specifically staff and local jurisdictional partners, but potentially committees like this or other stakeholders. I don't know if that you purposely excluded us or just thought that we already knew it all and didn't need that, because I see that further in one of the action items you do refer to us to work with local jurisdictional partners, but I think there might be some grounding that we all would need there also. And the other piece I'd say in this area is I see mention of a DEI committee, and I don't know where that the framework for that is, but maybe a sense that would identifying internal leadership in these areas sort of help move those forward, right? Who's actually responsible? Ultimately, we're all responsible for holding it, but I think what we find sometimes is if somebody is not, if it's not somebody's job and purpose to do it, then it can fall by the wayside. And so I just don't know what that would look like in your structure.
Thank you. Thank you. It might be something that we have sort of as an owner's manual, an operating manual of who's sort of leading operation and using of these. Staff come and go, so it might be something that we keep more internally than the published external version, but I think that ownership is critical and to keep the accountability going. I want to give a shout out to Gordon Howard, who with the technical assistance grants after the agency's interim approach to equity, and I think it was June 2020. One of the key action there, and that we put out an interim, just a one-page interim approach that named the priority populations and some actions. And one of our actions was to to add equity to our grant and resource making processes. So I think it is Commissioner Sandoval that serves on that grants advisory committee with Gordon Howard. Gordon's probably still in the room, so you might hear of it even increase a more sort of analytical approach. We have a very kind of soft approach for jurisdictions to do their own explanation, but it's probably time to take a hard look at how we're prioritizing those resources.
And since we've done that before, to embed it in this area as an action that we've done before, and how and other thoughts on increasing that
Great
process.
Thank you.
Yeah. When I read this, I was like, wow, it's a lot. I thought, because I read it last, I was like wanting the other sections to be as robust as this section.
Right.
Not that this one had to go down to the other sections. I understand that one doesn't want to put like everything in the world that one can't do. But I thought this was a good list. So I don't know what the procedure is moving forward, whether or you're trying to like put it all and then get community feedback and then cut it at that point, because it seems weird to cut this pre-community input.
We might just have a note, Chair Halova, we might just have a note here that this will probably, part of this will be broken out to the racial equity plan. That is a deliverable of Anita Yap, our consultant from the Multicultural Collaborative. But regardless, it is the goal is to keep the number of actions under the objective short. We found that the last strategic plan was really so weighty, we didn't do anything with it. It was claustrophobic, too heavy for the weight. So we do want to keep it light and operational, but powerful. So I think
I totally agree with that. Yeah. I guess the question is, do you throw all the bigger section out to the community to get feedback, or do you want to pre-cut it? And I agree that if that's the goal, then it should be short. I'm just curious the process.
We haven't talked about that yet, Chair Halova, to be candid. We need to let all staff weigh in and prioritize, and we might have a better idea after we see those survey results.
Okay.
One of the reasons it was easier, I think, for the other focus area leads to prioritize is because they had those dot exercises. They could see what bubbled up to the top that staff are most passionate about. So please stay tuned.
I think we're gonna, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, the content's great. I really love it. I want to know how we're thinking about gender through this process. Is that something we want to include in this section? Because I certainly don't want that to have the effect of watering down the focus on racial equity. But is there a gender, do you think, kind of spread throughout this?
Yes, but I think that we could, formalities. Oops. Commissioner Warren, thank you for the question. Yes, I think, so yes, this approach is leading with race, but I did quickly gloss over the fact that it also, the approach also helps build everyone, and that includes other marginalized communities, including if folks who identify in the queer community, disability, other marginalized communities, and so one thing that is in the longer version, I hope is still in there, is the idea of leading with race with an intersectional approach. And that's where the other marginalized identities and communities are also not forgotten in this particular focus area. Good question.
And last thing I was going to say before I think we move on to the next thing is, I really like this box that says leading with racial equity supports all. And then I don't think no matter how much we cut down, I think we have to keep that, because it grounds everything else after that. Kind of answers all the questions, like a lot of the questions that might come out of it. So this is one area where I feel like some definitions are needed.
Yep, for sure.
Right.
Thank you.
And I'm noticing that's the box that might be missing the intersectionality of piece. So I'll definitely look at that and ensure that that's part of that. One thing that I failed to say too is, this is not my work alone. This work is, this is the agency, and I mentioned CIAC. They had some really great recommendations about accountability. And so you'll see maybe 2 or 3 of those actions under objective 3. For example, one says invite community or BIPOC community members that were engaged in engagement programs at an annual meeting before this commission to hear how it went. And that's a really great way to really hear authentically how well we're doing, and also an opportunity to grow if we miss the target. And then additionally, this one will also be Anita Yap will eventually come in and share her expertise on this particular piece, and that assessment that she put out last week is still part of that. I definitely think that's going to inform even more actions here that won't be lost. It'll be, if they don't stay here, they will definitely land in her racial equity plan. That's it.
To the next section. I don't which order we're following.
Thank you. It's I was just looking for that lost box, but it's Taylor Sorgenfrey, please.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the commission. My name is Taylor Sorgenfrey. I am the HR manager for the department. Thank you for allowing us to be here with you this afternoon. One of the hats I have worn recently is the discussion leader for former Focus Area 1, which I am thrilled to succeed to Mari and her group, because it should be number one and our focus first and foremost for this strategic plan. But my focus area is internal support, geographic information systems, or GIS, and data equity. This is a broad category, so our focus area statement matches that in its broadness, which is invest in people, tools, and information to help the agency succeed in its mission. So I'll go ahead and talk about our objectives if you want to go. Thank you, Kirsten. So the first objective, when we began discussions around data equity, it became very clear that we first needed to build a consistent understanding of what that meant and that concept. And then we would be able to identify what we collect and why, and really have discussions around how we use it, and be very intentional about how we use it and the implications that come from that. So the recruitment of the CIO will help lead our agency's understanding in this area, because it's clear that we as an entire agency just need some foundational understanding in this area. So after that, we'll be able to fill in the gaps after we identify the information that we have. Moving on to objective area 2. So this goes to internal staff training and development. So we overwhelmingly heard that our staff don't have the capacity to sit in 8-day-long trainings. So we really want to match training opportunities with their capacity and their preferred learning environment. We also overwhelmingly heard that there is a missed opportunity for internally learning from each other in our subject matter areas. And so we want to facilitate more opportunities for internal knowledge sharing at our all staff meetings. We've heard lunch and learns thrown around a lot. We just have a lot of collective expertise and knowledge that we should be sharing with each other. And then lastly, kind of adapting this growth mindset philosophy, which essentially is that we are not limited by our inherent traits or abilities, but instead we have the capacity and we are supported by our managers and our leadership to learn, grow, and improve. There's an acknowledgement that we don't know everything. And so we always want to continue to learn and to grow, especially when we're bringing forth these critical topic areas and leading with race and equity and inclusion. Moving on to the third objective. So we really built our workforce equity into this third objective. And I am very thankful and grateful for Madi, who is my thought partner in this area. And so we really want to create an agency and space that fosters belongingness and inclusivity. The goal here is to create a workforce that is reflective of the Oregonians we serve through intentional hiring. But we need to be clear that it cannot stop there. We need to ensure that we support them as a whole person once they are here with us and our agency. Moving on to the fourth objective. So this focus area is really about our external resources that we coordinate. And so we want to improve resources and communications that are accessed by or used to assist our external partners. And we're hoping to create some continuity for our programs and committees through different transitions. And then we move to internal resources. So I'm glad Kirsten chose the dot chart that she did, because that was actually my focus area and the feedback that we received from staff. And I'm very grateful for their involvement. But we heard particularly from our new hires that we really need to build our information and resource structures so that they're cohesive, user-friendly, intuitive, and uniform, so that they don't have wasted focus on finding the necessary tools and information needed. And I am very, onboarding and tools and resources fall to my area, and I am so grateful for that constructive feedback. I want to provide an agency that supports our new hires. And then we also want to identify and consolidate our best practices and establish some standards. And then finally, some data management and guide our IT to align with governance that is kind of established at an enterprise or statewide area. But we need to align some of our IT and data management with that. Questions, comments?
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval?
Yeah, does your staff have access to like academic journals like JAPA and JPER? Because I know we do a lot of research in the agency, and so in the department. And so anyways, I just want to know a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Chair Holova and Commissioner Sandoval. Thank you for that question. That is exactly what we're trying to identify for our staff. I honestly don't know the answer to that. And if we do, I think there's several areas where we potentially have resources for our staff, but we are not clearly identifying those resources in one place that they can go to. If they had your particular question, if we had kind of membership or sources of information that we belong to. Kirsten, I don't know if Deputy Director Green, would you like to add?
Thanks, Chair Holova, Commissioner Sandoval, and Taylor. Thanks. I don't believe we're providing JAPA for all staff right now, but it is something we can look for. It's the Journal of the American Planning Association. It's the Atlantic of APA National. It's what used to be the Atlantic, the large, long format, scholarly, peer-reviewed articles. But we can and should. And I think that, again, to kind of be effective, we might assign a point person to actually review it and share out like, hey, there's this link, or here's this document. Because easy to miss. We do belong to GARE, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, but that alone is not sort of a kind of a curated resource. So we belong, but we haven't been kind of making it more accessible to staff. But I think JAPA is a great idea. Thank you.
Vice Chair Lilac?
Thank you. Under number 5, one idea, and this is something that I share in our new employee orientation that's really important to me in our organization is, and I don't have exactly the wording that I use, but it's to support curiosity, innovation, and creativity among our employees. And the key is that we want to welcome any and all ideas and how we can best serve each other within our organization. We serve our customers, the public, our residents, everybody. I try to do everything I can to create a welcoming environment for people to think outside the box, or people are coming from other places and they have great ideas and I want them to question. So why are we delivering this service this way? Or here's an idea about a better way to do it. So I just really focus on curiosity, innovation, and creativity as well. I don't know if that's something that you might consider for number 5. It's really the organization's culture to think about, but it's something that's important to me.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, yes to all of that. Thank you.
It's quite a more joyful language than sort of our plenary stuff. So thank you. Like, oh, fun, like inquiry. Yeah, thank you. Curiosity. Thank you.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Thanks. One of the things I'll say about or add to this particular group or pillar is I'm assuming that sort of racial equity will cut across all the pillars. And I think when we apply it, sometimes we don't, it's hard for us to think about the way that applies to things that are internal and sort of standard operating procedure pieces. But I'll give you some examples, right? If we use the equity lens around benefits and burdens, for instance, when we're talking about things like journals or who attends conferences, is there a lens you can use internally to say, who is benefiting or being burdened by those opportunities as they arise in the organization? At what levels, who's in those levels, all those pieces. And then similarly in number 3, where we talk about recruiting, hiring, and particularly supporting staff, it's things like, and I don't know if this is a thing in state agencies, right? But equitable compensation review. What does compensation look like across your different staff levels, and who are those folks? And again, where might we see those disparities that exist? And then the other piece would be around not just interview panels, but and again, I don't know how this works for the state for sure, but qualifications, right? Do we have sets of minimum qualifications that might be creating barriers for certain communities? And again, that I don't know how much latitude we have as our department to do that kind of thing in the state, but those are the kinds of considerations I think that often come up with that lens.
Chair Halova, Commissioner Lazo, thank you for those comments. And I'll take just a few minutes to respond to some of those. I completely agree that we should be using an equity lens for our decisions internally, specifically the ones that you mentioned. And while our equity work is highlighted in focus area 1, you'll see that it lives throughout each of our focus areas, but it doesn't mean that we can't heighten it or highlight it more. So thank you for that comment. I think that can be included. And then as far as I'm happy to say that the state has a pay equity process that is through every hire or employment decision that regards pay, there is an equity assessment included. That's not to say that there can be improvements to that process, and they have heard from our state HR community regarding those improvements. And as far as hiring as well, sorry, can you remind me of your point for the interviewing and hiring?
Yeah, it wasn't just interview panels, but like qualifications or minimum qualifications that you post.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Lazo. So as it currently sits, the qualifications are very prescriptive from an enterprise or state level, but I am happy to report that at the state HR level, there have been some recommendations to overhaul, to include things like volunteer service, lived experience, and so how we can not only incorporate those, but now we're going to need to train our hiring managers and our recruiters to look for those things. So I'm happy to report that has been recommended at a state level. Thank you.
And for me, I see a lot of that to me as there's a definite need for a different sort of marketing of job descriptions, like an active, sort of like the community engagement versus like, here I have a job description, come if you're interested, and actually going out to the communities that have expertise and saying, do you know folks that can fill this position? It's just totally different level of engagement in a different way. So I would
from the very beginning I've been on the commission, I've been trying to advocate for more and more of that. But it takes time and investment, and I presume time, which might mean money. I don't know. And interest takes a lot of interest. So I would love to see that. So mine are really just really specific. I have for another one of these, I would love to see a different title to the thing, but for this one, I thought it would I thought maybe better title might be knowledge and data equity. Just shorter and more, because GIS is it's like saying AutoCAD, you know. It means something to folks here, not much to anybody else. So knowledge and data equity. And then, it says invest in people, tools, and information to help the agency and its partner jurisdictions succeed in their mission, because I think a lot of this data related stuff is not just for us, but for other folks. And then under 4, manage and improve agency procedures. Establish documented procedures. I wanted to write it.
Chair, I'm so sorry. Could you just repeat your first point? I didn't quite catch it.
The under focus area statement.
Right.
Invest in people, tools, and information to help the agency and this might be not the right word, but to help the agency and its partner jurisdictions, however we say that, succeed in its mission.
Thank you.
Because it's not, the tools aren't just for us.
Right.
And then under 4A, establish documented procedures. I was going to write in there and time commitments for programs and committees, because I'm always the one that's like, what's the time commitment?
Right.
And then I wrote down the word transparent, dashboard, and measurable. Has 3 words that I feel like should be somewhere in the data conversation. And then I just had one question, and then that was it on mine, which was when I read 5, I just kept on thinking did we do this before? Is this brand new? This established employee central guide, inventory best practice. I wonder if this is like brand new or whether we were already doing this, more out of curiosity.
Chair Holova,
go ahead, Dr. Taylor, please.
Chair Holova, thank you for those suggestions and question. Some of them do currently exist, but what was clear when we brought this to the full agency was that it's not working the way that our staff are going to get the information and resources. So we need to rethink it and build it so a way that's user-friendly and intuitive for our staff. Deputy Director Green, if you would like to add anything.
No, that's right. It's actually probably a reduction of all our available resources, the simplification. So I think Taylor covered it well.
And I don't know if the board fits into that also, because I know at different points when it's like I became vice chair, I was like, so what does a vice chair do? And I was like, it's kind of like oral tradition versus written on a sheet of paper. And so it might be nice to document that. What is the minimum? I don't want to say the minimum, but here's the minimum. And then sometimes the vice chair or chair and might be other roles can also do this, just to kind of, so people get into that, they kind of know what they're getting into. Yeah.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Those go along with time commitments, the idea of time commitments.
I like the image of the oral history class. Campfire. Sit you down and.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're moving to the next one.
Yeah. Thanks, Taylor. I think we have, there we go. Susan, please. Susan
Thank
Milhauser.
you. Good afternoon, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the commission. And I'm Susan Milhauser. I'm Natural Hazards Planner with the department. And I will be giving you a quick overview of Focus Area 3, its new number, where we're really focused on climate adaptation and resilience. And I also want to give a shout out to many other folks on this focus area team that have put a lot of time and energy into what you're seeing in your packet and what I'll give you a brief overview about. And Kirsten added, or Deputy Director Green added a little note, think hazards, and which I think is great, but really hazards is one piece of this broader focus area, but one that we encounter quite frequently. So I will just quickly read the focus area statement. We're really talking about supporting resilience, defined as the ability of communities, natural and other interconnected systems to withstand and adapt to an uncertain, dynamic future in ways that ensure a high quality of life for current and future generations. So kind of the big picture. Next slide, please. And we have 5 objectives in this focus area, and then underneath each of those, as was mentioned, 1 to 2 year action items. And they're broken out in a couple different ways. Excuse me, the first objective is really looking at how we plan for areas subject to natural hazards. So we really want to make sure that the work that the department is already doing, really part of our core work, is better integrating climate change information into that planning work for natural hazards, and really more specifically and intentionally centering traditionally marginalized and socially and economically vulnerable community members. So really, how can we do that with more intention that is already happening in this type of work? And some of the kind of key action items that fall under this objective really are our work leading the state's natural hazard mitigation plan update, which it really relies heavily on Oregon climate change adaptation framework data and information through OCRI. Also, our work to support local governments doing their natural hazard mitigation plans, and then also really broadening participation in this work with really a focus on equitable engagement, which is captured more broadly in that pillar number 1. And for focus, let's see, objective 2, this is really more about how can we support communities once they've done their planning, which happens, plans are renewed and updated, but once plans are in place to address climate change, and natural hazards, what can we be doing as an agency to really support communities' implementation of Goal 7? So what types of tools and incentives for local governments and partners are we providing? What additional resources are needed to really help communities address natural hazards and resilience? And there's a couple specifics which I won't go into, but you heard a little bit about today, with clear and objective standards. How does that relate to planning for natural hazards? Really looking at opportunities programmatically to identify incentives or additional technical assistance that might support communities to better integrate this type of planning work into their comprehensive plans and their development codes, land use regulations. And then under the second objective, really more specifically looking at recovery for communities that have been impacted by natural hazards. So what types of resources can the department provide to help communities do recovery planning before there's the next natural hazard? The third objective is really focused more, as Deputy Director Green noted in her introduction, really more about internal coordination within the department. So how can we better coordinate our resiliency and natural hazard planning work across our programs at DLCD? Is there an opportunity we are working on and would like to develop, cross-functional programs within the department, really look more specifically at how we embed guiding principles for climate justice and equitable outcomes into this programmatic work, and are there methods and follow through that can help us understand if we're making progress? How are we tracking our progress? Are some of the things we'd like to look at more carefully. And really more broadly formalizing the collaboration between the climate adaptation work that we do and natural hazard mitigation planning. The fourth objective is more externally focused, and that's really looking at relationship building. So we do a lot of work with local communities, different state agencies, federal agencies. So what are ways that we can look at a model like developing communities of practice, which is something that Chris Shirley's been doing with her climate vulnerability work, is looking at that as a model for other types of work under this pillar, where we're really having regular communication with state agency and other external communities of practice. Are there opportunities for us to take some of the work we're already doing in this field and serving as champions for the enterprise to more regularly or effectively integrate this work? An example being with the CFEC work, or with climate vulnerability work, our wildfire advisory group, where we were able to bring in members from community-based organizations and work through consultants to provide financial support for folks serving on those committees who may not have been able to support, have the time to participate otherwise. So really, I think we have an opportunity for some leadership. And then under this too, what can we be doing as a department to further clarify and embrace the department's role in recovery function 1, which is community planning and capacity building, and learn, from the work that we were thrown into, pretty quickly after the 2020 wildfires. And then the last objective is really looking at communication and capacity building. So what are ways that we can continue and better share success stories about what's happening within DLCD, as well as, what our local government partners are doing? What are some best practices? How can we better share those with the public, stakeholders, legislature, to really highlight the good work that's happening and really showcase this work and amplify the stories, and work with partners to amplify the stories, and kind of, which also reminds us that we have some great resources for communities doing this work. So how can we further promote our grants and technical assistance funds that really can be used for doing climate and natural hazard type of planning work and projects? So continuing to do that work and get resources to communities that are doing the work on the ground.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments? Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, this looks great. Thanks, Susan.
That's quick.
And
Thank
staff,
you.
I guess you're all involved in that.
I didn't know if this was there was a comment made about green infrastructure, kind of helping with resilience. And I think that's how I interpreted it, I think. Do you think that this would be a place to mention the word green infrastructure, or I was thinking about that, or not?
It seems too specific for like a strategic plan. It should be kind of, in my mind, be more broad.
Right. So I think, if I may, Chair Halova, Commissioner Warren, if I might venture that a 2-year action to kind of look into scope this topic might be warranted. But again, we're trying to cut off things that we can chew with to do with existing staff. So that's the art. That's the science of the strategic plan, is to really make it fit the agency's resources. And but I think it's a passion point of mine as well. And Commissioner Warren, with your guidance there, I just might think maybe a 2-year action to look into what might be possible. You've heard from local governments that the last thing they want is more regulation right now. They're suffering, but there might be guidance documents or something that could be provided by the Transportation Growth Management Program to support walkable and mixed use communities. I'm not sure, but we could think about it.
Okay. Any other comments? Or we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you. Thanks, Susan and Sadie and Emma, her predecessors. Thank you for bravely taking this one over. Okay, Josh LaBombard, please, from Southern Oregon.
Good afternoon, commissioners, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the commission. I'm Josh LaBombard. I'm the Southern Oregon representative for the department. So the group that I led here, we titled Community Development, and then we also included reducing climate pollution in that. The focus area statement, the quick statement, is to foster sustainable, complete, and equitable communities. And the more elongated statement is to improve the quality of life for all current and future Oregonians by providing more options for housing, jobs, services, and transportation in ways that increase equitable outcomes and improve our natural environment and climate future. Next slide, please. So we have 4 of the 4-year objectives, and we have quite a few of the more of the shorter range action items under each one of those. We led with housing, kind of responding to what Vice Chair Lilac brought up earlier. Part of community development, one of the biggest parts in our current time is addressing the housing issue. So the first focus area or 4-year objective statement is to increase opportunities for housing people can afford and quality jobs in rural and urban communities. And we're very deliberate about including the words rural and urban in front of communities, recognizing that a lot of the work that we've done recently in regards to housing really applies to more urban areas. And obviously housing is an issue across the board in all communities around the state. So we wanted to be very deliberate about including the word rural in this statement here. The second statement is to find solutions to the inequitable jobs housing imbalance to reduce climate pollution and increase well-being. There's a lot of different components to this, and the action items speak to it in a little bit more detail on this. But I think the assumption is if we are successful in providing more equity and in our balance and balancing out our jobs and housing environment more in our individual communities, we'll go a long way toward reaching and reducing climate pollution as far as and as well as increasing well-being in our communities. The third statement is to provide support and build capacity for communities to plan and implement the statewide land use planning goals. This is really just a recognition that while we do have a statewide planning program, planning is implemented locally. And if our locals don't have the capacity and support to do planning, they won't be keeping up with our new regulations and doing the long range planning, which a lot of communities want to do, but don't have the capacity to do. And then the last piece is really hitting on the infrastructure and transportation side of things. And it's to promote safe, reliable, accessible, timely, and efficient transportation options and infrastructure. And one of those statements, I'm only mentioning it now because it was just brought up, was to acknowledge and help communities provide the necessary infrastructure with a lens on climate, and the environment, and that's to support housing and jobs across the community. So it touches a little bit on the piece that was just brought up. That's all I have right now.
Awesome. And the sub-bullets the actions are within the printed packets. Josh, thank you. Chair Harlova, any questions or comments?
Commissioners? Commissioner Lazo?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't continue to bring forward the same piece that we just talked about this afternoon, the ONA and the housing production strategy. When we're talking about housing, it's not necessarily just about the affordability. I often say the phrase I use is housing isn't just about the roof over our heads, it's about access to opportunity out the front door. And so I think that it would be good to reflect that kind of in that first bullet point somewhere, that it isn't just housing that people can afford, but housing that is located where we have access to opportunity.
Vice Chair Lilac? I was trying to say Commissioner.
I was just thinking about the title for this one. I saw that on focus area 2, it's climate adaptation and resilience. I've been a community development director. I'm just not a huge fan of the term community development. I mean, I get it. Development is we're advancing the community, not growth. But a lot of people associate that with growth. I was just thinking, is there a different title for this? Something like, and this is getting back to the National American Planning Association, create great communities and increase housing, or something like that. Just what is it we're getting at? We do address climate, and that's part of creating a great community, but I don't know, something I was just.
I also had my own take on another title. I really want to see, I think we shy away from economic development a lot. in the whole state of Oregon in general. That's a very broad statement. So I sort of wanted to see something like sustainable economic and community development, because it's like, I think the community is meant to incorporate, because there's housing in here, and that's a different question, right? Should housing be separate? And I just feel like we need to address economic development, because if you don't have a job, then it's kind of hard to afford a house. And so I wrote like climate friendly economic and community development. I wrote resilient economic and community development, but since sustainable was already in the wording, that's where I landed. But I think climate pollution is a fine word. I think it should be inside the text. I don't think it should be the title at all, personally.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I also don't like the title community development, but I can't think of anything. It's probably because it's 5. So I can't think of anything better. But and I also think we should elevate housing. It's just such a huge issue that, and I think politically it would be smart for us to do that.
Right.
I'd written down a potential focus area 6 called housing production, because our whole focus is on production. But I guess the other thing is I was really hoping one of these focus areas would just literally be rural. I wanted it to be rural economic development is what I wanted it to be. That's
We're getting there. Chair Helova, if I may, we're getting there. It's farm and forest land projection. That might be a little tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
It's
economic development.
we often forget that agriculture is the second biggest sector in Oregon's economy.
Yeah.
And so
if we start equating
we could
economic
describe it that way,
development with, like we don't pair these words, we ignore that word, right?
Right.
Where it's like, it's like our one, is it number 1 or number 2, our industry in our state? Two, right. But we need to just talk about it that way.
Right. Good segue. Is there other comments on this one? I feel like I'm standing in the way between you and s'mores.
The only other comment I had, just because I didn't understand the sentence, was 2D. Maybe it was written, it's either me or it was something's off with the.
Was that B as in boy or D as in David?
D as in David.
So like greenhouses and.
Well, yeah, this is, thanks for that. So first off, thank you for all these comments. I think just generally speaking, we struggled a little bit with the title and we did feel that it was a bit clunky. So thanks for all the comments to help refine that. I think where we landed with including reducing climate pollution in there kind of stems from just the most recent work that we've done with climate friendly and equitable communities, which is probably the most robust program that we've worked on since I've been here, and I've been here for a decade at the department. So I think that just kind of stems from that, but I do agree that it's clunky and your suggestions are very well taken there. In regards to that last real specific one, that was, we had a fairly robust conversation about kind of the evolution of agriculture and how a lot of communities, urban areas are taking on agriculture because with vertical and indoor farming can be much more efficient and obviously less land intensive. So that was just a reflection on that, and we can work on some language there to address that. To make it
facilitate indoor agriculture in urban areas, period, might have been the sentence. Okay. Yeah, and the only reason, I think we should have reduced climate pollution in the text, but it's a negative sounding thing and everything else is forward thinking and positive. So that's the only reason. Okay, last one.
Thank you, everybody. I think we're coming up to Hillary Foote, who's, I don't know if she needs a throat lozenge, but Hillary, after her fantastic presentation. Thank you.
I think I need a sweater. Good evening, Chair Helova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commissioners. Hillary Foote, Farm and Forest Land Use Specialist for DLCD. So the last pillar or focus area encompasses several core programs within the agency. So This is natural resource conservation, and the focused area statement is conserve Oregon's natural resources. Farm and forest lands and coastal, scenic, unique, and other natural resource lands are planned and managed to provide a healthy environment and sustain Oregon's communities and economies. And so this area was a bit of a challenge. It encompasses the entirety of the coastal program. It encompasses the Farm and Forest Working Lands Conservation Program. And it encompasses the natural resource programs under goals 5, 6, and 15, which is the Willamette River Greenway goal. A lot of these programs are set out in statute, subject to state and federal mandates as well. And I'm also feel obligated to bring up that the strategic plan makes a guest appearance in a section of our rules that describe the procedure for requesting approval to appeal from the commission. So one of the criteria that the commission may consider in granting an appeal request is how that request aligns with the strategic plan objectives. And so for the natural resource subject matter experts, so myself, Lisa Phipps, Amanda Punton, who have frequently made requests for appeal to the commission, it's important that the objectives associated with our program areas contained articulations that would support requests if needed. And so what you'll find here in these objective statements are articulations of the core principles associated with the goals for which those programs are created and which they support. Beyond that, there are articulations of, the sort of daily nitty-gritty core work that happens under those programs as well. And so if you look at objective A, which is the Farm and Forest, addresses the Farm and Forest Land Program, it's to conserve land suitable for agricultural and forest production consistent with existing and future needs for agricultural products, forest, and open space. So that's an articulation again of the objectives of goals 3 and 4. And then there's a description of, the sort of core work that's associated with implementation of that program, which is that the department's specialist and regional staff provide planning and technical assistance to help communities address statewide planning goal 3 and goal 4, and review proposed amendments to comprehensive plans to help ensure consistency with those goals. And then there's a further articulation of some of the core principles that are captured in the legislative policy on agricultural lands and that are very important, and that is retaining parcels of sufficient size to support working farm and forests, and limiting uses that conflict with or impair farm and forest operations are critical to the success of resource industries. So that statement is a nod to the legislative policy on agricultural lands. It's a nod to the minimum parcel size requirements in farm and forest zones. It is a nod to the 215-296 criteria or the farm impacts test, and there's a similar impacts test in forest zones. So all of that is intended to be integrated into that statement. There's a description in objective B of the core fundamentals of the coastal program. The coastal program has its own 5-year strategic plan as well. So that statement is to protect and conserve coastal and marine resources for their ecosystem values and mitigation values for climate change and coastal hazards that promote the well-being and resiliency of coastal communities and the state of Oregon. And I would also mention that this focus area was a collaboration between Amanda Punton, who is our subject matter expert for natural resources, Lisa Phipps, the director of the Coastal Division, and myself. Then it further goes on to describe the daily core work performed under the coastal program, which is the department's regional staff and ocean and coastal planning specialists provide policy planning, technical and grant assistance to local governments and state agencies concerning the implementation of goals 16 estuaries, 17 shorelands, 18 beaches and dunes, and 19 ocean resources. And then it goes on to describe that technical and grant assistance and coordination on planning efforts have a common interest concerning the implementation of goals 16, 17, 18, and 19. It also goes on to clarify that the department administers Oregon's federally approved coastal zone management program, which is a networked program including state agencies and local governments through the Oregon Coastal Services Division, including implementation of the CZMA, the Coastal Zone Management Act, Federal Grant Administration, Federal Consistency Review of federal permits and activities affecting the coastal zone, and serves as the Coastal and Marine Data Coordinator, Facilitator, and Repository. And then the last objective statement, again, includes that overarching statement reflective of the goals 5, 6, and 15. And the wording of this is actually reflective of the way that Goal 5 is structured itself. So improve local government contribution to the protection and conservation of natural and cultural resources, because the Goal 5 plans come from the local jurisdictions. These include water, wildlife habitat, wetland, riparian, scenic, historic, energy, and mineral and aggregate resources, and public open space. So then to go through the articulation of sort of those objectives under the planning goal, there's a description again of what staff does on a day-to-day basis to support that core program, which is the department's planning specialist and regional staff provide planning and technical assistance to local governments concerning the implementation of statewide planning Goal 5, natural, scenic, and historic areas, Goal 6, air, water, and land resource quality, and Goal 15, the Willamette River Greenway Goal. It goes on to include a statement that the objective recognizes the synergy between natural resource protection, carbon sequestration, and natural hazard mitigation, and values the role of ecosystem services provided to the health of our environment, communities, and economy. So again, a lot has been put into this one objective area. And it's a little bit of an awkward fit, I think, for the process potentially. So we did also identify more action-oriented, initiative-oriented items under each of these objectives. That it's my understanding that those will be integrated at a later date as action items or initiatives for the near term. And those aren't.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Halova. Thanks, Hillary. We haven't been able to sort of wash those through with Brenda and the agency yet. So those are strong placeholders. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, any comments, questions? Vice Chair? Commissioner Boyer?
So I just have to apologize. This is the first time I've seen this document, so I have not really had a chance to marinate with it. But of course, this one, is my bailiwick. So I think about an objective A. I get, the conflicting activities in the second paragraph, but I don't understand what was your thinking sufficient size to support working farms? That's kind of, that grabs me weird.
The words of, sorry, Chair Boyer. Yeah.
I mean, what is sufficient? It's changing. And I just, I have a hard time with that one.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyer. That is a very good question. What is a sufficient size of parcel to support a working farm? There are minimum parcel standards. And so this goes back to the agricultural land use policy, which says that, large tracts of farmland are needed to support the agricultural economy. There's a minimum parcel size standard that's set forth in statute, 215-780. It's 80 acres for farm and forest lands, and 60 for rangeland. There's also a go below standard. So counties may, if they choose to go through a process to define smaller minimum parcel sizes, if that is suitable for the predominant agricultural economy in their area or the areas that they wish to zone for smaller parcel sizes. And there are a number of counties throughout the state that have chosen to do that. And so sufficient may be what has been determined through that go below approval process, or it may be the minimum parcel size standard set forth in statute.
Just a follow up. And the reason why it sat weird with me is I just toured the OSU experiment station in Aurora, and they're doing a lot of vertical farming. I mean, it was so impressive, and do a lot of trials, but that's probably where my brain went, is that it's really shifting.
Yeah.
And then somewhere in this, I almost feel like the acknowledgement of the innovation happening in agriculture. So I'll sit with it a little bit, but that came to mind that, and it even came to mind in one of the other presentations that, just innovative, like instead of economic development, like innovative development, or
It's almost like you need both the large parcel size for the industries, which if you don't have the large, it doesn't happen. And then recognizing the whole, innovation and variety of new forms of
Thank you.
agriculture. Vice Chair.
Thank you. And I certainly wanted to defer to Commissioner Boyer. This is your bailiwick. Certainly have the first thought with it. I was just thinking with the title and building on that a little bit. It's Natural Resource Conservation, and I was thinking about, I don't know what the right, but in a strong rural economy, or is it an innovative rural economy, sustaining a rural economy? I'm not sure what it is. I don't know if I like rural economic development as much as I do rural economy, because I think about, as I heard Jim Johnson say so many times, that a farm is an industry without walls, and we're doing this to preserve agricultural lands for successful farms, for food production, for strong businesses. So just a thought about how we might incorporate some other terms in the focus area title. Thank you.
Mine were almost the same. I think and it might just be the folks that don't live in the rural economy. When you read this, I see like cultural, which these are all important, right? Cultural, habitat, scenic, awesome. We need it. But I don't see enough emphasis on economic based jobs, industry, production. And so it makes it feel like, oh, we like the way the words are there. So I'm not saying they're not there, but it kind of makes it feel like it's more for the viewing pleasure than the working needs. And so, when I hear natural resource, and it might just be me, right? When I hear natural resource conservation, I think for the habitat. That's what I think for habitat, where this is more than habitat. Habitat is helped. Habitat is not eliminated, but this is more than habitat. So it might be, something that is more encompassing of the variety of things in here, and then more sprinkling of those words that aren't really put in here that much. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, so I have a colleague, Mike Hibbard. So he has this, he calls it the new natural resource economy. So you might want to dig into that suggestion.
Yes.
Sorry, thank you. And thank you, Hillary, for spreading your wings so broad. This is really a just giant focus area encompassing 3 unique programs. And the temptation might be to break it up and make different, but we trying to have an integrated framework that's not like goal this, goal that, because that's the land use planning goals. But so it's a challenge. But maybe there's a way to do with know why I'm thinking the correlation of the 9 fairly recognized tribes and other tribal members, as Mari was speaking to. There's 600 other bands, clans, and tribal members represented by NAYA in Portland. So it's like a both and with the agricultural economy. We need the large lots, but we also probably want to recognize the amount of productivity coming off smaller acreage farms. This is a thought. Thank you.
I like the idea of the natural resource economy. I think that's great. Then the cultural though, then I'm like, uh-oh. The culture, but I still like it even though. So that's one consideration. And I like that they're all in there together, but it's the title. Because the title kind of speaks to, it sets the tone for what you might be reading. Commissioner Warren.
I really like how you integrated the goals into the objectives. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think that there's room throughout the rest of the strategic plan just to do that in some areas. And I think that's important in a lot of different ways. It helps to institutionalize this plan and also make it implementatable, right? So that's my problem with most strategic plans is they sit on a shelf. Like we go through this process, which probably is the best part about strategic plans is going through the process of and talking and getting people in the room together. But then what happens with it next? And so I would just challenge the department to, as you continue to refine these as necessary, to find out, locate areas where you can relate it back to Oregon's goals, like where, when we mention housing, like let's put, goal 5 in there or goal 5, 10. And just throughout, and obviously there's going to be areas in here, especially when it comes, to, equity and things like that, where we don't necessarily have a strategic goal or an Oregon's goal for that area, but we can be creative with that as well. Like I see that a lot happening with goal 1, right? How do we integrate equity into our goal 1 work and just make that front and center? And then more of a comment throughout the whole plan again. One way I've seen strategic plans work really well in institutions was with the city of Phoenix, Oregon, actually, which is ironic because not a lot of that stuff happens there. But every time there was like a city council agenda item, one of the bullet points was just, this covers strategic goal, whatever. And it helped the council relate it back. And I think it helped keep the strategic plan present in the staff's everyday work. It's because they could always relate it back to that. And it has this really strong argument that we should do this because this was in our strategic plan. Just recognition.
And then I just realized we have public comment. So maybe I want to see if there's any public comment in relation to this topic.
There's no one signed up to testify.
And I think we did pretty good, honestly, on time, considering we were going to have a whole retreat on this topic. So I'm really happy with the comments. Yeah, Commissioner Lazo.
Chair, thanks, Chair. It's on objective C, and I know that I think when you talked about this, it was sort of rooted in goal 5 and local government implementation. But I'm also wondering if that's the space where we might be able to add tribal partnerships also, kind of like we talked about earlier. And I think there's a natural connection to the natural resources piece for those potential stakeholders.
It's a very good comment, Commissioner. Yes, is that the cultural resources is under goal 5.
Are we good? I think we're providing guidance, which I felt like we've done the whole time. So there's no action otherwise. And I think with that, I'll adjourn the meeting. No. Yes. There's nothing else. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.